Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or The Last Airbender. Bodyguard of Azula. Location: Konoha. Both Team Asuma and Team Guy stood in the Hokage's office, having gotten the request to come urgently. Tsunade looked at them from where she sat and could not help but feel guilty that she is requesting their presence, only hours after they came back from a B-rank mission. However, the nature of Shizune's urgency when she was told to summon the two teams meant that something important had been brought up. "I'm grateful that you all got here quickly," she said to them, but Choji blushed when the Hokage can hear his stomach grumble. "You can get something to eat afterwards, Choji." "Sorry about that, Lady Tsunade," said Choji quietly. The rest of his team turned their attention back towards her. "What's the problem, Lady Tsunade?" Asuma asked curiously. He and his team remained relaxed, and even though their mission was complete, his mind automatically clicked as soon as they arrived at the Hokage's office, waiting for a new mission that they will accept. It would not be this urgent if Shizune did not rush towards us with a worried look on her face. "Straight to the point, I see. Very well, I will tell everyone here in this room." She paused as Team Guy also nodded in agreement, allowing her to continue explaining. "As you all very well know, Team Kurenai sailed for what we have always known as the Bending Countries, just a month ago. They were given an A- rank mission to protect someone, but because of the nature of this mission, I cannot tell you the name of this client." "We know that part," Choji said, remembering seeing that team off. "So why did you call for us?" When they met up with the person and his group, they were going to rescue a friend from out of a city by trading him for someone else. She sighed before continuing. When they went to do the trade, they encountered Naruto Uzumaki. She watched as everyone digested the information. As she did, she remembered what had happened when the Fire Daimyo arrived at Konoha. She had sent a messenger hawk to him just before he left the capital for Konoha. She requested that when he arrived at the village, he ordered an investigation into Naruto Uzumaki. When he arrived at Konoha, the Fire Daimyo precisely gave the order for an investigation to be launched, which she found odd, as the Daimyo had always acted indecisive when it came to important issues like that. He ordered a full detailed report regarding the runaway shinobi to be compiled, everything from his academy records, to his team missions, as well as interviews made to the other shinobi, except for Team 7, which the Hokage knew would be biased, or so she thought. The entire process took about 2 weeks, during which it was discovered that the records for each mission Naruto was on were intentionally falsified. They were made to look as if Naruto did little on the mission while Sasuke took most of the credit. The men appointed by the Fire Daimyo to launch the investigation brought this to Tsunade's attention, who immediately called a council meeting and had asked that the Daimyo attend. When the council meeting began, she told both the shinobi and civilian councils about the falsified records before demanding that the civilian council explain their actions. They objected, saying that she had no way of proving that they had falsified the records. That was when she pulled out her trump card. To the shock of the civilian council, she showed them the mission record for her retrieval. It stated that Naruto was attacked and knocked unconscious by 2 Akatsuki members. They would have taken him away had it not been for the intervention of Jiraiya and Sasuke. After chasing the 2 away, the 3 of them continued looking for Tsunade. As they did that, Jiraiya had taught Sasuke the Rasengan while doing nothing to help Naruto. The record continued like that, praising Sasuke while barely mentioning Naruto at all. Jiraiya also mentioned that it was pointless for Sasuke to learn the Rasengan while he already learned an advanced move like the Chidori from Kakashi in the first place, when he was asked by the daimyo's men regarding Sasuke's alleged mastery of the Rasengan. When she had finally finished reading, Tsunade told them that she remembered that mission differently. She remembered Sasuke being sent back to the village after being injured and that it was Naruto trying to learn the Rasengan. She also told them that no shinobi was stupid enough to tamper with a mission record that dealt with a potential Hokage. She then ordered the Anbu in the room to detain the entire civilian council. Once they were bound, she ordered Inoichi and the members of his clan present to read their minds. The result was discovered that not only had they falsified the records, but they had also bribed the teachers of the academy to torment and ignore Naruto as well as tamper with his grades. Out of all the teachers who accepted the bribes, only Iruka Yumino stubbornly refused to accept it, resulting in a failed assassination attempt on his life by a former teacher, Mizuki. As soon as Inoichi reported this, Tsunade stripped the civilian council of their positions and status with the full backing of the Fire Daimyo. However, news of their arrest had spread like an infection, and a small riot occurred because of it. No one knew who incited the riot against the Hokage, but Tsunade had her suspicions. In the meanwhile, new council members would be picked out later once everything had settled down. Later, the Fire Daimyo officially declared that the ruling for Naruto's banishment was void because of the civilian council's blatant hatred for the young shinobi and their falsification of his records. In addition, the witch hunt against the banished shinobi was also politically motivated. Surprisingly enough, the percentage of the civilian population who held a grudge and hatred towards Naruto was only 8% of Konoha's total population, both civilian and shinobi combined, but those 8% of the civilians who held such contempt were placed in important positions throughout the village, and if word of a power struggle reached their ears, a possible civilian rebellion would have erupted. After the Fire Daimyo and his entourage had left the village, Tsunade brought the Konoha 11 to the hospital. She took them to a file room, leaving the door open behind them. She took a file off the shelves and put it on the table in front of them. She told them that they wouldn't leave the room until they had read every single file. If it took more than a day, food and drink would be delivered to them. She walked out the door, closed it, and locked it. They did not understand why Tsunade ordered them to read the files on Naruto's records, but they read them all the same. However, they discovered that the file was about an incident where Naruto had been attacked while on his way to the academy. They remembered the day Naruto was beaten and arrived late because he sustained 2 broken arms and a broken leg. The teacher had yelled at him for being late. As punishment, he made Naruto do 100 push-ups, and if he stopped for any reason he had to start over again. Sakura, Ino, Kiba, and Sasuke, along with the rest of the class, had laughed at him as he tried to do the push-ups but kept collapsing. The others just ignored him. After reading that file, they felt ill in their stomach, but they just grabbed another file, thinking that the first one was the only one on Naruto. It didn't take them long to find out that all the files were of Naruto, and it was a big room. It took them all day to read all the files. When they had been let out, the first thing they did was rush to the bathrooms and throw up. After that was done, they went straight to Tsunade and demanded why she had made them read all those files. So that you could glimpse at the hell that boy has been through. She answered. She then told what had really happened to the Kyuubi the day he attacked Konoha. Out of all the members of the Konoha 11, only Team Asuma's members were aware that their fathers had sensed the political corruption that started to get out of control. After that explanation, the Konoha 11 made it a priority to find Naruto every time they went on a mission. They were going to bring their teammate and friend back, despite not knowing where he went. What happened? Shikamaru asked, bringing her attention back to the present and the group in front of her. Did he join with Team Kurenai? Come on, Shikamaru, it's Naruto we're talking about here. Of course, he joined them, Ino told her teammate. Yash. Ino is most correct. Naruto would have rejoined with his comrades and tried to youthfully rescue their friend. Guy cried out. I agree with Guy-sensei. Naruto definitely would have tried to join with Team Kurenai, especially if Lady Hinata was there, Neji stated. It seemed like the thing the blonde would do when he met them. Now, they would probably see him once Team Kurenai came back. While everyone began to agree with Neji said, Tsunade stayed silent. Quote ellipsis. He didn't join them, did he? Shikamaru finally asked, silencing everyone else in the room. They all stared at her, silently hoping that wasn't the case. She sighed, knowing what came would shock and stun them. The bending countries have been in a war for the past century. It was instigated by one of the countries, called the Fire Nation, when they instigated a mass murder of an entire nation they called the Air Nomads. Everyone was indeed shocked by what she told them, but she didn't stop. Apparently, their motive for this was to prevent the rebirth of someone called the Avatar. I'm guessing that this Avatar figure survived, the Nara clan heir asked her. Yes, the report states that the Avatar fled the air temple where he had lived when he learned he was to be taken away. He was caught in a storm in the middle of the ocean and encased himself in an iceberg. He stayed that way for 100 years. I know this is related to the mission that they were on, but what does this have to do with Naruto? Asuma asked. He couldn't see how all of this would be relevant. When they went to go to the trade, they met up with the other party. The other party consisted of the Fire Nation princess, her 2 friends, and her bodyguard. Naruto Uzumaki. The words came out easily enough, but they still hurt. The expression on everyone's face was obvious. Denial, complete and utter denial. That can't be right. Naruto is not so unyouthful that he would join with that kind of country. Lee argued. In their minds, the blonde would have joined with Team Kurenai to fight against the Fire Nation, alongside the Avatar. Lee's right. We're talking about Naruto. He would never join the Fire Nation, not of his own free will, Tenten said. She was sure that he must have been brainwashed or something. Tsunade shook her head, silently telling them they were all wrong. Not only did he join the Fire Nation of his own free will, but he's also been fighting in their war for 3 years now, she continued, further crushing their hopes. I take it that Team Kurenai tried to get him to come back. Shikamaru didn't like where this was going, but the questions had to be said. They did and he refused. They tried to take him by force. What happened? Choji asked, despite not wanting to hear the answer. The question came out involuntarily. He defeated them easily. He broke through AB rank genjutsu and took out Kurenai with a single punch, as well as Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino. The Hokage told them. What about Lady Hinata? Neji demanded. She didn't mention his cousin and that worried him. She also tried to attack him, but from what the report says, he didn't fight back until he distracted her. He grabbed her by the neck and threatened to kill her if they continued to fight. To make his point clear, he stabbed her in the stomach and formed a Rasengan, threatening to use it on her face. Needlessly to say, afterwards the trade negotiations fell through and Team Kurenai with their charges had to leave the city and the surrounding areas, she answered, making him angry. Essentially, you called us in to have us help out Kurenai's team, Asuma said, figuring out why she called them in. He also realized that what they heard just now was relevant. Yes, I'm upgrading this mission to S rank and I'm sending you all to help Team Kurenai. Your primary mission is to help with the protection of the Avatar. Your secondary mission is to try and locate Naruto Uzumaki, she said to all of them. Is there anything else we should know about Naruto? Guy asked her. According to Hinata, his chakra control became well controlled that she could not see it unless he had used a jutsu. That should be impossible, Neji objected. There was no way that the Naruto he fought could have managed to get that much control over his chakra in just 3 years. Lady Hokage, Shikamaru spoke. The Rasengan that Naruto created during the fight, did he create a clone to help make it? No, he formed the Rasengan with only one hand, she answered him. Her answer made everyone minus the Nara clan heir look at her with surprise. Then I think it's safe to say that his chakra control has at least improved, he commented to himself. While everyone digested the thought of Naruto improving his chakra control, Ino asked a question. Shouldn't Lord Jiraiya be able to track Naruto via the toads? Tsunade shook her head. He tried as soon as the banishment was declared void and repelled. He asked the toads to reverse summon Naruto to Mount Myoboku. When they attempted to do it, it was revealed that, somehow, Naruto had put a block on his name in the summoning scroll. A block? Repeated Tenten. What's that? A block is something someone with summon contract uses when he doesn't want to be found but still be able to contact them. To put simply, the only time the toads will be able to find and or reverse summon Naruto is if he summons them first and if he stays in the same area, she explained. While she knew the principles behind a block, she had never used it herself. And he hasn't summoned them in over 3 years and possibly will be constantly on the move. Shikamaru noted. So there went the option of using the toads. That's all the information I have for you. While you are out looking for Naruto, be sure to also look for intelligence on him. She told them all. Now, I want you all to reconvene here in 20 minutes so that you'll be able to reach the bending countries. But Lady Tsunade, it took Team Kurenai a month at sea to get there. How are we supposed to get there without leaving the village? Ino protested, not knowing how long it will take both teams to get into the bending countries. We have already figured out a way. We have recently placed a seal in the mission records room. The seal allows messages from far away, such as other countries across the sea, to come in quickly. If we add enough chakra to the seal, we'll be able to send you all through to Kurenai and her team. Dismissed, barked Tsunade. They all left the room, except for one person. What is it, Guy? She asked the spandex-wearing shinobi. Why wasn't Team Kakashi notified about this? He asked in return. Why do you think? Lady Tsunade, they should at least be told. This is their teammate we're talking about and that is exactly why Team Kakashi wasn't notified, she cut him off. The primary mission is to protect the Avatar, not find Naruto. If they had the chance to abandon the Avatar and go after Naruto, you and I both know they would do so in a heartbeat. Guy remained silent, so she continued. It's for the best, Guy, now go pack for the mission. Also, you are not to tell anyone else about this conversation. He nodded once and left the room. Tsunade leaned back in her chair and sighed. How long were you listening, Jiraiya? Was the question she asked aloud, looking up at the ceiling. The air besides the window twisted and shimmered, revealing Jiraiya standing there. Since you said that he was the bodyguard to a princess, he answered. It sounded like one of those cheesy tales where the princess falls in love with a bodyguard, but I doubt that is the case with Naruto this time around. How is it that he kept up with his training? There are no shinobi in the bending countries, she demanded, looking over the part of Team Kurenai's fight against him. The report had been on her desk the entire time in plain view. My spy network is only in the elemental countries, but I think I know who taught the Gaki, he said in reply, looking at the report in general. Who is it? Tsunade demanded. You know as well as I do. There's only one who could have taught him. Her eyes went wide at the thought. How would the Kyuubi be able to teach Naruto anything? The last time she had checked, which was, admittedly, 3 years ago, the Biju would look for the slightest opportunity to get free. He was sealed inside your grandmother and Kushina. He was bound to pick up a few things over time. The Toad Sage was certain the fox knew to train Naruto just from the stuff he knew. It was probably more than a few things, she commented, and he agreed. If Naruto was taught by the Kyuubi during 3 years of war. Jiraiya left the sentence hanging, but both shared the same thought. Dear Kami, he'd be a shinobi that hasn't been seen since the Shidaime Hokage and Madara Uchiha during the clan wars. Location: Earth Kingdom. Zuko glared at the swordsman that was walking away from them. Upon arriving at a small Earth Kingdom town that was known for its position as an important trade hub, a random swordsman harassed them, forcing Iroh to dance and sing while dodging his swings. At the end of it, he laughed and made a nasty comment, flicked a gold coin at them, and left. I hate him, he growled, his fists tightening. He wanted to get up and teach that arrogant ass a proper lesson in swordsmanship. Hatred is something that should not be given lightly, nephew, Iroh told him. That man did nothing to you, so you have no reason to hate him. He shook his head. You misunderstood, uncle. I don't hate him in particular. I hate his kind. His kind? Asked a somewhat mystified Iroh. He had never really heard his nephew speak like that. Zuko nodded. The kind of people who think they're invincible and can do whatever they want if they have a sword in their hand. The novices who think they're masters just because they know a complicated technique. He took a breath to calm himself. They're just amateurs, the lot of them. That guy included. Iroh looked interested. How is that man an amateur? He had thought the man was quite competent. He had no stance to speak of and only knew how to swing back and forth. He felt the need to attack you just so he could show off. He listed the fact off with his fingers. Zuko, if I had just met you as a stranger and heard what you've just said, I would have thought you were a swordsman rather than a firebender. Iroh praised him, overly impressed by what he said. Quote ellipsis. Thank you, uncle. He felt a small amount of pride at those words. He hadn't been praised much for anything before. I never did find out how you took an interest in swords. All he knew was that his nephew had just one day started using them. Zuko looked out at the town as he remembered that day. Naruto talked me into it. It was an awkward conversation that I had with him. Zuko stood on the family beach, panting in exhaustion. Hearing footsteps on the sand, he turned around and Naruto coming towards him. "Hey Zuko," greeted the blonde. "What do you want?" he growled. He was trying to train, and his irritation was evident in his voice. "What's the matter?" Naruto asked, tilting his head slightly. "Nothing's the matter," he replied, trying to focus on what he was doing. But that was a little hard with him right there. "Right, that's why you're standing on a deserted beach, panting in exhaustion. You've been practicing your firebending again, haven't you? What's it to you? You're not even a firebender, so why should you care whether I'm practicing my firebending or not?" The Prince of the Fire Nation yelled at him, his temper snapping. He held his hands up in surrender. "All right, no need to bite or burn my head off." He didn't want to make what was going on worse. Zuko took a breath, while calming himself down with the breathing exercises all firebenders are taught at a young age. "Sorry, I'm just mad." "What happened?" the blonde asked him. "Azula decided to get all the kids on the island together and have a firebending contest. Every time I tried to do what she did, I failed and got laughed at as a result," he explained. As he did, the memories of that contest came back, sharply reminding him of how he kept failing. "So they basically called you a talentless loser." Quote ellipsis. Yeah. He didn't want to admit it, but it was pretty much the truth. "Oh, don't let that get you down, Zuko." Naruto put an arm around him, a cheerful smile on his face. "While you could be unskilled in one thing, you could also be a genius in another." He was confused by that. "What are you talking about?" he asked, wanting an explanation. "Why don't you try something that isn't firebending?" "Like what?" "I don't know." The blonde's face had a look of extreme concentration. "Why don't you try swords?" "Swords?" asked Zuko. Why would he try to use swords? "Yeah, try using a sword." "And where am I going to find a teacher to show me how to use one?" he asked, sarcasm lacing his voice. "Actually, I think I saw a guy with a sword the next beach over." "Come on, you could ask him to help you." Naruto grabbed his hand and raced off, bringing Zuko along for the ride. End flashback. After that, he dragged me over to where the swordsman was, and I introduced myself to Master Piandao. He seemed curious when I asked if he could show me how to use a sword. He decided to teach me swordsmanship and I took to his teachings like a turtle duck to water. Zuko finished his story. "I see, so that is why you detest the swordsman like that man," Iroh said. "It would make sense, considering who his nephew learned from." Zuko simply nodded, staring in the direction the swordsman went. Location: Azula's group. "Okay, people, the rest period's over," Naruto stated as he stood on the edge of the hill. He came back from a reconnaissance mission to see if their intended target had shown up yet, but to his disappointment, he was not there. "Could we please take it slow this time, Naruto?" Ty Lee asked with a whine. They had been riding hard all day and she was sure her whole backside was sore. "Yeah, I'm not one for killing our rides," Mai stated as she looked at her mongoose dragon. The creature had gotten its breath back, but it still looked tired. "Fine," answered Naruto both with annoyance and exasperation. "Oh, relax. It's not a fate worse than death," Azula told him as she got into her saddle. "Look, I'm just trying to make sure we stay with the Avatar. The last sighting we had 4 hours ago was that the sky bison flying towards a giant swamp. Plus, I'm going as fast as the mongoose dragons are and I'm not breaking a sweat. Then it won't hurt to slow down. We're at the swamp's edge so we have to move slower now." "As you wish," he told her with resignation in his voice. "Lead on, princess." They proceeded into the swamp. Location: aboard Appa. They flew across the giant swamp. On board, everyone was doing their own thing. Aang was steering, Both Katara and Sokka were reading a waterbending scroll. Aquila was sleeping against Sokka's side and Momo was looking over the edge of the saddle. Both Kurenai and Hinata were doing the same thing, only they were looking for anything that could attack them. Shino was meditating and Kiba was double-checking his equipment while Akamaru watched the clouds. Aang stared at the swamp below. He couldn't exactly say what it was, but something was trying to talk to him, and it was coming from below. Sokka stopped reading as he noticed something. "Hey, are you taking us down for a reason?" he asked Aang, looking over at him. The air nomad said nothing, he just kept looking down. "Aang," called Sokka, finally getting his attention. "Why are we going down?" "What?" Aang asked. "I didn't even notice." Then he realized that Appa was indeed going down. "Are you noticing now?" the tribesman asked him, sarcasm out in full force. "Is something wrong?" Katara asked as she and Hinata joined Sokka. "I know this is going to sound weird but I think the swamp is calling to me," Aang told them. "Is it telling you where we can get something to eat?" "Because I'm hungry," said Kiba. The only thing he really had to eat was soldier pills and those weren't snacking material. "No, I think it wants us to land there." "No offense to the swamp, but I don't see any land there to land on," Sokka told him. All he could see were either trees or the swamp water beneath the trees. "I don't know. Bumi said to learn earthbending I would have to wait and listen. And now I'm actually hearing the earth. Do you want me ignore it?" he asked them. Hinata activated her Byakugan. "I'm not seeing any chakra signals down there," she announced. The canopy was making it a little difficult, but she couldn't see anything that had a chakra signature. "Perhaps it is best if we keep going," Kurenai suggested. Aquila woke up, took one look over the edge of the saddle and then looked at Sokka, giving him a look that asked why they were going down. The tribesman could only shrug in response. "Okay, if it's such a bad idea," Aang said. "Bye, swamp." He yipped Appa into flying higher in the sky, making them go farther. As they flew away, they heard something coming up behind them. Kiba looked behind and then quickly whipped his head back around. "I don't want to cause panic, but there is a tornado right behind us," he all but shouted at them. Sokka looked to double-check. "Aang, throw in another yip. We gotta move," he told the airbender. They tried to outfly the thing, but it kept getting closer and closer to them. Soon enough, it was so close that it began to pull Aquila in. Sokka quickly grabbed onto his wolf's hind legs but was also pulled off the saddle. His feet were grabbed both Kiba and Shino. As they tried to bring them back down, Aquila turned his head and looked back at them. Sokka immediately knew that look. "Now is not the time for you to fart in my face, Aquila," he warned. Seeing the danger his friends were in, Aang quickly jumped into the saddle and bent together a big sphere of air that encompassed Appa entirely. While both Sokka and Aquila landed safely in the saddle, Appa flew into the tornado. Aang did his best to hold the sphere together, but the twisting fury of the tornado as well as the difficulty of holding that big of an air sphere together, made him lose his concentration. The air sphere collapsed, and everyone went flying. The humans and one animal went one way, the rest of the animals went another. Thankfully, the humans managed to land in the drink if water in a swamp can qualify as that. Aang managed to on his feet while the others did not. "Where are Appa and Momo?" he asked, taking a quick look around. "And where's Aquila?" Sokka asked as he looked around as well. Both were worried. "Hey, have you seen Kiba?" Hinata asked. "No need to worry, I'm right here," Kiba announced as he lay in the water with his partner right on top of him. "Did you really have to land on me, Akamaru?" The dog barked in the affirmative. "Then please get off." Location: Azula's group. "Hey, did you guys hear that?" Ty Lee asked them as they traveled through the swamp. "Hear what?" Mai asked, completely bored. Once they had gotten into the swamp, all she saw was tree, water, roots, and more trees. It sounded like something crashed. It was faint and a little far off, but she had heard it all the same. "Ty Lee, what could have crashed in the middle of a gigantic swamp?" Azula asked her, exasperation filling her voice. "Well, let's see." Naruto began, lifting his hand to count on his fingers. It was a rhetorical question, Naruto, she told him, now annoyed. I know, he replied as he counted off the number of things that could crash in a swamp. Then why are you still counting? Because I like riling you up. It's a perk of being your bodyguard. He grinned at her, prompting her to bend a fireball at him, which he avoided. But in all seriousness, right now, there is only one thing I can think of that could have crashed. He became serious as he looked at Azula. And that's a sky bison. She nodded in agreement. Let's keep moving, she ordered. They continued to travel deeper into the swamp, now aware of the fact that their target must be close by. Appa was currently caught in a big tangle of vines. Both Aquila and Momo were still in the saddle. Hearing Appa's cries of frustration, the flying lemur hopped out of the saddle and began to chew through the vines. After getting through a few of them, the sky bison was free but was caught by surprise by gravity and fell to the water below. After landing with a splash that got everyone wet, and after everyone shook their fur dry, Appa took off. But again, he got caught again in a tangle of vines. As Momo chewed the vines, Aquila was on his stomach, covering his eyes with his paws. He then proceeded to, somehow, tell Appa off. Aang had disappeared into the trees to see if there was any sign of the other animals. While everyone else waited below in the water, Katara noticed something on her brother. Sokka, you've got an elbow leech, she told him. Sokka freaked out. Where? He whipped his head around frantically trying to find it. Where do you think? She asked him sarcastically. Sure enough, it was on his elbow. Why do things keep attaching to me? He demanded as pulled the leech off and threw it away. Akamaru, now is not the time to look for lunch, Kiba warned his dog as he became interested in the leech. Aang flew back down on a vine. You couldn't find them? Katara asked as he landed in the water. No, he answered. And the tornado, it just disappeared. Feeling a presence, they all looked towards the swamp, like something was beckoning them to go deeper. Let's keep moving, Kiba said before taking out a kunai and began to hack through some nearby vines. Maybe we should be a little nicer to the swamp, Aang suggested. He had a bad feeling what the Inuzuka was trying was not a good idea. What do you want me to do? Say please and thank you as I cut through them, he asked sarcastically as he continued hacking away. Kiba, maybe you should listen to Aang. Something about this place feels alive, Katara said. She could feel something around them. You've got a point, Sokka told her. But we also have to find Appa if we don't want end as something's dinner. He pulled out his machete and began helping Kiba cut a path through the vines. They soon began to make headway into the swamp. But as they went deeper and deeper in, they still didn't have any luck finding Appa and the others. After a while, it began to grow dark in the swamp until night had finally fallen. Appa, Momo, Katara called out as they walked along a giant tree root. Aquila, you out there? Sokka yelled as well. But they didn't get an answer. There is no way they can hear us or see us. It's the same for us, Kiba told them. That's easy for you to say. You've got Akamaru, Sokka pointed out. He sighed. It was too dark to see anything now. Look, let's just make camp for the night. They heard something pop and saw a small plume of smoke coming up from the water. What was that? Katara asked in a nervous voice. It's just swamp gas. Sokka pointed out before they all inadvertently smelled said gas. It didn't smell good. They heard something that was the rough equivalent of a banshee shrieking. After jumping together and holding each other, while Team Kurenai looked like they were ready to fight, they noticed that said shrieking was coming from a small fat bird. I think we should build a fire, the tribesman stated before heading over to some smaller roots and began hacking off parts. Sokka, the longer we're here, the more I think you shouldn't be doing that, Aang told him. It felt wrong to let that happen. Do you have any better ideas? He asked. If it helps you sleep tonight, just think that I asked the swamp and it said that it was fine. The answer he got from Aang was a scowl. Soon enough, they had a fire going in the remains of a big, hollow tree trunk. The trunk helped keep the heat from the fire contained, keeping them warm. Does anyone else get the feeling that we're being watched? Katara asked after she had briefly looked out at the swamp. She had that niggling feeling at the back of her head that was telling her that they were being watched. Come on, we're all alone out here, Kiba told her. He started swatting at a fly that was buzzing around his head. The fly then flashed a huge light in front of their faces. It temporarily blinded them while also waking up every animal that were in the surrounding trees. Except for them, Aang stated as he looked at how many eyes were watching them. Kiba, please stop talking, Shino told his teammate. Yeah, I'm done, he agreed. Finally, time to sleep, Ty Lee said as she lay down on the tree root. Traveling through the swamp at a quicker pace had made her backside feel even worse. When she got off her mongoose dragon, she felt stiff as a board. The girls all took to their bed rolls, happy to sleep. As she got into her bed roll, Azula noticed Naruto was still watching the swamp. Naruto, nothing will attack us, she told him. They had made camp on a route that was big enough to hold them all and high enough so that no one was in danger of rolling directly into the water. They had to fall first. You don't know that, he told her. He knew nothing about this place and that made him nervous. Lack of information about something could get people killed, a fact that he knew all too well, having lost soldiers that way. You're right, but I do know that no creature will attack us if the fire is going, and we've put a good number of sticks on and around the fire. So just go to sleep, she ordered. That fire will run out eventually. Just go to sleep, Naruto, she repeated her order, her voice already getting slurred with sleep. He sighed as he watched her fall asleep. I might as well. He laid down against the root. Hey Kit, just be glad you can willingly be a light sleeper, the Kyuubi told him. Years of experience and practice, he told the Biju lying down so that his face was looking at the fire, and fell asleep. Yeah, I know. He was to blame for that. Aang, Sokka and Katara slept back to back while Kiba, Shino, Hinata and Kurenai slept by themselves, Akamaru sleeping next to Kiba. The fog had seemed to grow thicker as they slept and from the fog, came the vines. The vines slowly crept up to the group and began to wrap around them. When the vines had wrapped the group so that they couldn't get loose, it gave them a rude awakening by dragging them into the fog. Sokka reacted immediately by whipping out his machete and stabbing it into the root underneath him. Katara and Hinata were dragged off together while Aang and Kurenai were dragged off together in a different direction. The same went for Kiba, Shino and Akamaru. Sokka cut himself loose from the vines and stood up. He looked around nervously to see where the vines were coming from. They suddenly appeared in front and tried to grab him. He turned around and began to run, but a trip sent him crashing down the root and into the water. He then ran off to avoid the vines that were still coming after him. Both Katara and Hinata were struggling against the vines that had them. Managing to get a hand near her water pouch, she quickly bent the water to slice the vines off, allowing her to get free. She fended off the vines while also freeing Hinata. Once the pair were free, they ran off into the fog. Both Kiba and Shino had managed to grab hold of a kunai and started cutting off pieces of the vines. After freeing Akamaru, they also ran deeper into the fog, trying to get away from them all. Aang and Kurenai were tied together and were trying to break free. After managing to get his hands loose, Aang bent the air that was between him and Kurenai and the vines to form an air sphere, thus getting them loose from the vines. They took to the trees, but a vine had grabbed Aang and dragged him back down to the ground. Kurenai jumped down, grabbed a kunai, and cut off the vine while Aang air blasted the rest of it off his leg. After taking a giant leap, courtesy of an air blast right beneath them, both Aang and Kurenai landed another route that was further away from the campsite. They also realized that they had lost sight of the others. Guys, called out Aang as he looked around. The sudden loss of warmth on Naruto's face woke him immediately. He took a look at the campfire and immediately got out of his bedroll. Everyone, wake up, he ordered in a loud voice. The three girls began to stir as he started screening the surrounding area. What is it, Naruto? Azula asked, immediately waking up. This wasn't the first time she had heard that loud of voice come from him. When it did, it was always best to follow everything he said. The fire is out. He pointed at the damp fire pit, where the fire used to be, answering her question. So, you woke us up because of that? Mai asked. If one paid attention, one could tell that she was annoyed. Look at the fire, Mai. All three of them looked at it. It was out, but only some of the sticks were burned. Another thing was the fact the fire pit was completely wet. Well, we are in a swamp. Maybe some of the water managed to hit the fire and doused it. Ty Lee suggested. She knew it was probably wishful thinking, but she could also hope. We're on a giant tree root that is about 10 feet above the water line. Also, if the water managed to douse the fire, there would be a runoff. He pointed out again. Before anyone could say anything else, the water below them suddenly surged upwards. Splitting into 4 different streams, it hit them and forced them off the root, washing away the mongoose dragons in the process. Each of them was pushed deeper into the swamp but in 4 different directions. After a while, the 4 water streams stopped and then fell back into the water below. Now all I have to do is make sure they find where I live, and I'll be satisfied, someone who had watched the whole thing said as he stepped out of the shadow of a nearby tree, a mad and sadistic grin on his face. He was looking forward to having his guests for food. Aang. Sokka. Katara called out as she and Hinata made their way through the swamp. They had walked through the night, trying to find the others with no success. Kiba. Shino. Kurenai-sensei. Hinata looked around with her Byakugan active, but the surrounding trees somehow made hard for her to see anything. It's no use using it, she muttered to her as she deactivated it. Don't worry Hinata, we'll find them, Katara told her before looking out at the swamp. She then saw a person but their back. Hello. Hello. Can you help us? She asked as she and Hinata made their way over. As they got closer, she thought the person looked familiar. Mom? She asked before finally recognizing who the person was. It was her mother. Mom? She cried before running over to her, Hinata behind her. I can't believe. But as she grabbed her mother's shoulder and tried to look at her, it turned out that her mother was just a tree stump. Katara knelt and began to cry, memories of her mother coming back to haunt her. Hinata watched all of this and was reminded of her own mother. Ka-san, she whispered as tears fell from her face as well. Both girls then felt a hand on their shoulder. Turning around they saw Hinata's mother standing behind them. Ka-san, is that you? Hinata asked. The woman only smiled in response before a small cloud of fog passed in front of her. When it passed, Hinata's mother had disappeared but they could hear her voice saying, "Do not worry, it'll be alright." Guys. Where are you? Kiba shouted as he, Akamaru and Shino walked through the swamp. Are your Kikaichu getting anything, Shino? Despite their best attempts, they couldn't see far ahead, due to a seemingly thin barrier of fog surrounding them. No, they can't seem to get past the fog barrier, Shino answered. Every time he tried they would just come back to him. Just then, Akamaru went shock still and began to whine. What is it, Akamaru? Kiba asked as he looked in the same direction. What he saw made him go still. That's not possible, he said before rushing over to a particular tree. What is it, Kiba? Shino asked as he followed but when looked in the same direction, he too was shocked. Standing beneath a gigantic tree was a man. But Kiba knew this man quite well, he just hadn't seen him in a long time. Dad? He asked with hope in his voice. Shino was surprised at what he saw but it's something else that his attention. Sitting underneath a different tree, across from Kiba's dad, was a little girl that looked to be about 5 years. Shina? Asked Shino. Both Kiba's dad and the little girl opened their mouths to say something but both Kiba and Shino took that moment to blink. When they opened their eyes again, what they thought were people turned out to be just oddly shaped roots. You still think about him? Shino asked after a quiet moment. Every day, replied Kiba. He had lost his dad when he had been 5. What hurt the most for him about that was he didn't realize it until he had gotten older. The same, it's been so long since they left us. At that point, a gentle wind blew past them. And in that wind, somehow, the three of them then heard the voices of the ghosts saying, "We never left you." "Aang!" yelled out Sokka as he hacked his way through some vines, the non-moving kind, mind you, Katara. Muttering curses against the swamp and the vines, he continued to forge his own path. As he did, he managed to trip over one of the vines, making him land in the water. After lifting his face out of the water, he noticed a shaft of sunlight, and in the middle of that shaft was a vision of you. He walked up to her, finding it hard to look away. "I'd like to say that I'm hallucinating or something like that. But I'm not, am I?" he asked her quietly. "You didn't protect me," the vision told him angrily. "Only because you didn't let me protect you," he replied. He wanted to. The spirits know he wanted to protect her. But she had refused. Even if she had done it gently, it still hurt. The anger on her face disappeared. She smiled and floated down, so that it looked like she is standing in the water as well. "I know," she told as she cupped her hand to his cheek. He tried to touch her hand with his own, but it passed right through it. He closed his eyes, trying to fight back the tears. When he opened them again, you vanished into thin air. Just as he was about to continue, he saw someone out of the corner of his eye. "Who's there?" he demanded as he whipped around. He pulled out his boomerang, ready to fight whoever was there. A man stood before him, a fellow tribesman, if the coloring of his clothes were anything to go on. He was older, much older, than Sokka. His build was bulky and muscular, like he had been fighting all his life. He also had the scars to prove it. He wore an eye patch over his right eye and had half of Glasgow smile carved onto his face, on the left side of his mouth. He was bald, whether it was shaved or not was unknown. Strapped to his back was large, double-bladed axe. And hanging in front of his clothes for everyone to see, was the same Paragon medallion Sokka had. The man seemed to silently study the younger tribesman before nodding his head once and disappearing into the fog. What was that all about? Sokka briefly wondered before deciding to keep looking for the others. He left the area, hacking apart any vines that stood in his way. "Katara!" yelled out Aang as he and Kurenai made their way through the swamp. "Appa!" Kurenai kept looking around for anybody else. "Aang, look over there." She pointed to a large rock that jutted out of the water. On top of the rock were two girls with a boar that had wings. One girl wore a fancy dress while the other wore a formal kimono with a symbol on it. They were too far away to see what the symbol was. The winged boar was standing closer to the girl in the fancy dress than the one in the kimono. "Hello," called out Aang. "Who are you two?" The two girls just giggled and took off in different directions while the winged boar just flew off. "Hey, come back," he told them as he leapt after the one in the dress while Kurenai chased after the one in the kimono. While Aang was lead on a weird and direction-confusing chase, Kurenai was able to catch up to her target much faster, using her training to close the distance. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" she demanded as she faced the girl in the kimono. The girl just smiled and slowly walked closer to Kurenai. As she readied herself for a fight, Kurenai saw something that made her eyes go wide. The symbol on the kimono was one she knew. It was the symbol of the Sarutobi clan. "Who are you?" Kurenai asked again, this time with curiosity. The girl now stood in front of Kurenai. She simply brought her hand up and touched Kurenai's stomach. Though she could see the hand touching her, she couldn't feel it. The girl spoke and what she said floored Kurenai. Quote ellipsis. "Ka-san." Kurenai took a couple of steps in shock. "Ka-san. What does she mean by?" Then it all came back to her. "By the way, my congratulations to you, Kurenai," the blonde said to her. "Congratulations." She was suspicious of those words, as she didn't know what he meant. "When you trapped me in that genjutsu, I looked for your chakra so I would know where to attack. I was quite surprised when I found you. Now that I think about it, you look like you're almost glowing. I just surprised that Inu Tem here hasn't figured it out yet. If it's true, then who?" The symbol on the kimono. Suddenly, it was all clear. "Dear Kami, I have to tell him," she thought to herself as she looked down at her stomach, although there was no clear sign of the surprise yet. When she looked back at the girl, she was gone and Aang stood in front of her. "Are you okay, Kurenai?" he asked, openly concerned. "Why yeah, I'm fine," she answered, not wanting to tell him what she had just learned. "Did you see where they went?" she asked, changing the subject. He looked around to see if either one of them was nearby. "There's one of them." He pointed to the girl in fancy dress, who was standing on a nearby tree. She just giggled and ran away. Aang went after her and Kurenai followed. Appa, Momo and Aquila watched the humans in the boats that were in front of them. Appa considered getting closer until the tall, thin one in the middle boat said that they were going to be eaten. At that point, the sky bison essentially did a U-turn and started running away. While Momo hung on for dear life, Aquila was barking for all his worth. If anyone besides the Inuzuka clan and Kakashi Hatake could speak and translate canine, they would basically tell you that the wolf was a backseat driver. Ty Lee jumped through the trees at a fast pace. She had lost track of where she was and was trying to get back to the campsite. But the water had sent her far away and she was lost. "Where is everyone?" she wondered out loud. She then landed in the water below, the splash echoing all around her. "My! Azula! Naruto! Are you guys out there?" she yelled. When she didn't hear an answer, she kept moving forward through the swamp. She then saw someone standing with their back to her. Ty Lee didn't know how, but she could tell that the person was female. She wore a green kimono that was armored and wore bracers on her arms and a sword on her waist. Her hair was brown and braided into a ponytail. Excuse me. Do you know where my friends are?" Ty Lee asked as she approached the woman. She didn't know why, but she felt nervous and cautious. The woman turned around to face Ty Lee. She wore white makeup that covered her face entirely with both red and black accents around her eyes and also wore a metal headdress. She looked at Ty Lee for a moment and then she pointed off to the left. "Thanks," the acrobat chirped and ran off in the pointed direction. But she stopped as the details of the woman came back to her. Quickly turning back around, she saw that the woman had disappeared. "Was that me?" she asked. Did she just meet her future self? "That could be, young lady," a voice from behind her said. Whipping around and being ready to strike, Ty Lee saw an old man facing her. "If that is you wish," he told her. He wore a red gown-like robe that tied off with a white sash. He wore a white coat as well as a white scarf over the robe and a funky-looking hat. It was red except for small white part in the front. On the white part was the symbol for fire. "Who are you?" she asked cautiously. "Someone who tried to take care of Naruto when he was younger," he answered cryptically. "But I failed." His face grew sad. But a smile graced his lips as he looked at her. It's good to know that there are people who still consider him to be a friend. He will need that. Ty Lee was about to ask more, but then she blinked, and the man was gone. Deciding to wonder about him later, she ran off in the direction that was pointed out to her. Mai walked silently through the swamp, trying to make her way back to the camp. Though she would never tell this to anyone, being alone in the swamp unnerved her. She just felt exceedingly small against it all. "Does anyone else live here?" she asked out in a bored but slightly scared voice. "Where are they? I wasn't sent that far away, was I?" she thought. They had been caught off guard by the sudden attack and she wasn't exactly sure how far she went. She then saw, in the distance, two people standing side by side. Not knowing who they were, she walked cautiously to them, quietly fingering a knife. As she approached them, she saw that the man on the right was old while the one on the left was young. Another thing that she noticed about the old man was the fact he wore the headpiece of the Fire Lord. "Excuse me," she called out. The young man turned to face her. He wore a military uniform that she had never seen before. He wore a dark red coat over what seemed to be a white uniform that consisted of pants and shirt. The reason she could tell that it was military was because it was crisp and clean, like it was ready for a parade. "Have you seen my friends around?" she asked, her face an emotionless mask. The young man nodded and pointed behind him, in the direction the old man was facing. Thank you. She took a closer look at the young man. His face looked a little familiar, but she couldn't place it. So, who are you two? She asked. The old man turned to face her, and Mai took a step back, falling in shock. Standing in front of her, as an old man, was Zuko. She could tell, not just by his scar even though it was obvious but by the fact she knew it was his face. Then she realized why the young man looked so familiar. Despite looking a little different, she could see Zuko in the young man. That meant the two of them were related somehow. As she got up out of the water, she saw that the old Zuko and the young man were gone. What was that? She asked out loud, not expecting an answer. A possibility, a voice told her. Spinning around and drawing out the knife she had been fingering, she saw someone. Standing on a tree limb above her was a masked person. He wore a short kimono on the outside and shirt-like piece of clothing on the inside as well as split skirt. His hair was long and black, but you couldn't see his eyes because his mask hid them so well. Who are you? She asked. The person reached for the mask and pulled it off, revealing a feminine-looking face. Someone who told him that only when you are protecting someone precious to you is when your true strength is shown, he answered, being cryptic. Him? Asked Mai. The person smiled. I believe it's the one who calls you doom and gloom. Naruto, she answered with a little annoyance and looked away. She didn't want to think about the blonde at that point, she just wanted to get out of the swamp. You know he calls you that shows he cares about you. He considers you to be one of his precious people. Mai turned back to look at the person to say something back, but he had disappeared. She shrugged and moved on. She could worry about ghosts who apparently knew Naruto later. Azula moved through the swamp, wanting to find her friends and get out of there. Where are they? She asked to herself as she walked forward, a small feeling of nervousness beginning to build inside her. As she passed by a giant tree, she saw a child standing in the middle of a clearing, the water of the swamp rippling around his knees. The child was crying where he stood, his shoulders shaking with each sob. Are you okay? She asked the child. He turned around and she looked at him in surprise. Standing in front of her, complete with whiskers, blue eyes, and blonde hair, was Naruto as a child. No. Stay away. I didn't do anything wrong, he cried as he backed away from her. His eyes were alight with fear and hurt. Hey, I'm not going to hurt you. Azula protested. She might be many things, but a willingness to hurt children was not one of them, despite her own habit of tormenting her brother. That's what they all say. He fell to the ground and began to cry again. What did I do? Am I really a demon? Why do they keep hurting me? As she watched him weep again, she couldn't take it anymore. She walked up to the child, knelt, and gave him a hug, holding him tight enough to be comforting. Let me go, he protested as he struggled against her grip. It's going to be okay, Naruto, she told him, trying to make her voice sound soothing and calming. It will be all right, no one is going to hurt you. He finally stopped his struggling and his tears began to dry. Quote ellipsis. Thank you. She felt him just disappear from her hug. She stood up and back away from the spot where he was. Please Great Agni, please tell me that wasn't what I think it was, she begged to herself. She knew that her bodyguard had problems, but she hoped they hadn't been that bad. Yet, what she had just seen was something that would plague her mind. Is there anything else that I will discover about you that I don't know, Naruto? It was. She spun around to where the voice was coming from. Standing in front of her was another surprise. And Naruto? She asked. The man looked like Naruto, only older and without the whiskers. The Naruto lookalike shook his head. No, I'm not him, but I am responsible for the hell he's been through, he told her, his eyes filled with sadness and shame. What do you mean, responsible? She didn't like the way that had sounded. It said to her that he had done whatever happened to Naruto on purpose. But he didn't answer her question. Your friends are that way. She turned to where he was pointing and then turned back, but he had disappeared. I should go find everyone else. She ran off in the direction that had been offered. But I will find out who that man is and his connection to Naruto. Damn it all to Kami and back. Naruto swore as he leapt through the trees. I knew that it wasn't going to be that easy for us. He had separated from the girls and he had no idea where they were. He had also lost his GN, sheath and all, when he was blasted back by the water. Don't sell yourself short, Kit. You were awake the second the fire went out and became immediately alert, the QB told him. And yet, we were still separated. It's my duty to protect them and now, I don't even know where they are. He was beginning to panic at the thought of not finding them. He had already lost of comrades on the battlefield and off it, whether it had been from ambushes or their wounds. He couldn't lose Azula and the others. Control yourself, Naruto Uzumaki, the fox barked out like a commander on the field of battle. What was one of the first things I drilled into your head? It was vital to remember those lessons, especially now. Naruto landed on a root of a tree that was almost submerged in the water. Your emotions do not control you, you control them, he recited. That was a vital lesson, he knew it. It had meant the difference between life and death one too many times. You're letting your emotions take control over your actions. Now calm down, take a breath and then start looking for them again. Naruto did so and began his search again, leaping through the trees. 5 minutes later, he spotted someone standing on a root and facing a tree while also standing in its shadow. Excuse me, he called out as he landed on the root. Have you seen my friends? There are 3 of them and they're all girls. One doesn't show emotions, another has a bubbly personality and the third one sometimes acts like she owns the world. Sometimes, demanded the fox. Shut up, furball, was the order he shouted in return. He really didn't need it right now. Your friends are that way. The man pointed off to the right. Thanks. He was about to head off but was stopped when the man spoke again. Do you know his name? He asked quietly. Naruto turned back to look at the man but once again, could only see his back. But this time he could see that the man wore a white cloak that had 9 magatama in rows of 3 and what looked to be a sterilized ripple pattern in the shape of an eye. What are you talking about? He asked. His Biju, on the other hand, was having different thoughts. Is that who I think it is? But he's dead, the QB silently thought in disbelief. I am here to give you some advice, Naruto Uzumaki, the man said to the blonde. No matter how hard you run or fight against it, your past will come back to you. The question is, what will you do when it catches up? Who are you? Naruto asked carefully. Although he couldn't see it, he knew that the man was smiling. I was like you once. I faced impossible odds and it looked like there was no hope. I drew a line in the ground and said that this is where I stand and where it stops. I had held my ground when others had turned tail and ran and I was victorious. After all, he slowly began to turn his head. Your stubborn, furry friend knows me quite well. Naruto didn't see much of the man's face but what he did see was the glowing, purple eye that held a ripple pattern. He took a step back. I don't know why, but it feels like I should respect this guy but also be afraid of him as well. By the time his thoughts were back in order, Naruto realized that the person had disappeared. Where'd he? I don't have time. I need to locate the others, he said as he took off in the offered direction. Hey, QB, what was that guy talking about when he asked if I knew your name? He asked the fox. It's something I'll tell you at a much later date. The QB answered. They didn't have time for it now. Aang and Kurenai went after the giggling girl but could never stay with her. She was always one tree away. As they looked through the trees and bushes, they finally saw her just standing on a root. Who are you? Aang asked before rushing at the girl. But as he got close, it turned out to be Katara. He crashed into her, which sent them straight into Sokka. All 3 of them crashed onto a U-shaped root. Standing just below the root was Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino. Guys, you're here. Have you seen Hinata or Kurenai-sensei? Kiba asked. We're right here, Kiba, Kurenai answered as she and Hinata landed on the root. The shinobi there were all relieved to see one another. Thank Kami. We've been looking all over for you. So did we, Hinata told him. Everyone was looking for everyone else. Actually, we chased 2 girls, Aang replied, gesturing to Kurenai and himself. It had pretty much occupied their thoughts once they had seen them. Girls? Asked Katara. Out of all the answer that could have come out of his mouth, she hadn't expected that one. Yeah, Kurenai and I saw 2 girls. We went after them but lost one of them. We kept after the other girl who kept giggling or laughing. So, you saw someone as well? Shino asked. Once he said that, everyone looked at him. Yeah, did you see anyone? Shino and Kiba looked at each other for a quiet moment before he answered. I saw Shina. And I saw my dad. Kiba told them. While Kurenai and Hinata looked sad at those words, the others looked confused. Okay, you saw your dad, Sokka said, pointing at Kiba. He got that. But who is Shina? He asked Shino. He remained quiet for a few minutes. Shina was my twin sister. She had contracted a rare disease when she was 5. She died less than a week later. Everyone else was quiet. Quote ellipsis. I'm sorry, Katara finally answered. It is all right. I take it that you 2 saw someone as well, he asked her and Hinata. If he and Kiba had seen something, they must have seen something as well. We saw our mothers, Hinata told them. That was all she was going to say about it. Just thinking about it made her remember her mother, and she didn't want to do that right now. They all turned to Sokka, the one person who hadn't spoken yet. Why are you looking at me for? He demanded. Well, right about now you would be saying that there was a perfectly logical reason for all this, Aang pointed out. If there was anyone who could insist that there was nothing weird going on and a rational reason for it, it would be Sokka. Well, I like to say this was all because we were scared and hungry. But I don't think that's the case here. He told the air nomad. Something was going on here, and Sokka needed to find out what it is. So, you did see someone? Katara asked. She had been surprised by her brother's answer. Usually, he would have denied anything spiritual was going on. I saw you. He made it sound like he didn't want to talk about it. He didn't tell them about the other person he saw. That, he felt, should stay with him. It's funny, but all our visions led us here right here, Aang noted as he looked around. So where is here? The middle of the swamp? Asked Katara. Yeah, the center, he said as he turned around and noticed a tree where the definition of huge would be on the small side. It's the heart of the swamp. It's been calling us here. I knew it. Yeah, a tree was calling us, Kiba said. Next, you'll be telling us that we were being hunted by some sort of monster made of vines. At that moment, there was a big splash of water and a big, green monster made of vines appeared behind them. In the moment of shock and surprise that followed, Sokka looked over at Kiba. You just had to say it. Ty Lee ran through the water, trying to find one of the others, before crashing into someone familiar. My! She cried in joy as she leapt up from the water, pulled the other girl up, and hugged her. She was so glad to see a familiar face. Nice to see you too, Ty Lee, Mai said her. Now please, let go. I need to breathe. Sorry, she apologized, letting go. I'm just glad to see someone else. Before she could say anything in response, they heard someone landing nearby. Good, the 2 of you are already together, Azula said from atop a nearby root. Thank Agni it's you, Azula, the acrobat said happily as she climbed up the root with Mai behind her. I guess that old man did point me in the right direction. That got the attention of the princess. Wait, you saw someone too? She nodded. Yeah, actually I saw 2 people. Same here, but I saw 3 people, Mai told them. Who did you see? Ty Lee asked her. I saw an old man wearing the Fire Lord's headpiece with a young man that was probably his grandson, she answered, thinking back to them. She could still see them perfectly. How did you know that it was his grandson? She took a breath to steady herself. The old man, it was Zuko. And the reason I say that it was his grandson was because I could see Zuko in him. That's only 2, who was the third? Azula asked, curious to know. The third person was a stranger to me, but it sounded like he knew Naruto, she told them, getting their attention. Hey, the old man that I met said he knew Naruto as well, Ty Lee put in. That couldn't be a coincidence. It just couldn't. It is a bit strange that we saw people that are connected to Naruto, isn't it? I don't know what to make of it. Ty Lee, what happened with you? Mai asked her. I first met this woman in a green kimono with armor and face paint. She grew quiet at this point. What is it, Ty Lee? Azula asked. It was rare for the acrobat to fall silent like this. Not to mention a little disturbing. The woman looked like me, she told them. It was like I was looking into a mirror, but with a 10-year difference. Then she disappeared and the old man showed up. So, what did you see, Azula? Mai asked, looking at her. She might have not looked like it, but she was curious. Azula looked away with a sad face. I saw Naruto, but as a child, she said, sounding almost ashamed about it. Ty Lee was very curious. Oh, what was the cutie like? Naruto didn't really talk about his life before they found him on Ember Island. For her, that was like a mystery that looked to be unsolvable. He was terrified of me. He thought that I was going to hurt him. He kept asking what he did wrong and if he was a demon. Out of all the things she thought would come out of her friend's mouth, that wasn't one of them. Dear Agni, what did he go through? She asked. She was horrified by what she heard. And if the subtle expression on Mai's face was any indicator, she felt the same. I don't know, but after he disappeared, another person showed himself. He looked like Naruto, only older and with no whiskers, she told them. He said that he was responsible for what happened to Naruto. But before I could anything else out of him, he told me where you guys were and then disappeared. What are you going to do? Mai asked, not letting anything slip past the emotionless mask she wore. What we are going to do is to not tell Naruto about what I saw, no arguments, she ordered. They both nodded in agreement, even though their curiosity burned now. They then heard a loud thump behind them. There you three are, exclaimed Naruto said as he walked hurriedly towards them. They all heard the relief in his voice. I guess that guy was right. What guy? Mai asked him. Now it wasn't a coincidence if he had seen something too. That's not important, he said shortly. Right now, we need to get out of this swamp and regroup. No. We are not losing the Avatar. Azula protested. The Avatar was in the swamp. He could be just past the next tree for all they knew. They couldn't give up his trail now. We've already lost the Avatar as well as the mongoose dragons, the blonde told her firmly. We don't have any idea of where we actually are or where the Avatar is. We need to leave the swamp. When I was heading this way, I think I passed near an edge of the swamp, Ty Lee offered. It had been a brief glimpse, but she was sure of it. Take the lead, Ty Lee, Naruto ordered. They began to leave, but he noticed that Azula hadn't moved. Azula, it's for the best. We need to capture the Avatar, nothing else matters, she argued. She couldn't fail her father. Not like Zuko did. His face turned cold at those words. So, you are willing to risk your friends' lives to go looking in a swamp for someone who was possibly on the other side of or not even in it at all. You're willing to do that and potentially sacrificing the means to your answer on something like that. She tried to come up with a defense, but his rhetorical questions had left her without one. He was right. There would be another chance to hunt the Avatar. Which way did you come in from, Ty Lee? She asked with a defeated sigh. This way, follow me, she answered cheerfully. Everyone split off just as the monster swung its arms at them. It reached for Sokka as he ran through the water. It grabbed him and began to drag him back. Seeing his situation, Kurenai grabbed hold of his arms and tried to pull him out of the grip of the vines. But they proved to be too strong as Kurenai was dragged into the grip as well. Aang saw what was happening and quickly bent the air into a slicing wave. It flew at the monster and cut off the end of its arm. There were no hands on this thing, letting Kurenai and Sokka to fall back into the water with a splash. The monster retaliated by flinging his other arm at Aang, hitting him, and sending him away in the air. Sokka and Kurenai tried to cut themselves of the scraps of vice that were still attached to them. However, they noticed that the vines were floating out of the water and reattaching to the damaged arm, lengthening it back to what it had been before. The monster swung his arm again at Sokka and Kurenai, but this time, Shino had knocked Kurenai out of the way, so the monster grabbed Shino and Sokka. "Shino, is there any chance of you using your bugs?" Sokka demanded as they were lifted up. "The vines are holding me too tightly, my Kikaichu cannot get out," Shino answered. He could barely even move in the grip. The monster began to glide through the water away from the rest of the group. It was stopped when Hinata landed in front of it. "Hake Kusho, 8 trigram vacuum palm," she shouted as she put her palm out in her front of her and gave a thrusting motion. The monster was pushed back and was momentarily distracted, which allowed Kiba and Akamaru get in close. "Gatsuga, fang over fang," the Inuzuka yelled as he and Akamaru drilled through the arm that held Sokka and Shino. As soon as they fell to the ground and had gotten clear, Katara bent the water into ring-like shapes and sent them at the monster. As she bent a continuous barrage at the monster, slicing off chunks while it tried to reattach the vines, Sokka noticed something about the monster. "There's someone in there," he announced to the group. "He's bending the vines." Katara bent one last water ring at the monster, slicing off the top half of the wooden mask that passed for a face, as well as the top part of the monster itself. For a moment, it looked a small tower that was made from vines, but that moment was over when vines from the water tried to restrain Katara. That idea was stopped by Aang as he landed in front of the monster and blasted it with air. As the vines disassembled, they could briefly see the person who was manipulating the vines before he was covered again by said vines. "Why did you call me here if you just wanted to kill us?" Aang demanded. "Wait!" the person cried before the vines fell, revealing a middle-aged man with gray hair and beard. He wore a green loincloth with leaves in the front. "I didn't call you here." The group all gave each other a look and then faced the man again. "We were flying over, and I heard something calling to me, telling me to land," Aang told the man. "He's the Avatar, stuff like that happens to us a lot," Sokka explained. In the back, Kiba muttered, "Tell me about it." He and his team hadn't been around them for long and they already were going through some weird stuff. "The Avatar," the man repeated. "Come with me." He gestured behind him and walked toward the center of the swamp, where they could spot a large tree sitting in the middle. The group just lowered their weapons and followed him. "So, who are you then?" Katara asked as they climbed the tree. It was a little steep, but they were able to manage. Soon enough, they had reached a level surface. "I protect the swamp from folks who want to hurt it," he explained. "Like these two with their knives." He gestured to Sokka and Kiba. Kiba looked sheepish, but Sokka wasn't. "So, there is nothing mystical about this swamp then, huh?" the tribesman asked, generally curious about it. "Don't worry, the swamp is a mystical place, it's sacred," he told them as he sat down. "I reached enlightenment right here under the banyan grove tree. I heard it calling me, just like you did." "Yeah, it sounds really chatty," Kiba said. "We almost got killed in here." "Knock it off, Kiba," Kurenai told her student. "They really didn't need that right now, otherwise they would probably end up in more trouble." "Sorry," he replied. Akamaru just rolled his eyes in exasperation. The man continued, like the two of them hadn't said anything. "See, this whole swamp is actually one tree spread out over miles. Breaches spread, then sink and take root and then spread some more, one big living organism, just like the entire world." As they took in what he said, Aang looked at him. "I get how the tree is one big thing, but the whole world?" he asked. That seemed a little far-fetched to him. "Sure, you think you're any different from me or your friends or this tree?" the man asked back. "If you listen hard enough, you can hear every living thing breathing together. You can feel everything growing. We're all living together, even if most folks don't act like it. We all have the same roots, and we are all branches of the same tree." "But what did our visions mean?" Katara asked. That question, and the fact she saw her mother was the one thing that was bugging her. In the swamp, we see visions of people we've lost, people we've loved. Folks we think are gone, but the swamp tells us they're not. We're still connected to them. Time is an illusion and so is death, he explained. So that's what they meant when they said that they never left us, Kiba quietly said to Shino, who only nodded in agreement. The two of them both knew there was a little more to it, but they were happy with that answer for now. But, what about my vision? Aang asked. It was two people I had never met. You're the Avatar, you tell me, he said with a small smile. Taking the challenge, the Avatar thought hard about it. Time is an illusion, he said to himself. So, they'll be people I will meet. The man nodded. When Kurenai heard this, she brought her hand down to her belly. The vision of the girl in the kimono came back to her. I guess I will meet you soon, she thought to herself. The man then glimpsed at something beneath Sokka's shirt. Hey, youngster, what's that under your shirt? He asked. Sokka reached inside his shirt and pulled out his Paragon medallion. The man's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of it. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a Paragon, he apologized, bowing his head slightly. It's okay. I'm still new at it, the tribesman assured him. How do you know about the Paragons? Well, legend has it that the first group of Paragons were first to attain enlightenment under the Banyan Grove tree. It was here they found their last teacher, who taught them an ability that only a Paragon can have. Well, that's informative, he remarked, silently filing the information away. Now we just need to find Appa, Momo, and Aquila. I think I know how to find them. Aang placed a hand on the tree and began to concentrate. Everything is connected. He saw Appa being caught in a net by people who wore clothes that were like what the man wore. He also saw Aquila being caught in the net as well. Come on. We have to hurry, he told the others before speeding off into the swamp with Katara close behind. The others were right behind them. He tore through the swamp, intent on finding the lost animals. At the speed he was going, it wasn't long before he saw the boats that the men were in. He also saw Appa and Aquila trapped in the net and also saw Momo's tail sticking out of a bag in one of the boats. He instantly sent a blast of air at the boats, breaking one of them and sending the two people in it flying into the water. Appa! Aquila! He cried out as he jumped out of the bush and landing on a root in front of the boats. As Katara joined him, he sent another air blast at the person, a short, chubby man who held the bag containing Momo, sending him into the water as well and letting Momo free. We're under attack. Another person, a tall, thin man, exclaimed before bending the water around him, sending a wave at Aang and Katara who pushed it back. After a few moments of fighting each other via the wave, Katara realized something. Hey, you guys are waterbenders. You too? Asked the tall thin one. That means we're kin. Katara looked a little put off by that remark. Sure, the unique-looking waterbenders may look like kin, but they were so detached from their original home that they are practically different people now. As the three of them let the wave collapse, Sokka and Team Kurenai as well as the man approached Aang and Katara. Hey how you been? The tall thin man asked the man. You know, scared some folks, swung some vines, the usual, the man now known as Who said casually. Who? Asked Shino as the rest of the group looked at the guy. I think it's best to take it in stride, Shino, Hinata told him. They had gone through a lot that day. I think we're almost there, Ty Lee told the rest of the group as they walked into a clearing. They had been following for the past 2 hours now. Well, that's good to know, Mai commented dryly. She almost desperately wanted to get back on dry land. She was quite certain her feet were waterlogged. Look, there's some dry land right ahead, she pointed out. As they approached the dry land, they saw that there was a hut on it as well as a fire going with knives lying next to it on the ground. It looks like there's someone already here, Naruto noted. The fire was crackling merrily and even from where he stood, he could tell there were no rust spots on the knives. Hello. Azula called out. Is anyone in there? Suddenly from behind them, the water surged forward and hit them in the backs, knocking them to the ground and putting them in a daze. Before they could react, someone had tied their arms behind their backs and their legs together with rope. "Well, there we are," a voice said. They looked up and saw a man in ragged, Northern Water Tribe clothing standing above them. "I was beginning to wonder if you ever show up. But then again, when I separated the four of you, I knew it might take a while." "You were the one who separated us?" Ty Lee asked. "I did just say that, didn't I?" he told her with a smile that sent shivers down her spine. "What are you going to do with us?" Mai asked in a seemingly bored tone of voice. But even though she looked bored, she felt incredibly nervous. "Why, my dear, the four of you will be my dinner." "I always do enjoy a feast," the man said with a mad giggle. When they heard those words, their eyes went wide in horror and shock. "You're a cannibal," Naruto stated, cold outrage shining in his eyes, replacing the horror and shock that had been there mere moments before. "Aren't we all? I just happen to like a different kind of meat." He gave off a mad laugh. Before he could do anything else, Azula had freed herself from her bonds and jumped up. "Did you really think that rope would be able to hold me?" she taunted arrogantly. The burnt remains of her rope fell to the ground all around her. The man didn't say anything, only to thrust out a hand and bend the water into a whip-like shape. He attacked Azula with the whip, only for her to dodge him. But he got her the second time. The whip wrapped around her leg and pulled, making her fall to the ground. He then noticed that the others had gotten free as well, so he bent the water again and froze their arms and legs. "Oh, I do enjoy the feisty ones," the man said as he let the water whip dissipate and fall to the ground as he walked over to Azula. "You know what? I'm going to have some fun with you." She didn't know what it was exactly. Maybe it was the way he said it, or how his eyes gleamed with lust. But she suddenly felt very afraid. "You keep away," she yelled, kicking him in the chest with both feet, pushing him back. She got up and tried to get away, but he grabbed her legs and pulled her back down to the ground. She landed face first right next to the fire and the knives. Deciding that enough was enough, he reached down and flipped her over onto her back. "Now stay put, you'll like it and soon, you'll be begging for more," he told her as his hands reached for her pants. It was then she acted. In her right hand was a knife she had managed to grab before he had flipped her. Moving in speeds that only desperation combined with fear could give a person, she slashed the man's throat with the knife. Blood gushed out of the throat as the man choked to death on his own blood. The last look he had on his face was one of shock and surprise, like he had never expected her to do that. Azula quickly freed Ty Lee, Mai, and Naruto from the ice that was holding them. As they stood up and messaged their frozen limbs, she stared numbly at the corpse that lay on the ground. "We better keep moving," Naruto told them. "The edge of the swamp is just over there." He pointed off onto the distance. They could see the trees thin out and led into solid land. They began to move away, but Naruto noticed that Azula was still staring at the body. "Azula, are you okay?" he asked. "What?" she asked, coming back to the present. "Yeah, I'm fine. Are you sure?" He knew what it was like to kill someone. People were never just fine afterwards. "I said I was fine, Naruto," she snapped at him. He saw how close her temper was to snap and decided to drop it. "Very well, let's get moving." They made their way out of the swamp, their eagerness to get out of there quickening their pace. When they finally got clear of the swamp's edge and took a quick breather, Ty Lee saw something. "Hey, aren't those our mongoose dragons?" she asked, pointing to a hill in front of them. Sure enough, the mongoose dragons were sunning themselves there. On the backs of the mongoose dragons were the packs they had left there. "Isn't that helpful?" Naruto commented dryly. That night, after being introduced to the Foggy Swamp tribe by two of its members, though the short chubby one, and Do, the tall thin one, they were led to the village and given dinner. "How you like that possum chicken?" Do asked the group. "Tastes just like Arctic hen," Sokka answered. "So why you were guys interested in eating Appa and Aquila? You got plenty of those big things wandering around." He pointed to the cat gator behind Tho and Do. "You want me to eat old Slim? He's like a member of the family," he told them before tossing a fish at the cat gator. Nice Slim, Sokka said as he tossed the insect in his hand at the creature. It just bounced off his snout, making him growl at Sokka. While Sokka flinched a little, both Akamaru and Aquila raised their heads and growled back at Slim, making him shut up. Do laughed. Oh, he doesn't eat no bugs, that's people food. Hey you, could you please not talk about bugs? Shino can hear you, Kiba asked, pointing over to his teammate. When Shino had discovered the fact that the tribe ate bugs, he almost had a fit of hysterics. His teammates managed to calm him down, but now every time he saw someone eat an insect, he would flinch, dropped his head, and muttered, "The horror." What's the matter with him? Du asked. He's kind of a bugbender, Hinata explained, trying to find the best way to explain what Shino was to them. Sorry about that, then, he told Shino, who nodded in response. Then he saw the giant bug that Sokka ate and shuddered. If that kept up, it was going to be a long night. Where'd you say you was from? Though asked Katara. The South Pole, she answered. She was still surprised by the fact that there were waterbenders in the Earth Kingdom. She had thought they were all in the North Pole. Didn't know there were waterbenders anywhere but here, he told her. They got a nice swamp there, do they? No, it's all ice and snow. And it was home for her. Quote ellipsis. No wonder you left, he said after he and Du looked a little wide-eyed. You know Sokka, I'm surprised, she told her brother. You haven't even tried to say that there was nothing mysterious about the swamp. Well, I like to say that, but I can't. Something is out there in the swamp. I just don't know what it is, he answered. They then heard the cry of a screeching bird. But as they turned to the noise, they saw a vine rise and smack the bird away. After watching this play out, Sokka just turned to the rest of the group. I rest my case. Kurenai then felt a tingling sensation in her hip pouch. Opening it up, she saw that the seal tag with the kanji for fly was glowing. Standing up, she walked away from the group, which her students noticed. What's the matter, Kurenai-sensei? Kiba asked, bringing his attention from his food to her. I think we're about to receive a message from the Hokage, she told them. Once she had enough room, she slapped the seal down on the ground and backed away. Suddenly the area was filled with smoke and they all heard a poof. When the smoke cleared, Team Asuma and Team Guy stood before Kurenai, who had a look of surprise on her face. Why are you guys here? It was Asuma who answered her, while giving her an easy smile and a small hand wave. Nice to see you too, Kurenai. Who are they? Sokka demanded as he reached for his boomerang. It's okay, they're friends, Hinata told him, her voice reassuring. Aang, Katara, Sokka, this is Team Asuma, Kurenai introduced. Asuma stepped forward. Hey, the name's Asuma Sarutobi. These are my students, Shikamaru Nara, he pointed to the boy with the lazy expression on his face and spiky black hair in a ponytail. Choji Akamichi, he pointed to a tall, big-boned boy with brown spiky hair that went down to his waist, and Ino Yamanaka. He pointed to a girl with long blonde hair done up in a high ponytail. Asuma wore a black suit as well as a dark green jacket of sorts over the suit. He wore a sash at his waist that had the symbol for fire on it. His black hair was short and spiky. He also had a beard that connected with his sideburns but no mustache. Shikamaru wore the same thing as Asuma minus the sash. He also wore mesh armor underneath the suit and his jacket was lighter shade of green. He wore studs in his ears and his headband was attached to the sleeve of his suit. Choji wore a red suit that had plated armor on it. On the chest was the kanji for food, although Aang, Sokka and Katara did not know that. He had swirl marks on his cheeks. He also wore studs in his ears and the cloth of his headband was red. Ino wore a purple, sleeveless blouse, and a purple apron skirt over a shorter skirt that black with fishnet shorts underneath that. She wore fishnet warmers on her elbows and knees. She also wore studs in ears but didn't seem to wear a headband. And this is Team Guy, Kurenai finished. Guy stepped forward. Hello to you all, it is very youthful to meet you. I am Konoha's green beast, Might Guy. These three youthful people are my students. Rock Lee, he pointed to bowl-style haircut boy. Neji Hyuga, he pointed to a boy with black hair that reached the middle of his back and eyes that looked like Hinata's. And Tenten, he pointed to a girl with brown hair that was done up in buns. Guy was something to look at. He wore a green spandex jumpsuit with orange leg warmers. His headband was worn around his waist like a belt and a jacket the same color as Asuma's, only his was unzipped. He probably had some of the biggest and bushiest eyebrows that Aang, Sokka, or Katara had seen in their lives. Rock Lee was the spitting image of his teacher. He wore the same suit and leg warmers, but he wore bandages around his hands and wrists where Guy did not. He also had the same haircut and the same eyebrows. His forehead protector was worn like a belt as well, and he wore a jacket the same color as Shikamaru's. But unlike his teacher, he had it zipped up. Neji was thankfully wearing something quite differently than Guy or Lee. He wore a white shirt that had loose sleeves and white pants. Over his pants was a navy gray apron. Unlike his teacher or teammate, he wore his headband on his forehead. Just like Hinata, as they apparently shared a name, he had the same kind of eyes. Tenten wore a white blouse with a high collar that had a red fastener on it. She also wore red pants that looked a little puffy. She had on black, fingerless gloves, and on her back was a big scroll. Her headband was also on her forehead and the cloth was also red. Hello, my name's Aang, the airbender introduced himself. He then introduced the rest of the group, including Appa, Momo and Akila. Asuma, I need to talk to you. Kurenai grabbed him by the arm as everyone else got to know one another and catch up. Alone. Okay, he replied, following her away from the small village. So, how've you guys been? Choji asked as he walked forward and sat down with the group. He reached out and took one of the sticks with bugs on it. After inspecting it for a moment, he began to slowly eat it, ignoring Shino. We've been doing okay, Hinata answered as the others joined them, sitting down around the fire. Lady Hinata, are you all right? We heard from Lady Tsunade about the encounter with Naruto, Neji asked as he went to her. I'm fine, Neji, she assured him. But she could tell that he didn't really believe her. So how are the two of you related? Katara asked. Neji is my cousin, she answered. Then she noticed something. By the way, where are Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and Sakura? She would have thought that they would be here. We honestly don't know. Lady Tsunade only called us in for the mission, Ino replied. Guy suddenly looked away with an expression of unease on his face. He quickly brought his attention back to the group, but Shikamaru had noticed what he did. Speaking of the mission, has there been any change to it? Shino asked. He wanted to focus on something other than what was for dinner, and the mission would be an ideal choice. Lady Tsunade has upgraded the mission to an S rank. Our primary mission is still to protect the Avatar, but our secondary mission is to try and find Naruto, Neji filled Team Kurenai in. So, how are we going to do that? Kiba asked. We're still figuring it out. We didn't come up with a definitive plan until we got your input, Shikamaru explained. Before they could any further, they heard a cry of, "What?" coming from the swamp. A few minutes later, both Kurenai and Asuma came back to the group. Both had looks of stunned wonder on their faces. What was all that, then? Du asked. Kurenai just told me something that was, probably the most surprising thing I've ever heard, Asuma explained, a slightly dazed look replacing the stunned wonder he just had. It was like he couldn't believe what he had just heard. What was it? Asked Tho. I'm pregnant, Kurenai told them with a small blush on her face. For about a minute, the only thing that was heard was the sound of crickets. Then, there was a cry of, "What?" coming from all three teams. Both Hinata and Neji activated their Byakugan to validate what Kurenai said. She's telling the truth, Hinata announced as she and Neji deactivated their Byakugan. Her stutter had come back momentarily, but she didn't really think about it. All she could see was how brightly her sensei's chakra was glowing and building around her stomach. Meanwhile, Kiba was currently kicking himself. This was what Naruto meant, back at Omashu. And the blonde had been right, he should have realized it. Guy immediately hopped up from where he sat. Yosh. It seems that your flames of youth have melted the Ice Queen's heart, he shouted with tears falling from his face. To celebrate this most youthful moment, I will do 400 laps around this swamp. Yosh, Guy-sensei, cried out Lee as he jumped up, tears also falling. If we cannot do that, then we will do 800 laps as well as 1200 push-ups. Lee. Guy grabbed Lee into a tight hug, which Lee returned. As they hugged each other, somehow the image of a setting sun appeared behind the two. Do not look directly at them. Neji and Tenten warned everyone in perfect unison. Everyone quickly looked away after that warning. After finally managing to get the hug fest to stop, everyone started to ask Kurenai and Asuma questions. Everyone, that is, except for Sokka. Sokka, what's the matter? Aang asked as he noticed the tribesman was still sitting down and had a look of concentration on his face. Something made that tornado and force us to land, Aang, and it wasn't a weird occurrence of the weather, Sokka told him. I just want to know what it caused it. Before Aang could say anything, they heard a voice. I caused it, it spoke. Looking around, the two of them noticed that time had seemed to stop. Everyone else was frozen, stopped in whatever motion they were doing. And standing on the opposite side of the fire, was the same cloaked person Aang had met over Omashu. You? Asked the air nomad in a stunned voice. Hello to you too, little avatar, replied the spirit. Who are you and what did you do? Sokka demanded. He slowly reached for one of his weapons, trying to make himself ready for a fight. I froze you two in a moment in time so we could talk, it answered him, like it was nothing at all. That's nice, but you didn't answer my first question. Who are you? I've been called many things over the years. But recently, I prefer to be called Sifu. I know the Paragons and the Avatar rather well. How? Asked Sokka with suspicion. Even though he had stopped reaching for a weapon, there was something in the spirit's voice that convinced him that he wasn't a threat. He was still unsure of the spirit before them. Oh, that is simple. I was the last teacher of the first Paragons, and I have known every Paragon since, he answered, like it was obvious. Both Aang and Sokka looked at him with surprise. They had thought the last teacher would have been human and therefore, dead. Wait a minute. Who said that the Paragon's last teacher taught them one ability that only they knew? What are they? Aang asked. Though they couldn't see it, they knew that Sifu was smirking. Trying to give yourself an edge against them, little avatar, he asked. He tried to defend himself but couldn't find a good answer. It's being able to cut off the link between the avatar state and the avatar, isn't it? Sokka asked the spirit. Since he had experienced that power before, it stood to reason. Sifu's only response was to nod. Sifu turned his gaze at Aang, who remained unnerved. It seems to me that you have a question, little avatar. Yeah, I have a question. Why did you train the Paragons? Aang demanded. He still couldn't believe that they were there to kill him. They threatened the balance of the world just by that act alone. Can't you see that they're a threat to the world's harmony? Don't you mean a threat to you, little avatar? He asked with cold fury lacing his voice. The avatar took a step back in fear as he heard that voice. Suddenly, he felt very tiny, and very weak. I'll tell you why I trained them. Because it had been necessary then and it's still necessary now. Before Aang could say anything else, Sokka cut in. Sorry about that, Sifu. He gets like that sometimes. The tribesman apologized on behalf of his friend, while also silently telling him to stay quiet. Sifu sighed in exasperation. Trust me, Sokka. It seems like every avatar I meet gets like that when they find out about the Paragons. That's another thing. Just how have you been around? Once again, they couldn't see it, but they knew Sifu was smiling. While I'm not as old as some of the spirits out there, I am one of the few spirits out there that Ko is afraid of. Before they could ask anything else, he continued. I think it's time you went back to your friends. He disappeared and just like that, time started to flow again. Aang and Sokka sat on the ground, watching their friends begin to move again. The four of them sat around a campfire with the mongoose dragons sleeping nearby. So, what do we do now? Tai Li asked. She was awfully glad to get out of that swamp, but she had no idea what they would do now. We head for Yu Dao. It's the closest Fire Nation colony as well as the closest military base, Naruto told them. When they had been separated, they had left some necessary supplies behind. Now, they had to restock. You okay with that, Azula? Mai asked, looking over at her friend, who was staring at the fire. Yes, she answered curtly, not taking her eyes off the fire. Are you all right, Azula? Tai Li asked cautiously. She knew when the princess got like this, it was always best to tread lightly. Yes, I'm all right. Because ever since we left the swamp, you've been kinda. I'm all right, Tai Li, drop it, she barked out. After a second of silence, she took a breath to calm herself and stood up. I'm going to bed, she told them before heading into the tent that she had. She is not all right, Naruto said after she went into the tent. So, what are you going to do about it? Mai asked. Right now, I'm going to do nothing. If he did something, odds are it wouldn't be pretty. So, what happened to you two in the swamp? If something had happened to him, something must have happened to them. What about you? Did you meet someone? Tai Li asked back. Yeah, I did. But I didn't really see the guy. I only saw his back and a side of his face. He looked at the two of them. Who did you guys see? Well, I think I saw a future version of me, and Mai saw an old Zuko and his grandson. But we also met people who sounded like they knew you. He immediately paid attention. Who were these people? Both Tai Li and Mai described the two people to him. Why would they see Gigi and Haku? He wondered to himself. Neither of the girls knew who had shown themselves to them. It was a little weird. Hey Naruto, Mai said, getting his attention. Yes, doom and gloom. She ignored that. If they got into that now, the subject they were on would be forgotten. Those people we saw, who are they to you? She asked him, looking intently at him. He sat there silently. It went on like that for a couple of minutes and it felt like he wouldn't tell them. Quote ellipsis. I knew them once, a long time ago, he finally answered. Are they dead? Tai Li asked. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that they were. He simply nodded. No one spoke for a while after that. They were hoping he would elaborate on what he said, and he chose to remain silent. I think it's time we all went to bed, Mai said, breaking the silence. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, she agreed as she hopped up. Both she and Mai went into the small tent that the two of them shared, leaving Naruto at the no tent of his own. He opted to sleep by the fire. As he laid out his spare bedroll, he noticed someone out of the corner of his eye. Standing up and quickly turning around, he came face to face with a fair-skinned woman with red hair and dark gray-blue eyes. While Naruto didn't know who she was, the Kyuubi's jaw had dropped. What the? She's dead and we're not in that Kami-forsaken swamp. How is she here? He silently demanded, despite knowing that he wouldn't get an answer. Who are you? Naruto demanded, his hand reaching for a kunai he kept in a pouch. The woman gave a sad smile and lifted her hand to touch his face. But as she did that, he took hold of the kunai. I'll ask again, who are you? The woman opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, a single leaf flew across Naruto's eyes which distracted him. When his eyes refocused, the woman was gone. Who was that? Any ideas, Kyuubi? Asked Naruto as he put the kunai away. I'm not sure, the Kyuubi lied, for he knew that person and he knew her very well. I'd have to go through my memories to double check. All right. The blonde took his word for it. Good night, Fox. Good night, Gaki. The sound of Azula screaming woke him up immediately. Tearing himself out of the bedroll, he ran into her tent. There he saw her thrashing around in her sleep, in the hold of a nightmare. Azula, wake up, he told her as he grabbed hold of her. Her eyes snapped open, but she wasn't fully awake yet. Let me go, she cried as she tried to get out of his grip, thinking she was still in the nightmare. Calm down, Azula, he told her. It's me, Naruto. When she heard his name, she began to calm down. As she stopped struggling against his grip, she took a breath to calm herself. Sorry, Naruto, she apologized. Was it the same dream? He asked. Surprisingly, she shook her head. No, not this time. It was the man from the swamp. I slashed his throat, but he didn't die. I tried to run, but no matter where I ran to, he always seemed just behind me. He had finally caught up and was about to. She couldn't finish the sentence. The mere thought of it was making her tremble in his arms. She was the princess of the Fire Nation. She could not tremble at a dream. He was about to do what he was going to do to you in the swamp, he quietly asked her. She nodded. That's when you woke me up. She couldn't hold it in, not to him. She looked at him with scared eyes. Why? Why can I still see him? He pulled her into a hug. You just killed someone for the first time. Nothing really prepares you for it, he said. So, you had nightmares too, she asked as she remembered that night. She had always thought he hadn't, given the way he had acted. Yes. He looked at her. Do you want me to stay? He asked her. She nodded. Naruto. Could I listen to it? She asked him, blushing slightly. He also had a slight blush on his face but nodded anyway. He stood up and removed his boots, putting them to the side. He undid the cloth belt and let the vest fall off his body by simply rolling his shoulders back. He took off his shirt and stood before her. She had seen it before, but what she saw still made her blush a little. 3 years of constant training and fighting had changed his body. His muscles were lean, like a runner, but also hard. When she saw them, she knew that they could move underneath his skin like they were flowing through water. He wore his Paragon medallion over his chest, but he also wore a small, beautiful, green crystal as well. She knew for a fact that his fangirls would die just to see him as he was now. And she was proud to know that he would only do this for her. He lay down on the bedroll and pulled her in close. Good night, Azula. She got closer, melding her body to his, laid her head on his chest and listened. She listened to the gentle beating of his heart. To her, it was a piece of music that soothed her and lulled her to sleep. Good night, Naruto, she replied, already getting sleepily. Soon afterwards, the pair were fast asleep in each other's arms. She was walking down the royal gallery when she felt a presence behind her. Turning around, she saw the same man she had seen in the swamp. You, she exclaimed. The man simply nodded. Why are you here? She demanded. As she looked around to see if there was anyone else, she somehow knew that this was a dream. We came here to talk to you, he told her. She was confused by those. We. What do you mean by, we? He means me, a voice told her. Stepping out from behind the man was a woman with bright red hair. Even though Azula didn't know it, it was the same woman Naruto had seen. What do you want? She knew that the man was somehow important to Naruto, and so by extension, the woman must also be important to her bodyguard. However, she didn't know what they wanted. He considers you to be one of his precious people, never lose sight of that, the woman told her. Please protect him as much as he protects you. As she listened to those words, she narrowed her eyes at the two of them. You're talking about Naruto. They both nodded. What is he to you? Why do you care about him so much? They began to fade away, but she heard the man say one more thing before they disappeared. And what he said stunned her. It's only natural that we would care about our son. What parent wouldn't? Location: Earth Kingdom. The swordsman walked down an alley in the middle of the night. Hearing a door creak, he spun around and drew his swords. Who's there? He demanded as he waved his swords around. Hearing footsteps coming from behind him, he turned around again, but he was too slow. He was quickly disarmed and thrown at some nearby crates. Looking back, he saw someone in black garb standing over him. The person reached down and took his swords. It was then he saw the person's face, or rather, the blue mask that covered his face. The former swordsman looked at the masked person with surprise. The blue spirit, he said, knowing who it was. The blue spirit began to walk closer to the man, the sword seemingly gleaming in the light of the moon. "What do you want from me?" "Humiliation," the blue spirit answered. "But I've never done anything to insult you," the man protested, but the blue spirit now stood directly in front of him. "Please don't kill me," he cried as tears fell from his face. He wanted to live, and he would do anything to be spared. The blue spirit put the two swords into the sheath on his back and then grabbed the man by the shirt, bringing him face to face. "So, there's nothing a fat man dancing for his dinner, huh?" the blue spirit growled. "Well, there's also nothing like a coward begging for his life." Before he could even respond, the blue spirit punched him in the face and knocking him. As the man collapsed on the ground, it awoke the surrounding houses. By then, the blue spirit had disappeared. End. Author's note. Thank you all for the reviews you've sent me. I'm going to say this right now. I am skipping Avatar Day, but I am going to mention parts of it in the next chapter. I will state this now for the record in case anyone decides to complain. No actual cannibalism was shown here. Now, I'm not going to have all the teams going with Aang at the same time. That would get a little complicated. How it's going to work will be explained in the next chapter. There was a reason I had to come up with someone for Shino, and it all has to do with this question: have you seen Shino get emotional over anyone? Hence, why I came up with Sheena and had her die when both she and Shino were 5. For those of you who are mad that Team Kakashi isn't on the mission, don't worry. They'll find out about it later. But they will not be on the mission itself. Bodyguard of Azula. Location: Azula's group. Are we there yet? Ty Lee asked out loud. They had been walking up a staircase carved into the mountain, and it seemed like forever since they had been at the base. Yes, we're there, Azula answered. As they walked up the last step, they saw the walls of Yu Dao stretched out before them. Just above the walls were the green tiled roofs of the colony's buildings. They would be red. They were a colony of the Fire Nation, after all. It took us long enough to get here, Mai said as she looked at her mongoose dragon with an annoyed look. When they had reached the base of the staircase, the mongoose dragons had been worn out because of hard riding. So, they had dismounted and walked up the staircase alongside them, and asked, "Can we head inside now?" Good idea, Ty Lee agreed. She wanted to get inside so they could find a place to relax a little bit. They were about to move forward when Naruto held out his hand, motioning them to stop. "Wait a moment," he told them as he kept scanning the surrounding area. "What is it, Naruto?" Azula asked him, becoming alert. "We're about to get a visitor." She was confused by those words. "What are you?" Before she could finish the sentence, they heard a whistling sound and then saw something crash in front of Naruto's feet. Looking up, they saw that someone garbed all in black. They could tell that the attacker was female because the clothing did not hide her curves and she had not covered her hair, which was brown and done in a female's hairstyle. "You're getting better, but you still can't hit me," Naruto told the attacker as she pulled the chain in her hands and retrieved the object in front of Naruto's feet, which turned out to be a spiked meteor hammer. He walked forward, putting some distance between him and the girls. He shifted the GN on his back. He had packed a spare, just in case the one he had been using was lost or destroyed. The attacker growled, swung the chain a little, and hurled the meteor hammer at him again. He ducked his head to dodge it, and then the attacker threw the other end of the chain, which was also a spiked meteor hammer, at him. He did a little jump, and as he was in midair, he shot out his hands and landed in a perfect handstand. Shifting his weight forward, he let his body fall to the ground. As he was about to hit the ground, he tucked his body in and rolled forward. He then leapt forward out of the roll and charged at the attacker. The attacker reacted by bending the earth in front of her to form a barrier. Naruto didn't slow down in response to the earthbending attack against him. As soon as he reached the wall, he put one foot on it and immediately started to run up it. He cleared the top in less than 5 seconds. Drawing out his GN, he stabbed it into the top of the barrier. He then proceeded to use it as a handle to swing over to the other side of the barrier, disappearing from Azula's, Mai's and Ty Lee's sight. He tried to pull the GN out of the barrier as he landed, only to have it snap in half, leaving him with a ruined sword. Damn it, he swore underneath his breath. Not letting something like that stop him, he got in close to the attacker and swept her legs out from under her. As her back hit the ground, she felt the tip of a knife touching her throat. Lower the barrier, he told her, his voice void of emotion. She did just that. As the barrier collapsed, Azula, Mai, and Ty Lee rushed over to where Naruto was. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Ty Lee asked. She had gotten worried once he had gone over and they couldn't see him. "I'm fine," he replied. He threw a glare at the broken pieces of the GN. "I'm annoyed to hell and back at the sword, but I'm fine." "What are you waiting for, Naruto? Kill her," Azula commanded. His attacker was at his mercy. Now was the time to finish it. He should kill her right now and be done with it. He looked at her and then smiled. "Now why would I do that?" he asked her as he put the kunai that he had used against the attack away. He held out his hand to the attacker. She took it and he helped her get up. "I'm going to get you one day, Naruto," she said with determination shining in her eyes as she pulled down the mask covering the bottom half of her face. He simply laughed in response to the newcomer's declaration. "That's the spirit," he told her, making her smile back at him. "Who is this earthbender, Naruto?" Azula asked. That dangerous tone in her voice, the one where everyone who knew her would find a good hiding spot, should have warned him to answer the question carefully. However, since he had been with her for so long, he didn't fear that tone. "Azula, Mai, Ty Lee, this is Kori Morishita," he introduced them to the attacker. "Hello, it's nice to meet you all," she greeted them with a welcoming smile. "Why was she trying to kill you?" Ty Lee asked. It was weird. 1 minute, they were battling it out and the next, it was like it didn't happen. Both laughed at that. "Kori wasn't trying to kill me. She's been trying to beat me in a spar ever since I was first posted here," the blonde told them. "So far, she hasn't succeeded." That earned him a frown from her, which he had just smiled in response. "Why didn't the soldiers stop her?" "I can see them up there," Mai told him as she pointed up to the gate. When they all looked up at the walls, they did indeed see Solidar walking their patrol and looking down upon them. She couldn't really see them, but she was fairly certain that they were amused. They know what she's been trying to do. Also, her dad is the mayor of this place. He pointed behind him at the town to emphasize his point. Kori looked a little embarrassed by that fact, if the small blush on her face was anything to go by. After a minute of silence, it was Azula who spoke. "We should enter the town and introduce ourselves to Mayor Morishita then," she spoke. "It was protocol after all." "Agreed. Let me greet the troops first." As they approached the gate, he turned to the others. He took a few steps forward and looked up at the guards above the gate. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth and proceeded to bellow. "Attention to all military personnel. You know damn well who's talking right now, so pay attention. I am currently standing in front of the gates with Princess Azula and her 2 friends. If these gates are not opened within 15 seconds, I will be taking over the morning training exercises and everyone will attend, no exceptions." He lifted his head up to look at the sun. "I am timing you, starting now." Never had Azula, Ty Lee, or Mai seen a gate be opened that fast. Not only was the gate opened quickly, but there was also an honor guard waiting for them on the other side. "It's good to see you again, Lord Naruto," they all chorused together. "It's good to see you all again as well," he told them with a warm smile as the group walked through the gate and into the town. The honor guard was about to fall in behind them when he spoke again. "However, you took 16 seconds to open the gate. Therefore, I will see you all on the training field at 4 in the morning." Never in her life did Azula think to see the men and women of the Fire Nation Army, the mightiest army this side of the planet has ever seen, cry like babies when they heard what came out of Naruto's mouth. Location: Jailing. Aang, Sokka and Katara stood in a marketplace with Momo on Katara's shoulder and Aquila at Sokka's side. Team Guy stood nearby, keeping an eye out for any potential threats. After the meeting with Sifu and talking about Kurenai being pregnant, the teams from Konoha had finally gotten down to brass tacks. They eventually decided that the teams would remain separate but would work together. One team would guard Aang and the other two teams would try to locate Naruto or get information on him. Seeing as Team Kurenai had already done the part of protecting Aang and his group, Guy volunteered his team to do it next. The first village they came across after the swamp and an encounter with some unique Fire Nation men on Komodo rhinos was not an incident they liked to remember. Apparently, that one little village detested the Avatar, but when they learned Sokka was Paragon, they all but fell to their knees, welcoming him. One of the villagers revealed to Sokka that one of the previous Paragon's brother founded the village they currently reside in. After getting into a trial that was weird, dumb and was rigged to an extent that even Guy and Lee could tell, Aang had transformed into Kyoshi and had essentially confessed to killing the village's founder, who was a tyrant. The mayor was all set to have Aang executed, but Sokka had stepped in and revealed a trump card. He pulled out a scroll he brought with him from the Northern Water Tribe that was titled Basic Laws of the Nations. He announced that even though Chin Village had a bad judicial system, they still had to obey the basic laws that the four nations followed. One of those laws was that a paragon could overrule a court's decision if he felt it was unlawful. With that said, he declared the ruling of the case was void because of their prejudice against the Avatar. The mayor grumbled but complied. However, something strange had occurred. Kyoshi, who still had control over Aang's body, noticed what Sokka had said and saw the paragon medallion he had when he showed it to the mayor. She immediately tried to attack him. She blew past Team Guy and Katara but was stopped when Sokka had, without conscious thought, cut the link between Aang and the Avatar state. The same Fire Nation troops appeared again, but this time, Team Guy was ready for them and easily beat them. After the celebration that night, they decided to quickly leave the town that Sokka had stated was the worst village they had ever visited. Now they were at the marketplace in the town of Jailing, but not to shop for supplies. Katara and Sokka went in one direction, while Team Guy went in another direction. Tenten noticed the stalls and gazed at what appeared to be sets of pears on the basket as the merchant chatted with a female customer, who had finished paying for her purchase. In another section of the marketplace, Guy was in the middle of an argument with a merchant who was selling bags of rice, but when he tried to pay him in Ryos, the merchant was upset. "We only deal with Earth Kingdom Xians, none of that paper currency," the merchant snapped, who snatched the bags of rice back from Guy's hands. "Where can I go to exchange for your local currency?" Guy asked back, but the merchant snorted. "I don't know. It's not like we're dealing with the merchants who travel here from across the seas. No one knows what the market is like across the seas, west of the Fire Nation. Now, scram." He turned his attention back towards the other customers who grumbled about waiting too long to buy their portions of rice. On a different area of the marketplace, Katara and Sokka looked around and looked at what appeared to be an expensive green bag with a strap. She looked at bag, before turning her head towards Sokka, who was also looking at the bag. "It's pricey but I really do like it," Sokka said. He was currently conflicted in whether buying the bag or not. "Then you should get it," Katara told him. "You deserve something nice." "I do, don't I?" he rhetorically asked her. "But no, it's too expensive." "I shouldn't." "All right then don't." She walked away with Aang behind her. He was about to follow when he changed his mind and got the bag. Aquila just rolled his eyes at Sokka's antics. Meanwhile Neji stood against a wall next to Lee. "I can't believe he's agonizing over a simple bag," he muttered. It was completely ridiculous. "But it's a bag with a most youthful shade of green," Lee told his teammate. Then he turned serious. "Besides, would you rather go with Tenten when she discovers a weapons shop and learns about the sales on those things?" The two of them shuddered at the memory of Tenten's last weapon shopping spree. The next time that happens, they were wearing body armor. Tenten noticed the shudder. "You guys okay?" she asked. "We're fine," they answered in unison. Meanwhile, a guy had come up to Katara and Aang. "Hey, do you kids like earthbending? You like throwing rocks?" He handed them a small piece of paper. Then check out Master Yu's Earthbending Academy. As the man walked away, Aang looked at the paper. Look, there's a coupon on the back. The first is free. Who knows, this Master Yu could be the earthbending teacher you've been looking for, Katara told him as she and Sokka, bag in hand, also looked at the paper. Sokka turned his head to ask Team Guy what they thought, but when he saw the stony expressions on their faces, he decided not to. Location: Yu Dao. Corey, cried the mayor as his daughter entered the building's foyer, which had been done in subtle style. Not that anyone had been paying attention to it at that moment, with Azula's group behind her. Where have you been? You know that you had a meeting with a son from the Akatenbo family today. The frown on his face was seen by everyone there. Before she could reply, Naruto asked, so that's your excuse this time? You wanted to avoid a guy. Corey's cheeks blushed with embarrassment. It wasn't like that, she told him. He replied, not believing a word of it. Naruto, is that you, my boy? Mr. Morishita asked as he recognized the person talking to his daughter. The frown on his face disappeared and was replaced with curiosity. He looked at the man, and casually waving his hand in greeting. Nice to see you again, Mayor Morishita. The mayor walked up to him and proceeded to give him a bear hug. It's good to see you again, my boy, he declared, tightly squeezing him in the hug. Sir, I need air. Naruto wheezed out. He could feel the air in his lungs being squeezed out and was finding it hard to take in more. The mayor realized what his hug was doing. Sorry, he apologized as he let go. Sir, there are days when I think you try to kill me with those hugs, the blonde told him as he gasps for air, silently glad to be able to breathe again. Nonsense. If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead, he replied. There was no pomposity or arrogance to his words. He genuinely believed that he could do it. After he got his breath back, he gave the mayor a mischievous smirk. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but isn't that what your wife said to you just before she asked you out on a date? He asked with an innocent expression that everyone knew was false. The mayor's face blanched. Why did I ever tell you that story? He said with a groan, covering his face with his hands. He still regretted having drinks with the blonde, even if it had been a while now. Before Naruto could continue, Corey interrupted the two of them, and pointed at the girls who accompanied Naruto. Father, we have guests. He brought his face out of his hands and looked at who was behind Naruto. Princess Azula, he exclaimed before bowing down before her. I am terribly sorry for ignoring you. That is, quite all right. She told him, trying not to be insulting to him. These two friends of mine are Ty Lee and Mai, she introduced the two girls at her side with a wave of her hand. Hi, Ty Lee chirped. Mai just gave a wave of her hand in greeting. My family is honored to have you in our house, princess, the mayor told Azula. Yes, I saw that when your daughter tried to attack my bodyguard, she replied. She was still annoyed at what she had seen, and not just from the fight the two had. Hey, he saw me coming, Corey protested. Naruto always seemed to know when she was about to attack. She had tried to figure out how he did that at one point but gave up when she couldn't find a good answer. Quiet, little girl, the adults are speaking, the princess told her, trying to keep her quiet. I'm older than you are. I am 16, she fired back. Naruto could see that things were not going well between the two. We should probably go and unpack the mongoose dragons. I'll head back outside and start the process. Corey, do you want to come along? She nodded in agreement after throwing a smug look at Azula that she thought he hadn't seen. He knew it probably would have been better to take Azula, but she had to inquire about the state of affairs in Yu Dao as was protocol. And he also wanted to catch up with Corey. As the two of them turned for the door behind them, Ty Lee spoke, curious about Naruto's adventure in the city. Mr. Mayor, what did Naruto do when he was assigned here? Why do you even care? Mai asked in a bored tone. If you ask me, I think you're the one who has a crush on Naruto, not Azula. Azula glared at Mai, who simply shrugged. You know, there will be a time when asking questions could end badly. I'm just curious, my. Wouldn't you want to know what Zuko did at his first assignment? When she didn't answer, the acrobat turned back to the mayor. So, what did he do? She repeated her question. The mayor shrugged. I assigned him to be my daughter's guard, he answered like it was a simple thing that didn't need a lot of thought. Both Azula and Naruto went stiff as boards, but for different reasons. Of all the things he could have said, he went with that. Naruto thought in a small panic. When he took a chance and looked behind him, he saw Azula giving him a look that said, "Explain, now." He could feel the tension getting very, very thick. At that point, he decided to beat a hasty retreat from the room. Location: jailing. Aang decided to try out Master Yu's academy. He didn't think much of it and told the rest of the group that after the so-called lesson was over. Team Guy silently agreed with him. They had listened in when they heard the master offered to put Aang in the next belt if he had paid for an entire year's worth of lessons. At that point, they were ready to destroy the academy. They hated places like this, where you could buy a rank if you had enough money. Sokka managed to calm them down before they did something stupid. They didn't any more trouble than they usually got. As this all happened, the other students were leaving the academy. I think the Baldur's gonna win the belt back at Earth Rumble V, they heard one of the other students tell his friend as they passed. He's going to have to fight his way through the best earthbenders in the world to even get a shot at the champ, the other guy replied. Aang perked up when he heard the word earthbender. Excuse me, but where is this earthbending tournament exactly? He asked the two as he ran up to them. If the best earthbenders were going to be there, his teacher might be there too. It's on the island of Nanya, Nanya business, the first one told him. The two of them began to laugh as they walked away, turning the corner at an alleyway. I gotta remember that one, Sokka noted as he watched the two leave. It was a good one, if it wasn't used too much. Katara shared a look with Tenten and they both nodded. We'll take care of this, she told Aang. Hey, strong guys, wait up, she called out as she went after the two guys. Tenten was right behind her. Meanwhile, Sokka was looking at the bag he bought. What was I thinking? I don't need a new bag. Why did you let me buy this? He asked Aang, only to not get an answer. He dropped the bag on the ground and looked away. Momo had been sitting on Sokka's shoulder up until that point. He jumped into the bag and proceeded to get comfy. As Momo did this, Aquila watched him, and as he did, he began to smile. Sokka looked back and noticed what he was doing. Aquila, we've had this talk. You can't eat the flying lemur. By this time, Katara and Tenten were running back to the group. You ready to find an earthbending teacher? Katara asked. We're going to Earth Rumble V. How'd you get them to tell you? Aang asked. He would have thought that those two boys would have kept the information to themselves. A girl has her ways, Tenten simply stated, tossing a kunai. The rest of her team shared a knowing look between them. If they were to investigate the alleyway where the two students went, they would find that said students were frozen to the wall and had icicles stuck in the wall just below the one place no man wants to be hit or stab in. Location: Earth Rumble Arena. As the night fell, the group headed into the giant cave that held the Earth Rumble Arena. They went down one of the many staircases surrounding the ring, looking for a good spot to watch from. Hey, front row seats. Aang announced. He looked at the seats. I wonder why no one else is sitting here. He wondered aloud as they all sat down. As soon as those words left his mouth, a huge boulder crashed into the seats right next to Sokka. I guess that's why, the tribesman answered. That had been way too close for comfort. A couple more inches and he probably would have lost his head. They turned to face the ring. A man in the middle of the ring bent the earth around him to create a shower of big rocks which the boulder had come from. He then bent the earth beneath him to raise him up onto a pillar and then bent it back down into the ring, showing how supposedly good he was at earthbending. Welcome at Earth Rumble V. I am your host, Shin Fu, he declared. Katara gave a bored sigh. This is just gonna be a bunch of guys chucking rocks at each other, isn't it? She asked, restraining the urge to roll her eyes at the ridiculousness of it all. That's what I paid for, Sokka answered. He, on the other hand, was looking forward to it. Indeed. This should be a most youthful event to watch. Lee chimed in. The rules are simple, the host continued. Just knock the other guy out of the ring and you win. He leapt up to a ledge as a bell went off. Standing in the ring was now a big, heavily muscled man with a badger mole tattoo on his back and a really big man who was missing his front teeth, both top and bottom. Round 1. The Boulder versus the Big Bad Hippo. Shin Fu announced to the cheers of the audience. Listen up, Hippo, the Boulder called out as he pointed to his opponent. You may be big but you ain't bad. The Boulder's going to win this in a landslide. Hippo mad, was the Hippo's reply, stomping a foot into the ground and causing a crack. The Boulder quickly bent a chunk of the ring at the Hippo. It slammed into the Hippo, creating a bit of a dust screen. It cleared away, showing the Hippo looking no worse for wear and with a big rock in his mouth. He proceeded to bite down on the rock, shattering it and began to chew on the piece that was in his mouth. He spat it out and began to jump up and down, causing the ring to act like a seesaw. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen, announced Shin Fu. The Hippo is rocking the boat. The Boulder staggered back across the ring and almost fell off. To save himself, he bent a flat piece of rock out of the side of the ring to balance himself. Grabbing hold of the piece, he whipped his body forward and hurled the piece of rock at the Hippo. The Hippo turned to glare at the Boulder, who jumped away from the edge. The Boulder got into a stance and slowly but surely, bent the ground beneath the Hippo upwards. It caught the Hippo by surprise and the Boulder used that to hurl the rock, with the Hippo on it, out of the ring. The Boulder wins. Shin Fu announced. The Boulder drank in the applause of the crowd, proud to have won. How about the Boulder? Katara suggested to Aang, looking at him. He's got some good moves. She didn't know much about earthbending, but he looked pretty competent. I don't know, Aang replied, feeling uneasy about the earthbender. Bumi said I need a teacher who listens to the earth. He's just listening to his big muscles. He looked over at Sokka. What do you think, Sokka? I think we should keep watching. But the Boulder is looking like a good candidate, Sokka answered as they couldn't be picky about their options regarding teachers. Then he noticed Aang and Katara giving him a weird look. What? Well, you maid gave your opinion in calm manner and with an analytical eye, his sister noted. Yeah, it's really not like you, Aang told him. What? Were you expecting me to be on my feet and cheering like a hardcore fan that had lost his mind? He asked the two of them. Yes, they answered. They were certain that was what he would have done. But instead, he gave a calm and reasoned reply. It wasn't like him. Don't worry, Lee's about to take care of that. He pointed to the spandex-wearing shinobi, who was staring down at the ring intently. Tenten looked at her teammate. You all right, Lee? She asked. This is so. Lee muttered before standing up with tears flowing freely from his eyes. It's so very, very youthful. Oh, how I wish could be an earthbender, that way I could join this most youthful competition. Would you calm down? You're attracting attention. Neji hissed, pulling his teammate back down to his seat. Other people nearby were looking at them strangely. After they had finally managed to get Lee to calm down, the matches continued and the Boulder dominated. He went through all his opponents like they were nothing. The Fire Nation man, the Gopher, the Gecko, and the Headhunter, all were easily beaten by the Boulder. Finally, the lights in the cave had dimmed, save the one shining on the Earth Kingdom emblem in the middle of the ring. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for, Shin Fu said to the quiet audience. The Boulder versus your champion, the Blind Bandit. A light shined down upon a girl in a green shirt and pants with a white tunic over them and a studded belt around her waist. She also wore dark green bands around her waists and her ankles. She wore a headband in her hair that was green and yellow with a white puffball attached to it just above each ear. She held up the championship belt above her head as the crowd cheered her on. She can't really be blind. It's just part of her character, right? Katara asked. The girl's eyes were a light green color but were also unfocused, like she was just looking straight ahead. I think she is, Aang answered, looking at her. But then, how can she fight? Neji asked. Sokka suddenly remembered something that happened in Omashu when Naruto had beaten Team Kurenai. Sokka, allow me to show you something of earthbending that paragons can use. Think of it as a lesson. Naruto took a strip of cloth from his pocket and tied it around his eyes. Now then, let's begin. I think I know how, the tribesman told them. Before anyone could ask him, the boulder spoke out. The boulder feels conflicted about fighting a young blind girl. Sounds to me like you're scared, boulder, TTHE girl taunted. He scowled slightly. The boulder is over his conflicted feelings and now he's ready to bury you in a rockalanche. The girl pointed at him, whenever you're ready, the pebble. She insulted him and then laughed. Aang's eyes went wide at its sound. He had heard that laugh before. He had heard it back in the swamp. She was the girl in the fancy dress. It's on, the boulder announced. They had a bit of a stare-off which was redundant when one of them is blind. He made the first move by stepping forward. He brought his right foot down and brought the other foot up. The girl went into her stance and waited. When the boulder began to bring his left foot down, she just simply kicked the ground, sending a line of rocks towards the boulder, but not directly at him. As the boulder brought his foot down, it landed on the rock line which then curved to the left. The result was the boulder doing the splits which, apparently, he couldn't do. "Ooh!" cried out the boulder in pain. The girl quickly followed up with a hand-chopping motion, causing 3 rock columns to jut out of the ring behind the boulder, hitting him hard and sending him out of the ring. "Your winner and still the champion, the blind bandit," announced Shin Fu. The girl smiled and raised a fist as the crowd cheered. "How did she do that?" Katara asked. She had never seen anything like that before. "She did the same thing Naruto did at Omashu," Sokka told her. Granted, the blonde had done with boots on, but it was still the same thing. Aang nodded in agreement. "She waited, and listened," he said with a smile. Shin Fu leapt back into the ring. "To make things a little more interesting, I'm offering up this sack of gold pieces to anyone who can defeat the blind bandit." The entire cave was dead silent. "What, no one dares to face her?" Shin Fu demanded. He wasn't surprised. No one really wanted to fight her. She was the champion, after all. "I will," voice ranged out. Shin Fu turned to where the voice was coming from and saw Aang coming up the steps and into the ring. He didn't say anything. He just leapt to his ledge. The girl looked in Aang's general direction. "Do people really want to see 2 little girls fighting out here?" she taunted. The audience responded to her taunt with an "ooh" sound. "I don't really want to fight you. I want to talk to you," Aang told her. He took a step forward and she smirked. She bent the ground beneath Aang to form into a column that jutted out of the ground. Aang leapt off the column and landed off to the side. "Someone's a little light on his feet," the girl stated as she swerved to his general direction. "What's your fighting name?" "The fancy dancer." Aang just grinned in response. The girl took advantage of that and tried to throw Aang off by shooting up the ground from underneath him. Aang just leapt forward off the rock. The girl had a small look of confusion on her face. "Where'd you go?" she said to herself. Aang landed a good distance behind her. "Please, wait," he begged of her. "There you are." She turned around, bent a chunk of rock out of the ground, and hurled it at Aang. He responded by bending the air into 2 streams, one deflecting the rock and the other sending her out of the ring. That move shocked everyone in the arena. While the crowd was cheering, Aang went after the girl who was leaving the arena. "Please listen," he pleaded. "I need an earthbending teacher, and I think it's supposed to be you." Quote. The girl continued to walk away. "Whoever you are, just leave me alone." She opened a hole in the wall, walked through it and closed it just before Aang reached her. As the group got the winnings and Sokka took the belt, he remained downcast. He might have won the fight, but he might have just lost his teacher. And he didn't even know who she actually was. Location: Yu Dao. It was 6 in the morning and Azula was feeling irritated. She didn't know why she felt irritated. She was a princess and a princess never gets irritated. Why am I so frustrated? She asked out loud as she paced around the room she was given. Hearing footsteps, she turned to look at the door and saw her two friends there. Do you really want that answered? Mai asked as she leaned against the door frame. Ty Lee stood just outside against the wall. What is it? She asked, deciding to change the subject. She wanted a distraction. Mai shrugged. She wanted to ask you something. She pointed to Ty Lee, who bounced forward. You wanna go see Naruto train the soldiers? She asked with a grin. I think they're done with the warm-ups and the run. She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. She wanted to see Naruto train, torture, the soldiers, that much was true. But she also wanted to see if they would get sweaty and take off articles of clothing. Azula looked at her for a minute. Fine, she finally answered. She wanted a distraction, now she had one. Ty Lee's grin got even bigger. She grabbed both Azula's and Mai's hands and charged off. The training grounds were in a small valley that was next to Yudao. It had once been a part of the city itself but had been destroyed by a fire more than 100 years ago. That day was always remembered as a tragedy for Yudao, for the number of lives lost in the fire. If one knew where to look, they could find scars of that fire's destruction. It was circular in shape, having practice fields for both weapons training and firebending. It had two entrances, one led back to Yudao and the other led into a trail that split into two separate directions. However, if someone went in one direction, they would eventually come out through the other one. It was used for exercise runs and for punishment. If a soldier were punished, they had run several laps on the trail under a time limit. If you knew where to look, just near the entrance to Yudao was a path that led up to a ledge that encircled the training grounds. How did you find this? Azula asked as they made their way to the top of the ledge. Somebody told me, Ty Lee replied. They crept to an edge that had a natural barrier. If they knelt, no one would notice that they were there. Why am I even here? Mai wondered. Because you were bored, that's why, Ty Lee told her with a smile. She just rolled her eyes in response. Shush. Here they come. Azula hissed to them. Sure enough, the soldiers were coming in through the trail entrance with Naruto in the lead. As soon as they hit the practice fields, they stopped and all but collapsed. Well now, wasn't that refreshing? Naruto asked them. The large amount of people behind him just groaned. Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad. You call doing 40 laps on that trail with weights after an hour and a half of push-ups, sit-ups and Agni know what else not bad? One of the men, who looked to be an officer judging by his armor, demanded. Naruto just looked at the person, who looked to be a year or two older than him. You're green, aren't you? He asked. His question confused the officer. He's fresh out of the military academy, Lord Naruto. This is his first posting, one of the foot soldiers replied. Ah. Well, that says a lot. He looked at the officer. What's your name, boy? The officer was enraged. My proper rank is lieutenant, and you address me as such. I asked you for your name, not your rank, Naruto told him, keeping his voice calm and leveled. What's your name? My name, you damned peasant, is something you will never hear, the officer said with a sneer. The rest of the soldiers there, including the older officers, now knew that he was screwed. Naruto did not even look outraged at being told off. I'm a damned peasant, am I? He asked, raising an eyebrow in question. He's going to get now. Ty Lee whispered gleefully. It seemed like all but the young officers who apparently shared the same belief about Naruto. Yes, you are a peasant who does not know how to talk to his elders or betters. I don't know why the foot soldiers think you're a lord, but they are obviously mistaken. Once I'm done with you, I'll fix that attitude. He promised as he cracked his knuckles in anticipation. You're in for a bruising, you little shit. Done with me. Are you going to challenge me to an Agni Kai? The fire paragon kept his voice mild as he spoke. The lieutenant scoffed. I know all about you, punk. You think you're some hotshot because you managed to beat the princess in Agni Kai when you're not even a firebender. Well, I have news for you, I could beat you easily. Oh. You think you can beat me when the princess of the Fire Nation couldn't? She's a woman, so her firebending is pathetic. I could beat you without even breaking a sweat. At this point in the conversation, unbeknownst to them, both Mai and Ty Lee had to restrain Azula. Let him go. I'm going to kill him, she demanded. No, mocked her firebending, and anyone who did would pay. If you do that, Naruto will know we're here and we don't want that, remember? Ty Lee reminded her as she held her back. I don't care. That fool will burn. Relax, Azula. Naruto will take care of it, Mai told her. She calmed down at those words. He'd better, she said as she stopped struggling to get free. So, you think that you can defeat the one person who was able to beat your own princess, who is a well-known firebending prodigy and will be able to do that easily? Naruto asked, still not acting like he was insulted. Indulge me, I'm interested. The lieutenant smirked as he laughed in amusement. I already told you, it would be easy. In fact, I'm surprised that you were able to get that job with all those deaths on your hands. Everything went silent as everyone looked at him. What? No comeback? Yeah, I know about all those deaths, I read the records. I'm surprised you're still in the military with all the men you lost. Not that it matters, he said with a careless shrug. They were nothing more than trash and they would have never amounted to anything more than trash, just like you. The general thought among the soldiers and older officers was, he's fucked. The younger officers agreed with him on some points, but not all of them. Naruto just smiled. But to those who knew the blonde, that smile was the one he gave when someone had gone too far and was about to be humiliated. Without warning, he buried his fist in the lieutenant's stomach, making him double over with a sound of agony. Not wasting any movements or moment, Naruto withdrew his fist and then slugged him across the face. As the lieutenant lay face down on the ground, moaning in pain, he felt a swift kick to the ribs, feeling them crack, and then a foot pressing down on his back. Most of his comrades kept flinching every time Naruto delivered a blow on the offending lieutenant, with one of the subordinates whimpering in fear. I can take any insult you can throw at me. I've heard them all before, he heard the blonde say as he stood over him. However, if there is one thing I will not tolerate, it's someone who disrespects the fallen soldiers who died under my command. They were worth much more than you on any day. You do that again, this will feel I had hardly touched you. He pressed his foot down on the offending lieutenant's stomach. Got it. The lieutenant didn't say anything, as he had passed out. Does anyone else want to insult the dead? Naruto asked everyone standing there. They all shook their heads in the negative. Good. Get him to the infirmary, he ordered, pointing at the body. It was quickly done. After that, the girls just watched as Naruto split them into two teams and fight each other, seeing how well their coordination and teamwork was. 15 minutes later, Naruto started to instruct the non-benders in tactics and formation, with the pikemen undergoing several drills, and the archers practicing in the archery range. He seems to be doing fine, can we go now? Mai asked after watching 15 minutes of the fight. She was getting more and more bored by the second. Yes. Azula said as she watched one soldier get knocked out. They made their way quietly down the ledge. Ty Lee was disappointed that Naruto chose to spend the rest of the morning with the soldiers. They headed back down to the entrance to Yudao. As they came down, they saw someone else heading back to Yudao. Who's that? Ty Lee asked. The person turned around, noticed them, and began to run. Azula reacted quickly by leaping at the person, making the both of them fall to the ground. Who are you? She demanded as she struggled to hold the person in place. Get off of me, the person demanded before bending a chunk of rock from the ground and throwing it at Azula. Azula rolled off to dodge and came up into a fighting position. When she looked at her opponent more clearly, she saw that it was Cory. What are you doing here? The daughter of the mayor asked. I could ask the same of you, Azula replied. Cory blushed. That's none of your business, she stammered, trying to not lose her composure, which wasn't really working. Ty Lee gave a mischievous grin. You were watching the guys, weren't you? You were watching them get all hot and sweaty and hoping they take off their shirts, so you look at their bodies. She had wanted to see the same, but she wasn't going to say that aloud. And no, I wasn't. Yes, you were, the acrobat said in a sing-song voice. No, I was not. Would you stop lying? You were right there, Mai told her. All right, fine, she stated. I was there to watch the guys, okay. She turned around to walk away. I'm going back to the village, goodbye. She wanted to get out of there before things got worse. You didn't come here to watch the guys, you came to look a guy, didn't you? Azula demanded, making her stop. So, what's it to you? She asked without even turning to look at the Fire Nation princess. You were watching Naruto. She glared at the older girl with jealousy in her eyes. So what if I was watching him? I love him. Corey stated, finally turning to look at her. She just stood there with a shocked look. You what? She asked. She couldn't believe she had just heard those words. I love him, I love Naruto. He is my bodyguard, she shouted, and she would be damned if she was going to lose him to her. He was my bodyguard first and he actually cares about me. She snarled. She wanted to attack the girl in front of her. But she knew that wouldn't be a very good idea. Get out of my sight. Corey simply turned back around and headed back to Yudao. Azula? Asked Ty Lee. Are you okay? The look on her friend's face was full of anger and rage. I'm fine, why do you ask? She growled as she stared at Corey's back, wishing that she could just send a lightning bolt through it. Probably because that was the first time that we have ever seen someone who wanted the same thing as you, Mai told her. As far as she could tell, that had never happened before. She threw a glare back at the two of them. I'm going back to Yudao, she told them. She wasn't going to let that girl anywhere near her bodyguard. As they watched her leave, Mai looked at Ty Lee. She's taking it well. Ty Lee nodded in agreement. So far, nothing had been set on fire. I just wondered how long it will be until she confronts Naruto. You know she's a little possessive of him. Yeah, I remember what happened. Last autumn, a noble's daughter had offered Naruto the job of being her bodyguard right in front of Azula during a formal party. He declined. Angry at being denied something that had never happened to her, she made some non-too-subtle questions about his IQ and whether Azula had found him in a kennel or just off the streets. Azula challenged her to Agni Kai on the spot. After that, she had to be treated for second-degree burns all over her body. It would have been third degree, had Naruto not stopped Azula and told her to calm down. Do you think Naruto knows? The acrobat asked. Mai looked at her friend. Knows what? About Corey. Mai began to walk back to Yudao. She wanted to make Azula didn't set anything on fire. If he doesn't already know, he'll find out soon. Ty Lee followed her. If they had stayed a little longer, they would have heard someone sneezing and a chorus of voices saying, Agni bless you, Lord Naruto. Location: jailing. The group headed down a street to the Earthbending Academy. I gotta admit, now I'm really glad I bought this bag, Sokka told them as they walked. It matches the belt perfectly. The championship belt of Earth Rumble was now fastened securely around his waist. I cannot believe he can say that, Neji said. But he is right, Lee told him. Even he could see it. Yosh. Lee is most correct, Guy announced stated. That is a big relief, Katara deadpanned. She couldn't believe they were actually talking about that. If we want to find the blind bandit, Aang said. The Earthbending Academy is a good place to start. As they walked through the entrance of the academy, they saw the two same boys from before doing an exercise. The two looked up. Oh great, we have to deal with you again, said the first one. Katara threw a glare and Tenten reached for her holster. The two guys yelped and flinched back. Yeah, I didn't think so, Katara said smugly. Nicely done, Sokka complimented. Akela barked in agreement. Hey, you're the kid who beat the blind bandit. The second boy said, pointing at Aang. We need to talk to her, Aang told them. Do you guys know where she is? The blind bandit's a mystery, she shows up to fight and then disappears, the first boy said. Let me handle this, Katara told a downcast Aang. She went up to the second boy. You're not telling us everything. And no, I swear it's true. No one where she goes or who she really is. That's because we're asking about the wrong person, Aang realized. In my vision, I saw a girl in a white dress with a pet flying boar. Know anybody like that? He asked the two boys. Well, a flying boar is the symbol of the Bifong family. They're the richest people in town, probably the whole world, the first boy told them. I know a few Hyuga elders who would deny that kind of statement with a passion, Neji thought to himself. If it had been any other time, he might have let himself smirk. Yeah, but they don't have a daughter, the second boy chimed in. Flying boar is good enough for me. Let's check it out, Aang told them before heading out of the academy. Yeah, you'd better leave, the first boy whispered. Hey, I've got my eye on you too, Katara told them as she left. If I were you, I'd listen, Sokka told them. You don't want to end up like that last guy. What last guy? They asked. Sokka had already left. Location: Bifong Estates. They crouched down on a small ridge just outside the main gate. Above the gate was the family symbol. That's the flying boar from my vision, come on, Aang told them before they crawled away from the ridge. We should be careful, Neji said, but Aang had already left. Sorry about that, Sokka apologized. He's excited. An excited Aang was an impatient Aang. And an impatient Aang tended to rush things. It's all right. Kami knows he and his team had dealt people like Aang before. Look, I have an idea. Aang is probably going to try and go over the wall. If we don't get in, can you guys try knocking on the front door? The tribesman asked. Team Guy just looked at him. And how exactly is that supposed to work? Tenten asked with a mystified expression. Hinata once told me that the Hyuga clan was a noble family. You're part of the same clan, so you'll be able to talk like a noble. He looked over to where Aang was running off to. I better go and catch up. Aquila, stay, he told the wolf. As Sokka left, both Lee and Tenten looked over at Neji. You think you can do this? Tenten asked him. Yes, I probably could. But if Lord Hiashi finds out about this, I am a dead man. He answered. Aang, Katara and Sokka had gone around to the side, over the wall, and into the garden. They tried to move quietly, but the earth beneath them suddenly heaved upwards, sending the three of them into the air. Both Aang and Katara managed to land on a bush, but Sokka landed face first on the ground. Aang had landed on his back. He tilted his head back, and in his upside-down vision, he saw the girl he was looking for in a familiar dress. What are you doing here, Twinkle Toes? She demanded. How do you know it was me? He asked. Don't answer to Twinkle Toes, it's not manly. Sokka told him from where he lay on the ground. You're the one whose bag matches his belt, Katara pointed out as she got back on solid ground. Touché, sister, he replied, standing back up. How did you find me? The girl asked Aang. He started to explain as he got off the bush. Well, a crazy king told me I had to find an earthbender who listens to the earth, and then I had a vision in a magic ant. As he tried to explain, the girl's face got more and more skeptical. Katara stepped in before Aang's explanation got any weirder. What Aang is trying to say is the Avatar, and if he doesn't master earthbending soon, he won't be able to defeat the Fire Lord, she said. The girl put her hand in front of Katara's face. Not my problem. Now get out of here or I'll call the guards, she ordered as she walked away. Look, we all have to do our part to win this war, and yours is to teach Aang earthbending. Sokka told her. The girl stood with her back to them in silence for a few seconds. Then she turned around. Guards, guards help, she suddenly cried out in a voice that sounded little and weak, rather than her usual confidence. The three intruders panicked and left. As the three of them ran out of there and back to a wall, the guards ran in. Toph, what happened? One of them asked. I thought I heard someone. I got sacred, the girl now known as Toph told them, still using the same voice. You know your father doesn't want you wandering the grounds without supervision, Toph, the guard told her as they led her away. Aang scowled, but then had a thinking look on. He grinned and then climbed down the wall. "I've got another idea," he told the other two before heading back to where Team Guy was. "Hang on, Aang," Sokka said as they got back to the ridge. "We tried an idea of yours and it didn't work. Now it's my turn." While Aang pouted, Katara looked at her brother. "What's your idea?" she asked him. He pointed to the main gate, which Team Guy was approaching. "Halt!" one of the guards demanded. "Who goes there?" Neji stepped forward. "Greetings, I am Neji Hyuga of the Hyuga clan. These are my teacher and my fellow students." He gestured to the rest of the team. "What do you want?" "We heard of the Baifeng family when we passed through jailing. Seeing as it was almost dark, we had decided to pay our respects and ask the master of this estate if we could sleep here tonight," he told them. "The Hyuga clan," repeated the second guard. "I've never heard of them." And he had heard of several noble families and clans. Neji gave a bow. "My apologies, the Hyuga clan is not from the Earth Kingdom. My teacher is taking us on trip around the world to study different styles and methods of fighting." "Then why are you talking and not your teacher?" the first guard asked him. It was odd to see the student talk and not the teacher. "Because my teacher does not really know how to speak to nobility, and since I was raised as a noble before becoming his student, I know how," Neji explained. Meanwhile in his head he was thinking, "I'm such a dead man." He would be dead the moment Hinata's father heard about this. "We will let Lord Lao know of you and your request," the guard told him. He turned and walked into the compound. At this point, Sokka decided to walk up to the gate. "There you guys are," he greeted Team Guy. "Sorry, but the market didn't have what you guys were looking for." "That's okay, are the others still at the market?" Tenten asked, deciding to play along. "No, they should be right behind me." Taking that as their cue, Aang, Katara and Aquila appeared from the bush. "Who are they?" the remaining guard demanded. "Not to worry, my good sir," Neji told them. "These are also our traveling companions. The bald one with the arrow tattoo has a station that's apparently of great importance." He looked at Aang. "Tell me, what was the title you were given again?" Aang looked confused for a minute but then caught on. "The Avatar," he said promptly. The guard looked flabbergasted. Location: Yu Dao. That night, Naruto, Azula, Ty Lee and I sat down to dinner with Mayor Morishita and Cory. It was an informal meal, so a banquet table wasn't used. Instead, it was a small enough table for them to see one another clearly. "Please dig in," the mayor said. "Sir, if you don't mind me asking," Naruto said as the others began to eat. "But where is Mrs. Morishita?" "My wife went to go see her family, but I believe she will be back before the night is out." "Hey, Naruto," Cory said. "How do you think this war will end?" With news of the Avatar returning, the war was brought back to the front of everyone's mind. The gossip in town ranged from how long the Avatar would take to actively challenge the Fire Nation to if he even existed at all. "It will end with the Fire Nation winning, obviously," Azula answered. Unlike the people in the city, she passionately believed that. "You don't know if it's true, Azula," Naruto told her. "The Avatar could very well defeat the Fire Lord. But even if he does that, this conflict will not be over. And he could see the future problem perfectly." "What do you mean, my boy?" Mayor Morishita asked. He was curious to hear what the blonde had to say. "If the Avatar wins, he'll declare the war over. Then he'll try to restore balance to the world," he said using air quotes. "That will mean that, eventually, he'll set his sights on the Fire Nation colonies." "Us?" asked the mayor. Why would he look at us? He was sure that the colonies themselves hadn't done anything against the Avatar. The Avatar is a kid. He believes that for the harmony to be restored there must be 4 separate nations. When he looks or hears about the colonies, he doesn't see 2 different nationalities working together, he sees Fire Nation people on Earth Kingdom land. "But that's absurd," Cory shouted. "I am Earthbender but I am also a Fire Nation citizen, not just one or the other." She was proud of her heritage and she damned anyone who said anything about For once, I actually agree with her, Azula said. It would be absurd for the Avatar to do that, if he won. I know you two see it that way, but the Avatar doesn't. If he wins, odds are he'll try to have the colonies removed. He could see the idiot doing just that, without a care to what the colonists would say or think about it. He would just that it was for the best before shepherding them back to the Fire Nation. In theory, the idea that the Avatar can forcibly separate the people of the Fire Nation from the people of the Earth Kingdom sounded rather extreme. He can't do that. This is my home. Corey slammed her fist on the table. She wasn't going to let anyone take her from her home. Corey, behave yourself, the mayor said. He turned to Naruto. What do you think will happen? Naruto sighed. I don't know. A lot of things can happen, and a lot of factors can change. The only thing I am certain of is that if things go wrong and the Avatar messes it all up, we'll dragged into another war that could be much worse than the current one. The table was silent for a few seconds. Well, I guess we just have to hope that doesn't happen, Ty Lee said. She silently hoped that wouldn't happen. Or the Fire Nation could destroy the Avatar and win the war, Azula stated. Was she the only one in the room who was thinking that? You seem pretty confident that the Fire Nation will achieve victory, Corey commented. Everything went still as the two girls looked at one another. Well, of course, we are the greatest nation there is. And yet you're not even fighting. Instead, she was right here, having dinner. I am the princess of the Fire Nation. I don't need to fight. Her father might want her to be the best of the best, but he wouldn't risk that by letting her near the front line or even the supply line. Nice excuse. Azula threw her a look. And what's your excuse for not fighting? In case you haven't noticed, I'm an earthbender. I can't exactly fight with the Fire Nation. You're right. You wouldn't be of any help to the military. They wouldn't let her even near the army or the navy. They would be convinced that she was a spy. At least I would try to help my nation. Corey yelled as she suddenly stood up from her chair, sending it crashing to the floor. But you can't, can you? You're stuck in this colony wishing away on things like trying to fight or hoping that one boy will finally notice you, Azula replied as she too stood up. Azula, what are you doing? Ty Lee and my thought as they watched this scene play out. This wasn't like her. She was always the one who remained calm and even-tempered in situations like this. But now, she was on the verge of losing her temper. Both Corey and Azula looked like they were ready to attack each other. Then everyone there heard a chair being moved back. Turning their heads, they saw Naruto standing quietly. Azula, Corey, he said, looking at the two of them, come with me. He turned around and walked away into a corridor. The two girls followed him. Once they were a good distance away from the dining hall, he turned around to face them. What's going on between the two of you? He asked. What do you mean? Azula asked. She was trying to get back to being calm and even-tempered, but it wasn't really working. Ever since this morning, you've both been acting like you want to kill each other. So, I'll ask again, what's going on between the two of you? Well, why don't you explain yourself first, Naruto? What do you mean? He asked, confused by her words. I mean why you never told me about her and you being her bodyguard, she snarled, pointing at Corey. It was only for a month, Azula, and it was my first assignment. Yes, I do visit whenever I am sent to the front and nearby. He frowned slightly and looked at her. But that's not what's got you mad, is it? If you were only there for a month and only visited afterwards, how is it that she is in love with you? Yelled Azula, pointing an angry finger at Corey. The silence was almost suffocating after what she had said. What? Naruto asked. You heard me, she said, her voice going from a snarl to a growl. He turned his head to Corey. Is this true? She nodded her head. I love you, Naruto. I've loved you since you were my bodyguard. And she hadn't stopped, not even after he had left. He dropped his head and gave a sigh. Why is this happening? He silently asked himself. The fox did not comment. Corey, I do love you, but I don't love you in that way. I'm sorry, he said to her, raising his head. Corey looked like she was about to cry, tears began to well up in her eyes. I think you three had enough excitement for one day, a voice from behind them said. Naruto turned around. Mrs. Morishita. I thought you were to be back later. I had picked up my pace when I had heard that you had come to visit, Naruto, the wife of the mayor said as she stood before the three of them with her arms folded. But I see I've come at wrong time. No, ma'am, he replied, his voice relieved. If anything, you came at the right time. She went over to her daughter. Then I shall take Corey to her room. Her hand came to rest on her daughter's shoulder. I'll be right along. I have to make sure Azula gets to her room. He turned and gave her a look that said to not say a word. She wanted, but she didn't. The two groups left one another and went their separate ways. Location: Baifeng Estate. After an introduction to both Lord Lao and Lady Poppy, who were Toph's parents, Aang, Katara, Sokka and Team Guy joined them at dinner. They were initially worried about Aquila, but Sokka reassured them that he was well behaved. During the dinner, Aang told them that he still needed to find an earthbending teacher. Lao suggested Master Yu, but Aang tried to subtly tell him that Toph was supposed to teach him, at least, as subtle as the air nomad could be. The result of that was food was flung everywhere while both Aang and Toph had a staring contest. At that point, Poppy asked if they wanted to move to the living room for dessert. I'm sorry about that, Neji apologized as they sat in the living room. Sometimes, Aang gets a little excited and does something rash. That's quite all right, Poppy answered. Tell me, Master Guy, was it? Master Yu asked. Never had he heard such an odd name before. That is correct, Guy answered. During their time there, he had tried not to show his youthfulness. Instead, he tried to act like a serious teacher in front of their hosts. As it turned out, it wasn't hard. He had a more difficult time trying not to show his outright disdain of the earthbending teacher. What is it exactly that you teach your students? He asked. Seeing as the four of you are not benders, I wonder what there is to teach them. Both Guy and his students could hear the condescension in his voice and see it in his smile. I have trained Tenten in the usage of weapons and have helped Neji with his family's martial art style. Both are geniuses, he replied. And what of your third student? Asked the earthbending master. If you did not call him a genius, then it obviously means that he isn't one. At this point, both Neji and Tenten had to subtly restrain Lee from attacking Master Yu. I have trained Lee in my own style, the Goken, Guy told him. He is a genius of hard work. Personally, I believe that a genius of hard work can beat a genius at their own game at any time. He chuckled like it was all somewhat amusing. Please, if he is not a natural genius, then he cannot beat one. That is his fate. At this, Neji smirked. Master Yu, what you just said reminded me of someone I knew, he said. Oh, and who was that? Myself. Looking at the confused looks he was getting from everyone except for his team and Toph, he continued. A couple of years ago, I had believed what you believe. I believed that fate controlled everything. That it was inescapable, and everyone had a destiny. I was full of pride, but I was also full of hate at the role that destiny had given me. I lashed out at people because of my hate. The room was silent. What happened? Lao finally asked. He felt like he was hearing a story. My hatred had grown too much. In a tournament that our village hosted, I lashed out at a member of my own family and had almost killed her. I felt no shame at what I had done. His tone turned sorrowful as he remembered what he did. Then a boy, one I had deemed a failure, swore an oath on her blood to win against me when we would face each other in combat. A blood oath? Asked Aang. Wasn't that a bit much? It sure sounded like it to him. Not to him, it wasn't. Soon, the day came when we fought each other. I struck him down again and again, trying to tell him that fate and destiny couldn't be broken. But no matter how many times he fell, he would always get back on his feet and continued to fight back. Finally, I asked him why he kept trying to defy his destiny to lose at my hands. What did he say? Sokka asked. He said, because people called me a failure. I'll prove them wrong. It was at that point that he defeated me. After the match was over and I couldn't move, he came over to where I lay on the ground. He said that if a failure like himself could successfully change his destiny, what could be a so-called genius would be able to do. After that, I had renounced my belief in fate and destiny. What happened to the boy? Poppy asked. Neji shared a look of sorrow with his team. A few months later, he left the village behind with no explanation and no intention to return. One of the reasons we are on this journey is so that we can find him and ask him why he left. We hope to see him and convince him to come back with us. What was his name? Toph asked from where she sat. She was curious about the person she had just been told about. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. The answer made Aang, Katara and Sokka share a look. One of their enemies, quite possible the most dangerous one, had that kind of effect on Neji. It was hard to believe. As interesting as that story is, Master Yu said. What exactly is your point? Fate does not control you. If Lee is a genius of hard work, then he is a genius of hard work. There's not a doubt in my mind that if he could, he would be able to beat me. As Master Yu took this all in, Sokka turned to look at Lao. Excuse me, I have a question, he said. When we walked in here, we passed a small room that had an urn on a pedestal. Is it important? When he had glanced at the urn in passing, he had gotten a weird feeling, like he should know what was in it. Lao nodded in realization. That room is a shrine, and the urn holds the ashes of the first Bifong, he answered. Why do you wish to know? I was just curious, that's all, the tribesman replied. He reached out to have some more tea. As he did, the medallion somehow managed to slip out. Both Lao and Poppy noticed it and knew what it was immediately. You are a paragon? Toph's father asked him. Sokka looked down at his medallion. Yes. Do you have something against them? He remembered what Fong has said and wondered what could have happened to earn that kind of response. Not at all, we greatly respect the paragons, Poppy told him, bowing her head in respect to him. Tell us, what do you know about the history of the paragons? Nothing, really, he answered. That was something he hoped to correct. Was the first Bifong a paragon? No, not just that, Lao said. According to the family history, our ancestor was the first paragon of the Earth Kingdom. Both Aang's and Sokka's eyes went wide at those words. So, your ancestor was there at the beginning, the paragon of the water tribes said, almost to himself. Lao simply nodded. Do you know why the paragons were created? Aang asked. This time, Poppy shook her head. I'm sorry, but no, although the history of the paragons is as long as the history of the Avatar, the facts about why they were created have been lost. The silence in the room was almost deafening. Perhaps it's time we all went to sleep, she suggested. Everyone agreed with her. Later on, in the room they were given, Aang was bidding Appa goodnight while Katara sat on the bed and Sokka sat against it with Aquila at his side while Momo sat in the bag. Team Guy had been given a separate room, one close to the one they were in. Hearing almost silent footsteps walking to their door, Aang turned around and saw Toph leaning against the doorframe. He gave a small cry of panic and went into an airbending stance. Relax, Toph told him. Look, I'm sorry about dinner. Let's call a truce, okay? Aang put his hands down. Follow me, she ordered. She left the room and he followed, silently telling Katara and Sokka that he would be fine. She led him out into the garden. While Aang walked on the bridge, she walked on raised edge of the bridge. Even though I was born blind, I never had a problem seeing, she explained. She jumped down to the ground. I see with earthbending, it's kinda like seeing with my feet. I feel the vibrations in the earth, and I can see where everything is, you, that tree, even those ants. Aang looked around for the ants that were mentioned until he finally saw them. That's amazing, he told her. My parents don't understand. They've always treated me like I was helpless, she said as they walked near the wall. Is that why you became the blind bandit? It was beginning to make sense to him. Yeah, she answered. Then why stay here where you're not happy? They're my parents. Where else am I supposed to go? She couldn't think of any place else but here. You could come with us, he offered outright. She got to be free of her parents and he got an earthbending teacher. Yeah, you guys get to go wherever you want. No one telling you what to do, that's the life, it's just not my life. She then turned to her right, then knelt and placed a hand to the earth. We're being ambushed, she exclaimed before grabbing Aang by the hand and running off. As they ran, a dirt trail appeared behind them. It quickly caught up and then cut them off. Popping out of the tunnel that caused the trail was someone Toph knew, the gopher from Earth Rumble V. Before they could fight back, the two were trapped in cages, specifically metal cages. As Aang looked out through the bars, Toph was a little short to do that. He saw people he did not expect. I think you kids owe me some money, Shin Fu told them with the rest of Earth Rumble V members behind him. Location: Yu Dao. Corey lay on her bed with her mother sitting next to it. A knock was heard coming from the door. Mrs. Morishita went over to the door and opened it, slightly revealing a person's face. Naruto, she said, looking at the blonde. Ma'am, he greeted. Can I come in? Young man, I have half a mind to take you outside, give you a thorough beating and then bury you in the earth, she threatened him. She tried to make sure her daughter came to harm and yet, it had happened. You have every right to do so, ma'am, he replied. But I would like to talk to Corey before you do so. He wanted to get everything out into the air and try to clear it all up. To do that, he needed to talk to her. You broke her heart, she told him, quiet anger filling her voice. And now I want to explain myself. She deserves that. Mrs. Morishita was silent for a few minutes. Yes, she does, she agreed before quietly opening the door. Thank you, ma'am, he told her as he walked in. Can you do me a favor and go talk to Azula? The princess? She asked as she narrowed her eyes. Why? She's gone too long without a lecture from a mother figure. To anyone else, it would have sounded odd and cryptic. But she understood what he meant. Quote ellipsis. Very well, I will go talk to her. She went past him and out the door, closing it behind him. Once he knew that she had left, he turned to the bed. Corey, he called out. What do you want? Was the response he got. I wanted to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. She sounded upset and stubborn. But he wasn't going to let that stop him. They needed this. Tough, I'm going to talk and you're going to listen, he replied with a firm voice. Why should I? She demanded as she took her face away from her pillow. He could see the tear stains on it and on her face. You need to hear what I have to say. He walked over to the edge of the bed and sat down. Why are you in love with me? He asked, looking straight at her. What? She asked with confusion in her voice. She had never expected that kind of question to come from him. Why are you in love with me? He repeated. It had to be asked and he knew it. I don't really know why. You're best at everything, you're smart, and you look so cool, she listed of the reasons. He frowned at the words and shook his head. That's not love, Corey, that's a crush, he told her gently. But a crush can turn into love, she protested. That's what she had been hoping for all this time. It's true that a crush can turn into love, he admitted. But that only happens when you realized your crush has imperfections. And Kami knows he had imperfections. You don't have any imperfections, Naruto. She couldn't see reason he would have any imperfections. He was perfect. And that's why you're not in love with me. You only have a crush. Tears began to form in her eyes again, threatening to fall. I am too in love with you, she said. She wanted to believe that with all she had. Naruto noticed the tears and gave her a hug. Trust me, you're not. At that point, she lost control and began to bawl like a baby. She held onto him as she cried, her body shaking with each sob. He waited for the crying to turn into sniffles. Corey, I told you that I did love you, remember? He asked her. She nodded, not trusting her voice. There are many kinds of love, and the love I have for you is that of a sibling. What? She said. He pulled away from the hug so that he could look at her face. I love you like a sister. That's important to me. She stayed quiet for a minute and then smiled. Well, it's not the love I wanted, but I'll take it. She could be happy with that. Corey, to me, a family is most important, he assured her. The ones you love always become a part of your family. I guess you're right. Mom and Dad already consider you a member of the family. They had done that back when he had been posted in Udao. He smiled. You see. That's it right there. Just do me a favor, Corey. She grew curious. What? Find someone who you'll be able to fall in love for what they are and not what they can do. I've seen what a crush can do to a person and it doesn't usually go anywhere. Speaking from experience, are we? The QB asked with dry sarcasm. Yes, we are. I had a crush once, remember? Naruto silently answered. Of course, I remember. I was there. And he remembered everything that had happened. He ignored the fox and brought his attention back to Corey. Are you feeling better now? He asked her. Yeah, she answered. The sadness was gone now, and she felt strangely happy. He got off the bed. That's good. He started to walk towards the door. Where are you going? He stopped and turned around to look at her. Now I'm going to go talk to Azula. Azula heard a knock on the door. Getting out of bed, she walked over to the door and opened it, revealing Mrs. Morishita. May I come in? The wife of Udao's mayor asked her. Azula shrugged and stood to the side so that she could come in. What do you want? She asked. Mrs. Morishita turned around to face her. What is it exactly that you have against my daughter? She asked, her voice filled with a quiet and dangerous tone. She scoffed. Why would I have anything against your daughter? It sounded completely ridiculous. She was the princess of the Fire Nation. She does not become jealous of anyone. Maybe it's because she had something that you thought was yours and yours alone. Or maybe because she has something you don't. What could she have that I don't? I'm a princess, I have everything. Really? Asked Mrs. Morishita. Then where is your mother? Azula stiffened. Excuse me. She was certain she had heard what the mayor's wife had said. But she also didn't want to think she heard what she heard. You say you have everything. Where is your mother? She asked again. Why do you care? The princess growled. It wasn't her business. It wasn't anyone's business to pry into such matters. No mother would ever let their child turn out like this. Shut up, she ordered. She didn't want to hear this. Not from her. Not from anyone. They had not right to speak of it. If your mother let you turn out like this, she wasn't a very good mother, Mrs. Morishita stated with a severe frown on her face and strong disapproval in her voice. I said shut up. Azula yelled. What does it matter to you anyway? You're not my mother. Besides, she never cared about me. Zuko was her favorite. Zuko had always been her favorite. She never really cared about her. Not when she wanted it, to hear her say that she was loved. Nevertheless, she was your mother, and she did care about you, Mrs. Morishita told her. I have a question for you, young lady. If your mother saw how you acted today, what do you think she would say to you? She left Azula alone in her room, not waiting for an answer. While she just stood there, absorbing what she was told, Naruto appeared at the door. I take it Mrs. Morishita already talked to you, he asked as he walked in. Azula turned to face her bodyguard. Where were you? She demanded with anger in her voice. I went to talk to Corey. She gave an annoyed huff. Whatever. She turned her back to him and looked out the nearby window, or at least, pretended to. What's wrong, Azula? He asked her. They had to get this all out. And the only they would be able to do that was if they talked. She stood there silently for a few minutes, still pretending to look out the window. Finally, she turned back to face him. Why do you care so much about Corey? She asked him. She wanted to know why he did. Naruto had a mystified look on his face, like he was confused by her question, but decided to answer anyway. I was the first one to treat her like a normal person. She was visibly confused, so he continued. When I was first assigned here, everyone knew her as the mayor's daughter, not as Cory. She hated that, and so she kept constantly getting in trouble. The problem was that nobody would punish her for what she did. That sounded remarkably similar to what she had been like 3 years ago. "So, what did you do?" she asked. He smiled. "The first time she got into trouble when I was her bodyguard, I made her do 20 laps on the trail and she had to do it in 10 minutes. Every time she got into trouble, hard training was her punishment. She hated me for that. She had threatened to murder me almost every time she did laps. In response, I just told that she had to start over." "Her parents let you do this?" Azula asked. She was surprised, but she also knew that Naruto could be a hard taskmaster. He hadn't treated her any differently than the soldiers at the training field when he had been teaching her, which would have probably made her father very angry, if he had been told. "They told me that so long as I didn't kill her, I was fine," he answered. "And so, every time she turned her frustration and anger at me, I trained her to the ground." "That's all you did? You trained her?" She almost found it hard for her to believe the mayor's daughter would fall in love with him just because of that. "Why do you think she tried to attack me?" "She's been trying to beat me ever since I trained her. It's her way of trying to prove that my training worked." Of course, he thought that she didn't need to do that. But who was he to argue? Azula just stood there, reflecting on what he said. She then walked through the door and out into the corridor. She walked right past Ty Lee and Mai. "Azula, where are you going?" Naruto called out to her. "To Cory's room," she called back. "What for?" asked Ty Lee. "I'm going to talk to her." As they watched her go down the corridor, Mai turned to the others. "So, who's getting the fire flakes?" she asked him. There was probably a fight waiting to happen and they should try to get good seats. "That's not funny, Mai," Naruto told her, disapproval in his voice. "Do you see me laughing?" she asked back in deadpan. Cory heard the knock on her door, making her look at it. "Who is it?" she called out. "It's Azula." The voice of the Fire Nation princess said through the wood. "May I come in?" "As you wish," she answered. Who was she to deny the princess of her country? Azula opened the door and walked into the room, stopping about a foot before the bed. "What do you need?" Cory asked her. "I wanted to apologize," she said. She was almost embarrassed to say the words, but she had, and they were already out there. Cory looked at her. "I'm sorry." The daughter of the mayor had not been expecting that kind of answer. "I want to apologize for my behavior to you," she explained. As she spoke, she found the words were becoming easy to say, somewhat. Azula stood silent for a minute. "I was jealous of you. I had thought that Naruto was only my bodyguard. Then you appeared and practically tell me that he was yours as well. I was jealous and I took it out on you." She bowed her head. "I'm sorry. It's okay. I know what you're talking about." Cory smiled. "Naruto does that to you, doesn't he?" Azula chuckled at that. "Yes, he does." She gave Cory a long look. "By the way, you can never tell anyone about me apologizing. If people found out, my reputation would be ruined." "Yes, ma'am." She gave a mock salute, making the both of them laugh. "You know, now that I think about it, it was Naruto's fault for making us act like that," Azula said after they stopped laughing. Cory thought about it. "Yeah, you're right." The princess of the Fire Nation smirked. "Want to get back at him for it?" The daughter of Yu Dao's mayor smirked in return. "I already have an idea." Location: Baifeng Estate. Sokka stood in front of two very shallow craters in the ground with Katara and Team Guy nearby as well Lao, Poppy and Master nearby. Reaching down, he pulled out a dagger out of the ground. Attached to the dagger was a message. "Whoever took Aang and Toph left this," he said as he held it out to Katara. She took the message of the weapon. "If you want to see your daughter again, bring 500 gold pieces to the arena." She read aloud. "It's signed Shin Fu and the boulder." He looked at the message. "You know, the boulder has got a nice autograph," he commented before noticing the looks Katara and Team Guy were giving him. "Hey, I am just saying." "Master Yu," Lao began. I need you to help me get my daughter back. We're going with you, Katara told him. We are indeed, Guy said. Poopy knelt in front of the craters. Poor Toph, she must be so scared. She said. Location. Earth Rumble Arena. You think you're so tough. Why don't you come up here so I can smack that grin off your face? Toph told Shin Fu. Both she and Aang were still in the cages but were now held in the air by chains, over the ring. I'm not smiling, Shin Fu replied. Instead, he was frowning. Toph! Cried out a voice. Shin Fu turned around and saw Lao, Master Yu, Katara, Sokka, Aquila and Team Guy standing on the other side of the ring. Here's your money. Sokka announced, holding up a sack of money. Now let them go. He dropped the bag and Master Yu bent it across the floor to Shin Fu's feet. He picked up the bag and checked the contents. Once he was satisfied, he gave a signal and Toph's cage was lowered. The boulder, who had standing close to Shin Fu, opened the bottom and Toph came out. She ran over to her father and they began to leave with Master Yu behind them. What about Aang? Katara demanded. Shin Fu held up a wanted poster of Aang. I think the Fire Nation will pay a hefty price for the Avatar, he told them. Now, get out of my ring. Aquila gave an angry snarl and charged at Shin Fu. Before he could even get close, the boulder stepped up and bent the ring to jut out a column beneath Aquila, sending him up into the air with a yelp. Aquila! Cried Sokka. The boulder then bent a big chunk of rock out of the ring and threw it at the airborne wolf. It hit him, sending him crashing to the floor in front of Sokka. The boulder did not come here to play with half-grown mongrels, he said in a bored voice. Katara quickly checked Aquila. Thankfully, the injuries were not serious. Once he knew that, Sokka turned and glared at Shin Fu and the boulder. You son of a half-grown. He reached for his boomerang, but the other members of Earth Rumble V appeared, severely outnumbering him. The boulder dares you to finish that comment, the boulder taunted him. Both Katara and Sokka stared at the group. Even with Team Guy beside them, they didn't know if they could take on that many earthbenders all at once. Go, I'll be okay, Aang told them. They turned and left the ring with Aquila behind them patting gingerly, as he didn't want to hurt himself anymore. They managed to reach the other group in the tunnel. Toph, there's too many of them. We need an earthbender, we need you. Katara told her, pleading with her. But Lao wasn't having any of it. My daughter is blind, he told them with anger in his voice. She is blind and tiny and helpless and fragile. She cannot help you. At this point, Toph had had enough. She jerked her hand free of her father's grip. Yes, I can. She began to walk back over to Katara and Sokka. Lord Lao, Guy spoke up as he waited for the others to head back out of the tunnel. Sooner or later, your daughter will want to be free of your protectiveness. Perhaps sooner is better than later. He then turned and followed, walking, leaving Lao to ponder his question. Meanwhile, the members of Earth Rumble were also leaving the place just in the other direction. Aang was being held by the hippo. As they approached the staircase, a wall of earth sprang up in front of them. They all turned their heads to see Toph on the other side of the ring with Sokka and Katara behind her. Team Guy had decided to hang back and wait. Let him go, she ordered. I've beat you all before and I'll do it again. The boulder takes issue with that comment, the boulder responded. The hippo tossed Aang's cage away and they all charged forward. Both Sokka and Katara moved forward to fight but were stopped by Toph. Wait, she told them before concentrating a bit, feeling the vibrations of her opponent's feet. They're mine. She went into an earthbending stance and forced the Earth Rumble members back while also creating a dust screen. As her father watched with worry from the stands along with Master Yu, Team Guy and Aquila, Toph entered the dust screen. The first person she encountered was Fire Nation Man, who was doing poses. Once he noticed that she was there, he tried to bend a stream of dust at her. She simply smirked, sidestepped, and sent the Fire Nation Man out of the ring and crashing into the floor by way of a rock line. As the fight went on, Sokka and Katara, who had skirted around the dust screen to get to the other side of the ring, were trying to get Aang out of the cage. Hit it harder. Aang told Sokka, who was banging on one of the locks with a rock. I'm trying, he replied. Meanwhile the gecko, who had been moving through the dust screen, looking for his opponent, was hit on the head by a small pebble. Looking at where it came from, he saw Toph and immediately reacted by leaping up off the ring floor with rock balls in hand and hurled them at her. When they got near, she just grabbed them and tossed them behind her. As the gecko was coming down due to gravity, he was hit by a column which sent him flying again. He got hit again by another column and then a third, each time gravity took over his flying abilities. The third sent him flying out of the ring and straight into Fire Nation Man, sending the two of them back onto the ground. The gopher tried to sneak up on Toph by tunneling. He popped up behind her and threw a rock ball at her. However, she knew he was coming. So, when the rock ball reached her, she whipped around, grabbed the rock ball and threw it back. The result was the gopher was being hit and flew out of the ring and crashing into the gecko and Fire Nation Man. Sokka finally managed to break open the lock, letting Aang free. He popped out of the cage ready to fight, only for Sokka to shake his head and point. His finger pointed to the hippo, who was swinging a large rock emblem at nothing, coming out of the dust screen. Soon afterwards, the boulder flew out of the dust screen with a shout. The two of them quickly turned back around and saw Toph follow them out of the dust screen. The boulder growled and the hippo thumped his chest. The two charged forward with the headhunter swinging in from behind with rock in hand and screaming as well. The screaming tipped Toph off. She was standing on the Earth Kingdom emblem in the middle of the ring, and so when the boulder and the hippo also reached the emblem, she literally bent the emblem to twist it around. The result was the headhunter crashing into the boulder and the hippo. Toph took advantage of that and sent them flying out of the ring and into the gopher, gecko, and Fire Nation Man. I never knew, Master Yu said to Lao. Your daughter's amazing. People you least expect it from do that to you, Neji stated. He knew that from experience. Toph now stood at one end of the ring with the dust screen covering the other side. Bringing her hands down, she bent the dust away, revealing Shin Fu standing there. He loosened some muscles in his neck and took his stance. Toph simply hawked one in response. She then got into her stance and slowly they circled each other. Shin Fu started it off by bending a barrage of rocks at her. Toph bent the ring to form two triangular slabs in front of her, making a shield. The barrage of rocks hit the shield, but nothing broke through. She then bent one of the slabs forward at Shin Fu. He twisted up into the air and to the side to dodge the incoming slab. He stuck his hand into the ring while in midair and hurled a rock ball at Toph. She simply took one step to the side and let the rock ball fly right past her face. She retaliated and sent Shin Fu out of the ring and landed squarely between Lao and Master Yu. She's the greatest earthbender I've ever seen, Master Yu told her father as Aang and the others gathered around Toph. Location: Baifeng Estate. Toph stood in front of her parents while the others sat behind her. Dad, she began. I know it's probably hard for you to see me this way. But the obedient, helpless little blind girl that you think I am just isn't me. I love fighting. I love being an earthbender, and I'm really, really good at it. I know I've kept my life secret from you, but you were keeping me secret from the whole world. You were doing it to protect me, but I'm 12 years old and I've never had a real friend. So, now that you see who I really am, I hope it doesn't change the way you feel about me. Of course it doesn't change the way I feel about you, Toph, he told her. It's made me realize something. It has? She asked, her hopes rising. Yes. I've let you have far too much freedom. From now on you will be cared for and guarded 24 hours a day, he told her, his wife nodding in agreement. But Dad, protested Toph. We are doing this for your own good, Toph, Poppy told her, stopping her from making any more arguments. Please escort the Avatar and his friends out, her father commanded. They are no longer welcome here. As the group was being led away, Aang looked back. I'm sorry, Toph, he told her. I'm sorry too, she replied. Goodbye, Aang. Guy also looked back. Lord Lao, you never answered my question. Lao didn't say anything and looked away. This is most unyouthful of you, he accused her father as they were led away. No one noticed the tears coming from Toph's eyes. Aang stood on the edge of a cliff overlooking the Bifong estates. Don't worry, Katara told him, trying to be reassuring. We'll find you a teacher. There are plenty of amazing earthbenders out there. Not like her, he said in reply. They climbed aboard Appa where Sokka, Momo, Akela, and Team Guy already were. They were about to take off when Aang heard something behind them. Turning around, he saw Toph in her causal gear running up to them, a traveling pack slung across her back. Toph, HH said in joy. What are you doing here? My dad changed his mind, she told them as she stopped beside Appa. He said I was free to travel the world. While Sokka and Katara shared a look of confusion, Team Guy did not believe a word she said. Well, we better get out of here before your dad changes his mind again, Sokka said. Good idea, she replied. You're gonna be a great teacher, Toph, Aang told her. He had no doubt about it. Speaking of which, I want to show you something. Okay. He hopped off Appa, but just as he landed on the ground, Toph sent him into a tree via an earth column she bent out of the ground. Now we're even, she told him. I'll take the belt back, she said, holding out her hand. Sokka took it off and tossed it down to Toph. Unfortunately, he forgot she was blind, so the belt landed on her head, sending her to the ground. Sorry, he apologized just before Aang fell out of the tree. Soon enough, Appa was flying through the night sky with a new passenger on board. Location: Yu Dao. That was a good workout, Naruto said as he came out of the bath adjacent to his room. He had just gotten back from the morning exercises with the military. Clad only in his pants, he headed back to his bed to get the rest of his clothes when he notices the door was knocking. Who is that? He wondered aloud as he walked to the door. He opened it and was immediately bombarded with high-pitched squeals of, "It's Lord Naruto." He slammed the door shut, locked it and put his back to it so that they wouldn't get through easily. It's the fangirls, he thought in a panic. Yes, it is, the QB noted, slightly fearful. There were a very few, things in this world that could frighten a Biju. And fangirls or fanboys, depending on the Jinchuriki, were quite high on that list. How did they find me? He demanded, mostly to himself. I didn't tell anybody about where I was sleeping except for. He went still as the notion went through his head. They didn't. Apparently, they did. Those two are so dead when I get my hands on them, he promised. He knew that he might have unintentionally been the source of anger between them, and he knew that he should have expected some kind of payback. But this was going too far. The thumping on the door was getting louder, as were the cries of, "Please let us in, Lord Naruto," and, "I want your babies." It brought him back to the reality he was currently in. Kit, right now you should probably focus more on getting out alive, the QB told him. The fox had lived long enough and had been sealed into enough people to know the horror of fangirls and fanboys. He was in no hurry to see it again. Naruto looked around the room for an exit, only to find none. Of all the rooms I had to choose, I had to pick the one that didn't have windows, he bemoaned the fact. Then make one. The door won't hold for long, his Biju urged him. The two of them could hear the door starting to crack against the relentless pounding. Quickly making a one-handed Rasengan, the blonde charged to the wall he knew led to a room that had windows. He burst through the wall into the empty room, opened the window, and leapt out just as the fangirls broke through the door. I'm safe, he thought in triumph as he landed on a nearby rooftop. Kit. Don't look down. He, of course, did look down and saw fangirls in the streets. He could tell they were fangirls because of the banners that said, "We love Lord Naruto, dear Kami." How many are they? He wondered in fear and horror. Before the fox could answer his question, the window he had leapt from was filled with fangirls who looked like they could make the jump. That was when he remembered he was only wearing his pants. Lord Naruto, they cried, getting attention from the streets, which amplified the cry many times over. Suddenly, there were fangirls on the same rooftop as him. Gaki, I just have one word of advice, Run. And so, Naruto did. He ran and the fangirls followed. If one had stayed behind and looked up, they would have seen 4 girls sitting on the edge of the roof of the mayor's house, eating fire flakes and happily watching the Chuas. Azula, Mai, Ty Lee, and Cory were sitting down at the table and were about to enjoy a light lunch. It had been about 5 hours since the fangirls had been set on Naruto. Since they didn't hear the fangirls celebrating in the streets, they had assumed that the blonde was able to get away. As they were about to start eating, the door to the dining room opened and in came a fully clothed Naruto. That was not fun, HHE declared as he closed the door behind him and walked to the table. That was pure torture, wrapped in a blanket of insanity. What's the matter, Naruto? Didn't you enjoy your run? Azula asked, making the girls burst into giggling. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? He told them. Cory, Azula, I know it was the 2 of you who did this. As a prankster, I commend you. But I must also prank you back. He turned to Azula. And since you gave me no warning, I shall do the same to you. Since I lost the fangirls 2 hours ago, I went to see some people. They should be arriving soon. He looked over to Cory. I must admit, Cory, I did not know you had them. It was quite a surprise. Both Azula and Cory began to get nervous at his words. Who's coming? Cory asked. She was beginning to think that she and Azula should run for their lives. Soon they heard a knock on the door. I think that's for you too, he told them, before going back to the door and opening it. Here they are, he announced, holding the door wide open. Oddly enough, the area beyond the door somehow looked like a black void. It's Lady Cory and Lady Azula, they all heard come from beyond the door. Azula and Cory both knew that kind of voice. Fanboys, cried the 2 of them in horror as the first came through the door and saw them. They ran to a nearby opened window and jumped through it, not really knowing where it would and not really caring. The fanboys soon chased after the 2 girls, coming through the door, and leaving through the window, leaving the dining room empty except for Naruto, Mai, and Ty Lee. Naruto? Asked Ty Lee. Wasn't that a bit much? Not at all, he replied as he sat down at the table. I let them off a little easy. How so? Asked Mai. I could prank them in a way that would force them to strip to their undergarments, and then I would have introduced the fanboys, he explained before helping himself to the lunch. Both Mai and Ty Lee just stared at him. The 2 of them, as well as Azula and Cory when they heard about what he said later, had learned a good lesson that day. You don't prank an Uzumaki. They will prank you back. End. Author's note. Thank you for all the reviews you've sent me. I never thought I would hit triple digits in reviews. Now you've got a little history on the Paragons. More will be coming up. Also coming up is a conversation between Naruto and Sifu. For the record, this is not going to be Naruto, Azula, Cory, it's just Naruto, Azula. Those of you who want a threesome can and will get over it. For those of you who find my descriptions of earthbending difficult, I apologize. It's not as easy as describing the other bending arts. If you want to know what a spike meteor hammer is, it's the weapon Cory uses in the comics. Also, those are the actual stage names for the Earth Rumble members. I did not make those up. Now, I am not going to do Zuko alone because, like the Cave of Two Lovers, it's a little pointless for the story. However, I will be doing a Zuko-centric chapter that also reveals what happened to Naruto while he was on Ember Island. Yes, I did change Sokka a little bit in this chapter. But considering he's gotten a little more serious, I felt it was necessary. Bodyguard of Azula. Chapter 6. Running away and catching up. Location: Naruto. He floated in the air as the fight waged on below him. He knew he was dreaming because the battle below was being fought by shinobi. He didn't know who the man with red hair was, but he knew who his opponent was. The telltale black cloak with a red cloud was visible, marking the red-haired man's opponent as a member of the infamous criminal organization, Akatsuki. I must admit, you're pretty tough, the blue-skinned shinobi said as he hefted a giant, cloth-covered sword onto his shoulder. So are you, the red-haired shinobi replied. But I expected nothing less from the Oo Motonai Biju, tailed beast without a tail. He sounded breathless, like the fight had taken a lot out of him. Ah, so you've heard of me, he commented, sounding pleased. Any shinobi worth their kunai knows who you are. I also know what you're a part of. Then you know that you're about to lose, he declared with a bloodthirsty grin on his face, taking the sword from his shoulder. Kisame, a voice called out from behind him. You're taking too much time. The voice sounded a little bored, like he didn't really care about what was happening. Kisame turned his head back to look at a black-haired man standing in a tree. Oh, lighten up, Itachi. He'll be done in a few moments, he replied with a slightly chiding voice. Then it's best if you finish it now. I will not be going down so easily, the red-haired shinobi declared as he flashed through hand seals. Yoden. Shikugar. He didn't finish the jutsu because at that point, Kisame had shoved his cloth-covered sword into his stomach. My blade, Samahata, seems to enjoy your chakra, he told the red-haired shinobi. Then he pulled the sword upward, tearing the cloth. What was under the cloth was not a sword made of metal but of shark scales. As the blade cleared the red-haired shinobi, it left a bloody trail on his body, making him stumble to the ground. Sweden. Sukoden no Jutsu, Water Style. Water Shark Bomb Jutsu, Kisame said as the rain all around them formed into a giant shark. The shark then flew straight at the red-haired shinobi, causing him to scream in pain when the jutsu hit. Naruto didn't know how but he could feel the pain as well. No! Screamed out Naruto as his eyes opened and he lurched upwards. He was in his room, in Udao. Are you okay, Kit? The Kyuubi asked. The pain, it was so real, he panted. Sweat caused his night clothes to stick to his body. If he wasn't still reeling from what he had just seen and felt, he would have stripped out of them. But he could still feel the pain. What happened? He knew his Jinchuriki had nightmares, but they never made him wake up in such a fashion. This was something new. I was having a dream. It was the Akatsuki. They were fighting another Jinchuriki, he explained as he tried to get control of his breath back. Did you know the Jinchuriki? No, but I saw the headband. He was from Iowa. Also, his hair and beard were red. The fox was silent for a few minutes. Quote ellipsis. So, they got the Yonbi. Yonbi, repeated Naruto. You just described the Jinchuriki of Yonbi, he explained. Before the blonde could ask another question, he heard a knock on the door. Lord Naruto, are you all right? We heard screaming, a guard outside the door asked. His voice was muffled, but he sounded worried. Yes, I'm fine, he called out. It was just a bad dream. Very well, my lord. Please remember that you're leaving in 2 hours. He looked outside. He had windows installed after the fangirl incident. It was still dark, but he could see the first lights of dawn on the horizon. Thank you for reminding me. As he listened to the guard leave, he looked out the window. What was with that dream? He wondered. I don't think it was a dream, Gaki, the Kyuubi told him solemnly. Location: Earth Kingdom. It had been some time after Toph had left her family to join with Aang. Now it was dusk, and they were setting up camp. Since their departure from jailing, the group did not encounter any problem at all, until when Appa landed on what appeared to be a firm ground, but Toph was not happy at all. On the other hand, Team Guy was nervous when they were flying on the back of a large sky bison. No one back in the elemental nations would believe what the shinobi who found themselves on another continent will say when they boast of encountering hybrid animals on the bending nations. Hey, you guys picked a great campsite. The grass is so soft, Toph noted as she felt the earth around them. That's not grass, Sokka told her as he looked down at the ground. Appa's shedding. Oh, gross. Katara complained, lifting a foot off the fur. She really didn't want to step in sky bison fur. That's not gross, Aang told her. He didn't see what the problem was. It's just a part of spring. You know, rebirth, flowers blooming, and Appa gets a new coat. Aang is most correct. Springtime is so youthful. Lee shouted. Yosh. And you all are in the springtime of your youth. Guy cried out. Don't even think about hugging, Neji warned the two of them. We'll have Toph bury you up to your waists, Tenten threatened. The rest of Team Guy or any of the others didn't need to see that again. Ah, the beauty of spring, Katara said with sarcasm as she watched the shinobi team. Appa sneezed at that point, causing a lot of fur to fly upward and fall to the ground as well as the group. Stop, Appa, stop, she told him as he shook his head, getting rid of any other loose fur. It's not that bad, Katara, Sokka told her. She turned around and saw him crouched on the ground next to Aquila. It makes a great wig. He turned around and on top of his head was a tall cone of Appa's fur. Aquila had the same thing, but his was smaller. And a great beard, Aang announced as he hopped down from the saddle. He was wearing Appa's fur as a bushy white beard. Both of them laughed at what the other was wearing. Aquila just rolled his eyes and pawed the wig off his head. I'm glad we have another girl in the group. There are times you two are disgusting, Katara said as she swept fur off her shoulders. Sometimes, she couldn't believe their antics. It was like they were 5 years old. Toph walked up to Aang and Sokka. Excuse me, does anyone have a razor? Because I've got some hairy pits, she declared as she raised her arms, showing that she had stuffed fur under her armpits. The three of them kept laughing, even more so when Aang had sneezed, slammed into Appa's foot and fell to the ground. Even Katara started to giggle. Team Guy just stared at them all, before finally joining the laughter. This thing is really moving, isn't it? Ty Lee asked, sitting in a chair. She could feel the humming of the engine coming from the floor. So it would seem, Mai answered as she leaned against the wall. She felt the engine hum as well. She just felt it through the wall. I must hand it to War Minister Chen. He did on a fine job on this, Azula noted. The War Minister had been at Yudao working on a military project. The end result was hybrid of a tank and a train. When he heard that Azula was hunting for the Avatar and had stopped in Yudao, he lent the tank train to her so that she could track him down. The door to the next car opened and one of the engineers stepped inside. Attached to his waist was a safety line so that he wouldn't fall off when trying to get to another car. Princess, we've found a trail on the Avatar. We're following it now, he told Azula. She nodded. Very good. The engineer saluted and left. She turned to Mai. Is Naruto still checking our supplies? Yeah, he's also checking on the mongoose dragons. Hey, Azula, Ty Lee said, sounding nervous. I've got something to tell you. What is it, Ty Lee? It was rare, very rare, to hear the acrobat talk like that. She was always confident and happy about what she said. Well, this morning, while we were still in Yudao, I had woken up early, she began to explain. I wanted to stretch my legs a bit, so I walked around a little. When I walked past Naruto's room, I heard him scream. Both Azula and Mai had an expression of surprise. They've never really heard Naruto scream, at least, not off of the battlefield. Yet, the tone used by Ty Lee sounded alarming to the others, as if she did not know what to do. What happened? Azula asked. It sounded like he had woken up from a dream. Then he started to talk to himself. I didn't hear much, but I did hear the words, Akatsuki, Jinchuriki, and Yonbi. At that point, a guard had shown up, so I left. She looked at her two friends. Do you know what those words mean? They shook their heads. There was a part of Naruto's background story that not even Azula and her friends learned, and it was certainly not a kind of story that the banished crown prince would have learned. As Naruto and Zuko never interacted much, even before the latter's banishment, the former did not bother to divulge much of his background to him. Do you think this has something to do with your vision in the swamp? Mai asked Azula. She didn't know why, but she felt it was just so. I don't know. Everything they seemed to learn about her bodyguard's past seemed to have to deal with those people wearing the strange-looking headbands. But something tells me it also has to do with those people from Omashu. The sun had set, and the sky had turned purple. Aang and Sokka were setting up the tent and sleeping bags while Katara dealt with the water. Guy, Lee and Aquila had gone looking for firewood while Neji and Tenten had taken up positions in the trees to keep a lookout. The only person who wasn't doing anything was Toph. She was kicking back and relaxing against a rock with a piece of wheat in her. Took notice, so she went over to Toph. "So, Toph," she began. "Usually when setting up camp, we try to divide up the work. Hey, don't worry about me. I'm good to go," Toph told her. The earthbender was completely relaxed. She didn't look she was going to be moving from that spot anytime soon. "Well, actually what I'm trying to say is some of us might fetch water while someone else might set up the fire pit or put up the tent." Momo flew by with berries in his paws, which he dropped into Katara's hands. "Even Momo does his fair share," the waterbender told her. "Katara, I'm fine, I can carry my own weight. I don't need a fire. I've already collected my own food and look." She bent 2 slabs of rock out of the earth to form a triangular shape over her head. "My tent's all set up." Katara made a face. "Well, that's great for you, but we still need to finish," she tried to say. "I don't understand. What's the problem here?" Toph demanded, interrupting her. She was becoming impatient and annoyed. "Never mind," she said, walking away. Later, Aang was airbending the saddle off Appa's back. He managed to get it on the ground, but he also managed to put it on top of Sokka as well. As this was going on, Katara looked over at Toph and decided to give it another try. In the distance, Tenten started to gather enough firewood as Neji and Guy stood close to the banks of the river and kept an eye out, in case they ever encounter an ambush. "It doesn't seem to look like we're going to be attacked soon, Guy-sensei." Neji turned his head to see Lee walk towards them. "Anything so far, Lee?" "Not that I know of, but the geography around here is suitable for an ambush." Lee spotted Katara as she approached Toph. On the other hand, I don't know what to make of the newcomer who was more content with just letting other people do the work for her. "Hey Toph," she greeted as she walked back over. "I wanted to apologize for earlier. I think we're all just a little tried and getting on each other's nerves." "Yeah, you do seem a little tried," Toph told her, not even trying to apologize back. In her mind, she wasn't doing or saying anything wrong. Katara got irritated. "I meant all of us," she replied, trying to get her message across, but it didn't. "Well, good night," the earthbender told her, crawling into her earth tent. "Good night." She gave up and walked away. That night, everyone except Lee and Tenten, who had taken over lookout duty from Neji and Guy, fell asleep. Toph lay in her earth tent sleeping peacefully, but suddenly came awake because of something. She kept her hand on the ground and concentrated, trying to feel what it was. "There's something coming towards us," she called out as she came out of her tent. "What is it?" Aang asked as they joined her. She placed a hand on the earth again. "It feels like an avalanche, but also not an avalanche. Your powers of perception are frightening," Sokka noted with sleepy sarcasm. He wanted to back to sleep, but he also knew that he had to try and be alert. "Confirm what she's saying, Neji," Guy ordered. Out of all of them, the Hyuga would be able to do so quickly. Neji activated his Byakugan. "There is something coming this way and closing in fast," he announced, staring at a certain direction. From said direction, was said something. "Should we leave?" Katara asked. "Better safe than sorry," Aang replied. They quickly broke down camp and boarded Appa. As the sky bison flew away, they all saw smoke in the distance. "What is that thing?" Katara asked aloud as they looked at the smoke that looked like it was following them. "I don't know, but I don't want to find out right now," Sokka told her. They had flown a good distance. When they finally decided to land, Toph was the first to get off. "Ah land, sweet land," she said as she apparently hugged the ground. "See you guys in the morning," she told them as she hopped up and started to walk away. "Actually, can you help us unload?" Katara asked. They could use everyone's help with that. "Really, you need me to help unload Sokka's and Lee's funky-smelling sleeping bags?" When he heard this, Lee took a sniff from his bag and fainted from the smell. Sokka saw this and brought his bag down to Aquila. The wolf backed up immediately with his tail between his legs. Sorry. Sokka apologized instantly. Well yeah, Katara told her. That and everything else, you're a part of our team now and… Look, I didn't ask you to help unload my stuff. I'm carrying my own weight, Toph told her off before walking away. That's not the point, she said, going after her. Ever since you joined us, you've been nothing but selfish and unhelpful. What? Exclaimed the earthbender. Look here, Sugar Queen. I gave up everything I had so I could teach Aang earthbending, so don't you talk to me about being selfish. She sat down and bent another tent out from the ground, effectively ending the conversation. Sugar Queen, demanded Katara. The response she got was a slab of rock coming out of the ground and covering the opening of the earth tent. Did you just slam the door in my face? How can you be so infuriating? As they watched Katara essentially throw a tantrum around the tent, Aang looked at Sokka with apprehension. Likewise, Team Guy also hesitated to intervene in the argument between the two girls. Should we do something? Aang asked. He didn't know how to deal with this kind of situation, seeing as he never grew up with the opposite sex. Hey, I'm just enjoying the show, Sokka told him. He enjoyed it whenever Katara lost her cool and it wasn't directed at him. Aang decided to approach Katara. Okay. You both need to calm down, he said to her, making her stop the tantrum. Both? She asked before whipping around to face Aang with a look that could have possibly terrified a Biju. I'm completely calm. I can see that, he said, doing the wise thing and backing off. That's enough. Tenten barked. She stepped in front of Katara, blocking her off from Toph's tent. We don't need to fight amongst ourselves when we're also battling exhaustion as well. Guy nodded. I agree. A good shut-eye will calm everyone down. He frowned. Though I wonder what is up with the smoke earlier. Later, everyone was trying to sleep, everyone except Katara. The stars sure are beautiful tonight. Too bad you can't see them, Toph, she called out, feeling moody and spiteful. Toph's response was to bend a rock line at Katara, sending her up into the air and landing on top of Sokka and Aquila, who slept next to the tribesmen. Hey, how's a guy and a wolf supposed to sleep with all this yelling and earthquaking? Sokka demanded after pushing Katara off of him. Aquila barked in agreement. The earth tent's door fell back into the ground and Toph appeared. That thing is back, she announced, getting their attention again. Well, how far away is it? Maybe we can close our eyes, just for a few minutes, the tribesman asked, trying to cover himself with his sleeping bag. He really wanted to sleep. Aang noticed the incoming smoke. I don't think so, Sokka. He began to get out of his sleeping bag. It was wishful thinking to begin with anyway, he grumbled mostly to himself. They quickly got everything aboard Appa and flew away again, but the smoke was still there, following them. This time, Neji struggled to keep himself awake as his eyes drooped. Tenten grabbed her kunai and hid it under her sleeve, in preparation for a possible battle. Seriously, what is that thing? Katara asked aloud, not really expecting an answer. And how does it keep finding us? Toph also asked. I don't know. But this time, I'm going to make sure we lose it, Aang told them. As he had Appa pour on the speed, the others just dozed. It seems like we're speeding up, Naruto noted. He could feel the engine humming faster through his feet. There was also that slight pull of gravity it had on him. Azula looked at her bodyguard. She grew worried that her bodyguard was tiring himself out. Just after lunch, the blonde almost tripped while the drill continued to move. Naruto, she began. Why don't you go to sleep? You've been awake since early this morning and have been working hard since. You need the rest. She's right, Mai agreed. The guy looked practically dead on his feet. Yeah, go and sleep, Naruto. We'll be with the mongoose dragons in the last car, Ty Lee chimed in. Seeing as he had no argument, he nodded, but grew serious. All right, but I want you to wake me either when it's morning or we've caught up with the Avatar. Azula smiled. Sleep well, Naruto, she told him as she left the car along with Ty Lee and Mai. Appa finally landed on a flat part of a mountain. He landed and rolled onto his side, letting everyone in his saddle fall out onto the ground. Neji activated his Byakugan to scan the area for new threats coming to them, but only found the distant smoke coming closer towards them. Okay, forget about setting up camp. I'm finding the softest piece of dirt and going to sleep, Sokka told them as he scooted away in his sleeping bag. Aquila followed tiredly after him. That's good because Toph wasn't going to help anyway, Katara said snidely. Oh, I didn't realize baby needed someone to tuck her in bed, Toph retorted. That's enough, you two, Guy commanded. They didn't any more of this arguing. We don't need any more tensions, as Tenten may have already dealt with it. Yeah, there's something after us and we don't even know what or who it is, Aang told them as he tossed his shawl over his head. He was just as tired as Sokka and wanted to sleep just as badly. It could be Zuko. We haven't seen him since the North Pole, Katara suggested. Truth be told, she was getting nervous about not seeing him around. Who's Zuko? Toph asked. Sokka gave her a summary. Oh, just some angry freak with a ponytail who's tracked us all over the world. What's wrong with ponytails, Ponytail? Katara asked his brother with humor in her tried voice. This is a warrior's wolf tail, he replied without even lifting his face off the ground, pointing at his hair. Well, it certainly tells the other warriors that you're fun and perky. She replied but yelped as Aquila growled lightly at that comment. Oh, stop, Aquila. You know she was kidding, Sokka told him. Anyway, who's ever chasing us couldn't have followed us here. So, now would everyone just shush? He lay back on his sleeping bag and tried to fall asleep. But Momo landed on his chest and started to make a racket. No, Momo, shush. Sleepy time. Momo just went over his head, straight to the edge and continued to make noise. The tribesman was the first one to get the point. Oh, don't tell me, he groaned as he put his head on the ground. That's impossible, Aang protested. There's no way they could have tracked us. He had Appa fly faster and put more distance between them and whoever it was that was following them. I can feel it with my own 2 feet. Toph told him. He ran over to the edge to look. Sure enough, there was the smoke and the tank train coming at them. Let's get out of here, Katara suggested. Maybe we should face them, find out who they are. Who knows? Maybe they're friendly, Aang suggested in turn. Always the optimist, Sokka commented. The air nomad always did seem to believe that everyone was a potential friend to them. I don't think our unwanted guests are friendly, Neji said darkly, his Byakugan still activated. The tank train stopped and the car opened its side door. To Aang's and Katara's surprise, out of the smoke that bellowed out from the car, came Azula, Ty Lee, and Mayan mongoose dragons. The mongoose dragons then began to run up the trail that led Aang's group. It's those 3 girls from Omashu, Katara exclaimed. They all got ready to fight, taking stances and drawing weapons. We can take them, Toph declared, 3 on 3. Actually, Toph, there's 8 of us, Sokka told her. She didn't count him or Team Guy. Yeah, did you forget about us? Tenten asked, keeping her left hand over her shuriken holster, and her right hand over her hidden kunai. Oh, I'm sorry, Toph said. I didn't count you guys. You know. No bending and all. She wasn't trying to be rude, but she thought because they weren't benders, they wouldn't be able to hold their own in a fight. Sokka got mad at the causal dismissal of their abilities. We can still fight, he told her angrily. Aquila seemed to glare at her as well. Okay, 3 on 3 plus Sokka, Guy, Lee, Neji, and Tenten, she amended, trying to be a bit nicer and missing by a wide mark. That attitude will kill you one day, Toph, Neji remarked as Sokka reined in his temper. If she kept up with it, then she would be completely caught off guard when the day came that she fought a non-bender who could hold their own against her. She said nothing in return, having returned her focus back to the incoming threat. She bent large rocks to come out of the ground randomly in front of the 3 girls. The mongoose dragons they were riding just simply climbed over them. Well, that didn't work, she thought. Well, we wanted to find out who they were, we found out. Now let's get out of here, Sokka told them. They all ran back to Appa and climbed aboard. Toph stayed at the edge and bent a big wall out of the surrounding rock to block the girls. Urging her mongoose dragon on, Azula blew open a hole in the wall by generating and directing lighting at it. They climbed through the hole and Mai shot off some small arrows at Toph. She bent the rock beneath her up into the air, which blocked the arrows and allowed her to jump off and land in Appa's saddle. Appa, yip yip, ordered Aang once he knew that she was aboard. Guys, I need a barrage. Tenten told her teammates. They nodded and the three of them reached for either their kunai or shuriken. They proceeded to hurl whatever they had at the three girls, trying to slow them down. Both Mai and Ty Lee pulled back a bit to avoid the barrage, but Azula melted a hole in the barrage with her firebending. The kunai and shuriken fell harmlessly around her. They got away, she noted. She turned around and headed back over to her friends. Let's head back to the tank train. We'll still be able to track them. The two girls nodded in agreement. As they went back, Ty Lee looked at Azula. Why didn't we wake Naruto? She asked. She had thought that was the first thing they should have done. Because he needs the rest, Azula answered, honestly believing it. Besides, we didn't catch the Avatar. Appa flew on but even he was getting tired. I can't believe those girls followed us all the way from Omashu, Katara said from where she sat in the saddle. I still think we could have taken them, Toph grumbled. They had the better advantage, why didn't they use it? Are you kidding me? The waterbender asked. The crazy blue firebending and the flying daggers are bad enough, but last time we saw them, one of those girls did something that took my bending away. That's scary. She had never felt so helpless before in her life when that had happened to her. I remember Lady Hinata telling me about that, Neji said. It sounds similar to the Juken. He was curious to see if the two styles were similar in any way. Tenten noticed that Lee had a troubled look on his face. What's the matter, Lee? She asked him, concerned. It's just something been bugging me, and I find it unyouthful, Ge told her, a frown etched onto his face. Those three girls were the same ones from Omashu, right? He asked Katara. Yeah, that's right. It was hard to forget them. They made quite the impression with that first meeting. What are you getting at, Lee? Guy asked his student. If they are the same three girls, where was Naruto? He thought the blonde was supposed to be always right next to the Fire Nation princess. And yet, they didn't see him. That kid you were talking about back at home? Toph asked Neji, who nodded in reply. Before they could ponder the question further, they noticed that the sky was getting lighter. Oh no, the sun is rising, Sokka groaned pointing to the east where the sun was above a mountain. We've been up all night with no sleep. Quote. Sokka, we'll be okay, Aang reassured him. Are you sure? I've never not slept before. What if I fall asleep now and something happens? And something always happens, he asked, beginning to freak out. Aquila bit him in the leg, making him yelp in pain. Once he was done, he looked down at the wolf. Thanks Aquila. I needed that. Aquila just yawned in reply. Every time we land, those girls are there. So, we'll just have to keep flying, Katara told her brother. It seemed like the perfect idea at that moment. We can't keep flying forever, Aang replied. They were going to have to land at some point. Well, why don't you land right now and let them catch up? Toph suggested. We can still take them, even if they have that Naruto guy. She knew and they knew that they had the advantage. Toph, that Naruto guy, as you call him, defeated 4 of our teammates easily, Guy told her. So, you guys aren't benders. It wouldn't take that much to beat you, she said a little dismissively. I think you've spent too much time with the most unyouthful master you, Lee commented. She bristled at that comment. She was nothing like him. Also, Toph, Sokka said before she could reply. Naruto isn't a bender and he can see through the earth's vibrations as well. She was stunned. She thought she was the only one who could do it. Appa kept flying and flying as the day went on. So, what's our plan? Aang asked in a tried voice. Don't know. Too tried to think, Toph told him. Her eyes were closed and she didn't have the energy to open them again. I'm sure we'll come up with something after a short nap, Katara said. Yes, sleep, Sokka agreed wholeheartedly. The two fell asleep. Then they started to float in the air above the saddle. Both Toph and Team Guy did as well, even Aquila and Momo. Momo grabbed onto Toph's leg and Aquila bit down on a saddle handle. They were shocked awake when they realized that they were only floating because Appa was falling. What's going on? Demanded Toph. Aang was hanging on by the rope. Appa fell asleep, he yelled. As they fell, Sokka brought Katara in closer while Team Guy made sure they didn't let go of each other. Aang had managed to bring himself down to Appa's head and then scooted down to his face. Wake up, buddy, he cried. As they neared a forest, Appa finally managed to wake up. He pulled into himself up a bit to fly, but he still was doing. After finally going through some trees, he crash-landed on the ground, making all the birds fly away. Aang slipped off Appa's head. Appa's exhausted, he stated the obvious. Aquila barked out something that not only the other animals but even the humans could tell was sarcastic. If Kiba had been there, what Aquila had barked would have roughly translated to, "Thank you, Captain Obvious. What tipped you off? Okay, we've put a lot of distance between us and them. The plan right now is to follow Appa's lead and get some sleep," Sokka said as he walked from Appa with his sleeping bag. Team Guy got off of the Sky Bison as well. They were a little better off, but not by a lot. Katara, tried and irritable, decided to beat an already dead horse. Of course, we could have gotten some sleep early if Toph didn't have such issues, she said in a completely snarky tone of voice. What? Screamed Toph as she slammed her hands on the ground, creating a crack. All right, Aang cut in, trying to stop the fight before it started. Everyone's exhausted, let's just get some rest. No, I want to hear what Katara has to say, the Earthbender said. You think I have issues? She asked Katara. I'm just saying, she began, maybe if you helped earlier, we could have set our camp faster and gotten some sleep. And then maybe we wouldn't be in this situation. You're blaming me for this? Toph demanded as she came near Katara, who threw her sleeping bag down and gave her a "bring it" motion with her hands. Meanwhile, Sokka tried to go to sleep, but was distracted by what was going on. Aang quickly said, No, she's not blaming you. He tried to get in between them, play peacemaker. Neji touched the airbender's shoulder and shook his head. That's a bad idea, getting between two angry women, he said. Guy and Lee nodded in agreement. It was an even worse idea when said women could hear what you said. Aang still got in the middle of it. No, I'm blaming her. Katara shouted. Hey! Toph barked as she tossed Aang out of the way, proving the point of the male shinobi. I never asked you for diddly-doo-dah. I carry my own weight. Besides, if there's anyone to blame, it's Shetty over here. She pointed at Appa. What? You're blaming Appa? Aang asked. He couldn't believe anyone would try and blame the Sky Bison. Yeah, you want to how they keep finding us. He's leaving a trail everywhere we go. Toph told them as she grabbed some loose fur from Appa and let it float away, proving her point. How dare you blame Appa? He told her, coming to his bison's defense. He saved your life 3 times today. If there's anyone to blame, it's you. You always talk about how you carry your own weight, but you're not, he is. Appa's carrying your weight. He never had a problem flying when it was just the 7 of us. She waited as he yelled at her and then walked away from him. Earthbending her pack into her hands, she put it around her back. I'm outta here, she stated. Sokka and Aquila stood in front of her, blocking her path. Wait. The tribesman told her. She simply bent him and Aquila out of the way and continued walking. A few minutes after Toph had disappeared from their sight, the reality of what Aang and Katara did hit them. What did I just do? Aang asked with big eyes. I can't believe I yelled at my earthbending teacher. Now she's gone. I know, Katara told him. We're all just trying to use to each other, and I was so mean to her. She couldn't believe that she had let her anger take control like that. She was usually more level-headed. Yeah, you two were pretty much jerks, Sokka told them with Aquila nodding in agreement. He sat on the ground nearby with a drink in his hand. The shinobi team stayed silent and kept a lookout. Thanks, Sokka, Katara said. No problem. She helped Aang off the ground. We need to find Toph and apologize. Sokka finished the drink in his hand. Okay, but what are we going to do about the tank full of dangerous ladies and possibly Naruto chasing us? He asked them. It seemed like quite the problem. Aang looked over at Appa and grabbed some of the shedding fur. I have a plan, he said as he watched the fur float away. They got Appa into the nearby river and gave him a bath. Aang and Katara bent the water out of the river and onto Appa while Sokka, Team Guy and even Momo scrubbed him down. As they did that, the loose fur that Appa had went down the river. After they were done, Appa now stood on the bank with no more loose fur. Toph was right. Appa's fur was leading a trail right to us, Aang explained. But now that he's clean, no more trail. Are you he's okay to fly? Katara asked. Even though the bison was freshly cleaned, he looked exhausted. Appa does kinda seem a little tired, Tenten noted. He'll be fine as long as we leave his saddle and all our stuff here, Aang told them. Then it's a good thing we already hid them, Neji said. Before they had cleaned Appa, they had taken the saddle and everything that was in it and concealed it in the nearby forest. Unless someone really looked, they wouldn't see it. Sokka looked over at Aquila. Aquila, I want you to guard the stuff. Can you do that? He asked. The wolf just gave him a look. Right, sorry. Forgot who I was talking to, he apologized as they all climbed aboard. Aang hadn't. He grabbed a nearby bag and began collecting fur that was on the ground. I'm going to use Appa's fur to make a fake trail to lead the tank off course. You guys use Appa to try and find Toph. Aang, that's not a good idea. You should have someone go with you, Sokka told him. Sokka is correct. Lee or I should follow you, Guy said. The only words to come out of Aang's mouth were, Appa, yip yip. The sky bison was up and flying away before anyone could get off. The air nomad turned around and flew off in the opposite direction, the fur in the bag already falling out. Toph kept walking as she neared a forest. Suddenly she stopped as she felt a presence nearby. Taking no chances, she bent a rock line to behind a nearby boulder, where she heard a grunt of pain. Climbing stopped the boulder, she looked at the person she had attacked. The person turned out to be an old man rubbing his rear end. That really hurt my tailbone, Iroh said to himself. Azula, Mai, and Ty Lee stood outside the tank train at the riverbank where Appa had landed. Sticking her hands into the water, Azula picked up some of the fur to examine it. Wads of wet fur, how delightful, Mai commented with boredom. Ty Lee put on a thinking expression. They're not wads. They're more like bundles or bunches. It's got an sound, SSHE said aloud. Quote ellipsis. Clumps. Mai finally suggested after watching her try to find the right word. She perked up immediately. Clumps, they're clumps, she cheered as she gave Mai a hug. Mai noticed the trail of fur leading away from the area. The trail goes this way, she told Azula after breaking the hug with Ty Lee. Azula had been kneeling down to examine the fur left on the ground. Turning around, she noticed that a couple of nearby trees had the tops broken, like something had smashed through them. The Avatar is trying to give us the slip, she announced. You two head in that direction and keep your eye out for the bison, she ordered, pointing at the broken treetops. She walked over to the fur on the ground. I'll follow this trail. Hold on, Azula, Ty Lee spoke up. We should wake up Naruto. She shook her head. We'll be done soon enough. With any luck, they would have the Avatar before her bodyguard ever woke up. But Naruto told us to wake him up when it was morning. We've let him sleep long enough. Then he can sleep a little longer. I can handle the Avatar on my own and you two can take care of his friends, she insisted. But Azula. This conversation is over, Ty Lee, she told her. Get moving. Both Mai and Ty Lee mounted their mongoose dragons and went off. Azula briefly looked their way and then began to follow the trail of fur. Aang flew on his glider away from the forest and into the desert. Checking on the bag, he realized that the amount of fur he had was almost gone. Looking ahead, he saw a small town in the desert. Landing at the edge, he noticed a small sign that read Tu Zin. He figured it was the name of the town. He walked through the village, dropping fur, and keeping an eye out as he went. Finally stopping and dropping the rest of the fur and the bag onto the ground, he opened his glider. About to fly away, he stopped and turned back around to look the trail of fur. Making his choice, he closed his glider, sat down on the ground, and waited. While Katara flew Appa, the others looked around to see if Toph was. Toph couldn't have made it too far, Sokka said. No one was able to see her, even while flying on Appa. That may be, Tenten said. But I still don't see her. Worry not, Tenten. Guy announced. Our flames of youth will surely find our friend. Yash. If we can't do that, we will do 10,000 around the village when we return. And if we can't do that, then we'll do 50,000 push-ups with 200 pounds on our backs. Lee said in excitement. Before anyone could say anything, Neji, who had his Byakugan active, tensed up. We've got incoming, he shouted. Momo started to growl as he looked down on the ground. Sokka came over to where Momo was. What is it, Momo? Oh no, he began to ask, but instead shouted in surprise when he saw what was coming after them. It was Mai and Ty Lee. Katara, he yelled out to his sister, turning to her. How did they find us? She asked before urged Appa forward. Appa, come on. We need to go faster, the tribesmen urged the bison on. Appa couldn't go any faster. He's too tired. Katara told them. Not good, not good. Sokka looked to what was ahead. We just need to make it across that river. If they could do that, then they would be safe. Appa had begun to descend quickly, his tiredness getting to him. Come on Appa, just a little further. Katara urged as he began to crash through the top of trees. Taking a chance, Mai fired off small darts aimed at Sokka. He leapt back to avoid having his head pierced. Appa reached the river, but instead of flying over it, he skimmed through it before crashing into the opposite bank. Because of the crash, Lee and Guy flew off Appa and crashed into a tree, knocking them unconscious. Neji and Tenten also flew off, but they flew into the woods. Sokka, Katara, and Momo were the only ones who stayed on Appa. Sokka stood up to look behind them. We made it. We're safe, he announced when he couldn't see the girls. You did it, Appa. Katara cheered. They got off the tried sky bison and gave each other a big hug. They were about to try and wake up Guy and Lee when Katara gasped. Looking back at the other side of the river, Sokka saw the two girls still riding their mongoose dragons. When they reached the riverbank, they didn't even slow down. The mongoose dragons ran across the water. Katara reacted by bending the water in the river into a deluge and sending it at the two of them. While Mai simply had her mount step to the side, Ty Lee leapt from hers just before it was hit by the water. Katara uncorked her water pouch as she waited for Ty Lee to land. She didn't land right away. She leapt off a few trees before landing in front of Katara. Ducking under the water whip, she tried to jab at Katara. The waterbender dodged the jabs and responded with water discs, which she cartwheeled out of the way. While this happened, Mai had crossed the river. Once she reached then bank, she shot off some small darts at Katara. Sokka moved in and blocked them with his club and boomerang. He threw his boomerang at Mai. She jumped off her mongoose dragon and shot off another round of small darts, this time from her leg. Sokka also swiped those away. Mai decided to run after Katara, surprising him momentarily. That was all Ty Lee needed to get in close and hit him in the right arm, making him drop the retrieved boomerang. He turned and tried to hit her with his club, but she hit that arm as well. It went limp and the club fell from his grasp. He tried kicking her, but she made the leg go limp too. Swaying on one leg, he lost his balance and fell forward. She took that opportunity to hit him in the head. It didn't quite work out the way she wanted. She clutched her in pain and glared at the tribesman. Good try, but no, he told her. Meanwhile, Katara ran to the bank to bend water at Mai. She stopped the waterbender by throwing knives at her. The knives pinned Katara to a tree behind her and made her lose control of the water, which just fell back into the river. Sokka showed up hopping away from Ty Lee. He fell down in front of Katara. "How are you doing?" he asked her. "Well, you know." It was the only thing she could think to say. "I thought that when Ty Lee and I finally got you guys, it would be more exciting," Mai told them. She then felt a kunai on her throat. "Does round 2 sound good to you?" Tenten asked from behind her. Neji also appeared behind Ty Lee. The two girls jumped away from the shinobi. They got ready to fight, but they didn't expect what came next. The two of them were once again sent flying via airbending from Appa's tail. They flew right into the river. "Thanks, Appa. I don't know what we do without you," Sokka told him. Appa responded by licking him in the face, to his discomfort. "Appa," scolded Tenten. "I wanted to fight that girl, why did you have to go and do that?" Neji stood above Sokka. With a few jabs in the right places, functionality was restored to his limbs. "Can we worry about that later, Tenten?" he asked her as he helped the tribesmen up. "We need to wake up Guy-sensei and Lee. I think the third girl went after Aang." They quickly woke Guy and Lee up. Then they boarded Appa and then flew off. As they flew away, Mai and Ty Lee waded out of the river and onto the bank. "Was it just me or was that guy kinda cute?" Ty Lee asked as she got the water out of her braid. "Which one are you talking about?" "There were two of them," Mai told her. "You know what? Never mind." Aang finally noticed that someone was coming. At first, he saw only a shadow and a dust trail, but as the shadow got closer to the town, he saw that it was the same girl who had chased after him in Omashu. Once she had entered the town, she got off the mongoose dragon and walked forward. "All right, you've got up with me. Now who are you and what do you want?" Aang asked her. "You mean you haven't guessed? You don't see the family resemblance?" she asked back, sounding a little amused. "Guy and his team seem to know who you are. But I want to hear it from your mouth." "Well then, here's a hint." She put a hand over her left eye. "I must find the avatar to restore my honor," she said in a false deep voice. He said nothing and just stared at her. "It's okay, you can laugh. It's funny," she told him as she brought down her hand. "So, what now?" "Now," she repeated. "Now, it's over. You're tired and you have no place to go. You can run, but I'll catch you." She was certain of that fact. She would find him, and she would capture him. He stood up. "I'm not running," he declared. When she heard that, she gave a little smirk. This was just too perfect. Once again, Naruto was floating in the air. But he also could feel tremendous pain. Looking down, he saw a giant statue that had 9 eyes. About 5 of the eyes had pupils in them while the other 4 did not. The mouth was opened, and it appeared to be eating a large amount of chakra. The source of chakra was coming from the same red-haired shinobi Naruto had seen fighting Kisame. He was floating in the air surrounded by chakra. Also, some form of pink chakra was coming out of his eyes and mouth. Forcing himself to ignore the pain, he looked down at the statue's hands. On 9 of the fingers, he saw people standing on them. Some were just images, and some were actually there, but Naruto knew who they were just by looking at the red cloud design on their cloaks. "The Yonbi is finally sealed," one member of the Akatsuki announced. All of the chakra had disappeared into the statue and the red-haired shinobi fell down to the ground, dead. The statue now had another eye with a pupil in it. The pain had disappeared, but then something odd happened. The statue's eyes swerved to look at him, even though he wasn't there. A deep voice came from the statue's mouth. "You could. They stopped them. You could have saved him," the voice roared at him. While Naruto was visibly shocked, it seemed the members of Akatsuki were as well. It was then, with horror, Naruto realized that the pain he felt was what the red-haired shinobi was feeling when the Yonbi was being taken out of him. "Kid, wake up," the Kyuubi's voice rang out. Naruto opened his eyes and realized that he was still in the tank train. Why did I see that?" he asked as he gasped for breath, sitting up from the makeshift bunk he had made. Are you okay? I saw the Akatsuki sealing the Yonbi. Will you be alright? Yeah. He looked around the compartment. He noticed that the side door was open, and daylight was streaming in. Wait a minute, daylight, he thought. He rushed out of the compartment and saw that it was the middle of the afternoon. Looking over to the engine, he saw the engineers standing outside. One of them noticed him and waved at him. Lord Naruto, you're awake. Where is Azula? The blonde demanded as he walked up to the engineers. The princess? Asked the engineer. She and her friends left to search for the avatar. Her friends went off in one direction while she went in another. Why didn't they wake me? He immediately demanded. His eyes narrowed as he growled in frustration, furious at Azula's dismissal of his advice when it comes to the avatar. He began to mentally draw up reasons to chew Azula out for later. I told them to wake me up when it was either daylight or they had found the avatar. I don't know, my lord. The princess told us not to disturb you and then left. Which way did she go? HH grabbed the engineer's shirt, wanting an answer. She went that way, he told him nervously, pointing at the trail of fur. Naruto let go of the engineer and proceeded to run in the direction the fur was leading. Once he was sure the engineers couldn't see him anymore, he increased his speed and ran even faster. You better not be doing something stupid, Azula. After getting over the initial confusion, Toph sat down with Iroh as he brewed some tea. Once the tea was brewed, he poured it into 2 crude cups and handed one to Toph. Here is your tea, he told her. As she stayed silent, he looked at her. You seem to be a little too young to be traveling alone. You seem to be a little too old, she replied as she took the cup. He gave a small laugh at the comment. Perhaps I am. I know what you're thinking, Toph said. I look like I can't handle being by myself. I wasn't thinking that, Iroh objected. You wouldn't let pour my own cup of tea. She pointed out. She had never poured tea for herself. Her parents wouldn't have let her. I poured your tea because I wanted to and for no other reason, he explained. She didn't know why, but she started to talk about herself to him. She felt that she could trust him. People see me and think I'm weak. They wanna take care of me. But I can take care of myself, by myself. You sound like my nephew, Iroh told her. Always thinking you need to do things on your own, without anyone's support. There is nothing wrong with letting people who love you help you. Not that I love you, he quickly assured her. I just met you. She gave a small laugh at that. So, where is your nephew? I've been tracking him actually, he admitted as he took a small sip of his tea. Is he lost? He lowered his cup. Yes, a little bit. His life has recently changed and he's going through very difficult times. He's trying to figure out who he is, and he went away. So now you're following him? She asked him. I know he doesn't want me around right now, but if he needs me, I'll be there. And that was a promise he intended to keep. Your nephew is very lucky, even if he doesn't know it. She put her tea down and stood up. Thank you. My pleasure. Sharing tea with a fascinating stranger is one of life's true delights, he told her. No, thank you for what you said, she clarified. It helped me. She bent down and picked up her pack. I'm glad. Iroh told her. She started to walk away but stopped and turned around. Oh, and about your nephew, maybe you should tell him that you need him too, she suggested. Iroh said nothing as she walked away. He just drank his tea. Azula stared down Aang. Do you really want to fight me? She asked almost tauntingly. She was a highly skilled firebender who could hold her own while he looked like he would run at the first sign of trouble. Then the cry of an ostrich horse was heard. One came out of an alley and its rider hopped off. Yes, I really do, the rider said as he tossed his hat away, revealing his face. Zuko, said Aang in surprise. The Avatar hadn't expected him to show up. I was wondering when you'd show up, Zuzu, Azula told her brother, crossing her arms. While she also hadn't expected him, she knew she could handle him. Aang snorted a laugh. Zuzu. It was a funny name. Back off, Azula, Zuko said, moving into his stance, having a hand directed at both of them. He's mine. I'm not going anywhere, she replied as she too went into her stance. The three of them faced off in the beginning of a three-way fight. Each of them stared down the other two, trying to figure out who would make the first move. Zuko looked at Azula and moved his eyes to look at Aang. As he did, he noticed that Azula gave a little smirk. She made the first move by throwing a blue fireball at Zuko. He reacted quickly by bending a shield of fire, but the blue fireball sent him crashing into a wood column. After staring at what happened, Aang opened his gilder and tried to fly away. Azula bent a large column of blue fire at him. He tried to block the fire by bending air through it. It worked, but he also fell back onto the ground. Looking up, he saw Azula running along a rooftop. She leapt down in front of him and bent fire in a sweeping motion with her foot. He leapt and landed between Zuko and Azula. This set off a three-way bending barrage of fire and air. They kept changing positions, sometimes it was Aang in the middle, sometimes it was Azula. It got confusing for them, but they all just kept attacking the other two. Finally, Aang leapt up a staircase and ran into a house. Azula followed him but immediately discovered that the room had no floor. Aang sat on an air scooter on the other side and gave a wave. She regained her balance and landed on the tiny space of flooring that was attached to the wall. Zuko, however, charged right in and crashed into the bottom floor. Aang looked down at him but remembered that Azula was still there. She bent a stream of fire at him, which he quickly dodged by running along the edges of the wall and out the door, knocking her down to the bottom floor as well. He leapt off the staircase to avoid a burst of fire and landed on the ground. As he stood up, he saw Zuko being sent out of the building via a burst of fire. He fell down unconscious on the ground as Azula exited the building. He leapt up between two walls to avoid her fire. Anticipating his next move, she bent a thin stream of fire to slice off the part of the roof he was on. He leapt to the rest of the roof, only to grab the edge. She sliced that part off as well as he tried to climb up. He got stuck under a large piece of lumber in the wreckage as Azula entered the room. She set the walls on fire and began to walk towards him as he was desperately trying to get the piece of lumber off. Before she could anything, Katara appeared. Bending her water into a water whip, she distracted Azula by bending the water whip into grabbing her hand. As Azula tried to regain her balance, Katara used the water whip to break the piece of lumber which had Aang stuck. "Katara!" he cried joyfully. Azula retaliated by whipping around and sending a stream of fire at Katara. She ran out of the building to avoid the fire and Azula gave chase. As she was about to pass another door, Sokka and Tenten appeared out of it. She dodged Sokka's club and leapt out of the way of Tenten's kunai, landing in the street where Neji was waiting. She dodged his strikes by jumping back, but then heard, double dynamic entry. Turning around, she saw two different pairs of feet coming at her. She let that fly right over her by falling to the floor. While she fought with Aang, Sokka, Katara, and Team Guy, a shadow appeared over Zuko's body. Opening his eyes, he saw a familiar face. "Uncle," he said, surprised at Iroh's appearance. "Get up," Iroh ordered. And he did. Meanwhile, Azula was still fighting, but could never hit her targets. They kept moving and forcing her to go where they wanted her to go. They cornered her in front of an alley. She felt that something wasn't right and looked down at her feet. Suddenly they were somehow yanked from underneath her. Standing behind her, at the other end of the alley, was Toph. "I thought you guys could use a little help," she told Azula's opponents. "Thanks," Katara replied. Azula got back on her feet and moved away. She bent two bursts of flame at them and then ran through an alley. Thinking she had escaped them once she was through the alley, she didn't notice Iroh and Zuko until she ran into Iroh himself. Finally, the 10 of them cornered her in front of a ruined wall. "Well, look at this," she announced. "Enemies and traitors all working together, I'm done. I know when I'm beaten." She raised her hands in surrender. "You got me, a princess surrenders with honor." But before anyone could do anything, a massive wind came in from behind them, making them lose their balance for a quick minute. Once they regained their balance, they saw someone standing on top of the ruined wall that Azula stood in front of. Everybody's eyes widened in surprise. "Azula," Naruto growled. "I am not happy with you." "Naruto, Azula began. He interrupted her. "You and I will have a talk later. Right now, I have to deal with this." He looked down at the 10 people in front of Azula. "Zuko, Iroh, my fight is not with you. I recommend you leave," he told them. "We'll take that recommendation," Zuko said, surprising the others. But he knew that with the way Naruto was right now, if he gave the chance to leave, it was best to take it. As Zuko and Iroh began to leave, Azula spoke. "What's the matter, Zuzu? Lost your spine?" she asked him, trying to goad him back into a fight. He stiffened but refused to look back at his sister. Both he and Iroh walked away. Azula did not like being ignored, so she bent a fireball at her brother. Iroh saw the incoming fireball and pushed Zuko out of the way. The fireball hit him in the left shoulder, knocking him out cold. "Azula, stand down," Naruto ordered before she could do anything else. "Zuko, take him and go." Zuko did just that. He left the town, carrying his unconscious uncle. "Azula," the blonde began, "until I tell you, you are not to move from that spot or do any firebending. Is that clear?" "You can't," she tried to say. "Is that clear?" he snarled. She knew better than to press her luck, so she nodded. "Good. Come on, guys. We can take him. He's just one guy and he's not even a bender," Toph told the others. Before anyone could say anything else, she felt someone grab her hair roughly and also felt a knife of some sort against her neck. "I'd change that attitude of yours quickly, Missy," the blonde said into her ear as the others minus Azula and Team Guy looked at him in shock. To them, it had looked like he disappeared from atop the wall and reappeared behind the earthbender. "If you don't, it's liable to get you killed." He stepped away from her and walked past her. "We'll be leaving now," he told them, walking to Azula, taking her by the arm, and walked out of the ruined town. Once he was clear of the town, he hoisted Azula up onto his back and ran off at an incredible speed. The remaining people there went back to the nearby Appa and climbed aboard. They flew back to retrieve Aquila and their supplies. Soon afterwards, in the night, Appa once again found a flat piece of a mountain. He didn't land. He just collapsed onto the ground and fell asleep. Aang, Sokka, Katara, Toph, Momo, Aquila, and Team Guy just went to sleep in the saddle. It was the first full sleep they had ever since they first saw the tank train and they were grateful for it. When Mai and Ty Lee got back to the tank train, they decided to go after Azula. The tank train followed the trail of fur. They met up with Naruto and Azula, who had slowed down when he noticed the tank train, in a different part of the forest after dark. "Hey, are you guys all right?" Ty Lee asked. "Not now, Ty Lee," Naruto told her as he marched Azula to the side of the tank train, making her stand against it. "What were you thinking?" he asked her. "What do you mean?" Azula asked back. "I mean your idea of going after the Avatar alone. I told you specifically to wake me when you caught up with him," he told her heatedly. "You said it yourself. The Avatar was weak. I would have captured him easily if his friends or Zuko hadn't shown up," she protested. "That's exactly my point. I wanted you to wake me up because of them. My main worry about them isn't the Avatar, it is Sokka." "And why did you try to attack Zuko after I allowed him and Iroh to leave?" he demanded. That was something he had never taught her. "You did what?" Mai asked her with half shock, half surprise. She never would have thought that her friend would do something like that. "He didn't get hit. That old fool of an uncle pushed him out of the way," Azula told her. She then felt a gust of wind go by her face rather violently. She turned to see Naruto's arm buried in the tank train. The tank train was made from Yudao metal, the finest metal in the bending countries, and Naruto punched through it like it was made from paper. Iroh pushed Zuko out of the way because he knew his answer. You were about to kill your brother and possibly ruin your answer just because he didn't respond to your insult, he growled. It was not a time for you to be petty, Azula. Your life was at stake. I was not in any danger, she protested. She would have been able to handle herself. Yes, you were, he roared at her. You went off on your own without telling me. How am I supposed to protect you if you don't tell me where you're going? Do you want to die, is that it? Were you trying to do something so stupid that will get you killed? No, she told him, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. I just wanted to show that I could handle it myself. I honestly thought I could take him, and I thought you really needed the rest. The next thing she knew, Naruto pulled her into a tight hug. Don't ever scare me like that again. Understand? Never again, he told her as he held her. She nodded against his chest. I'm sorry. It didn't hurt her pride much when she said it to him. He broke the hug. Thank you. He looked at all three of them. We should all get some rest. I'll take watch. The three girls nodded in agreement and quickly went into the tank train. That was nicely done, Gaki, the Kyuubi complimented. It was necessary, Kyuubi, he silently replied. She shouldn't have done something so reckless. You would have done the same thing 3 years ago, the fox pointed out to him. It was the truth and they both knew it. I'm not the same person I was 3 years ago, he objected. I know the consequences of charging in without a thought. She didn't and that's what she did today. She was overconfident and that would have gotten her killed. And while he hadn't been killed, he had lost a lot of soldiers for doing nearly the exact same thing, which was why he stopped. The two of them stayed silent for a couple of minutes. Why did you take watch, Kit? You know that neither the Avatar's group nor Zuko will come after you, the Kyuubi asked out of the blue. Someone should still keep an eye out, Naruto said quietly, now knowing that they were alone. Quote ellipsis. You're trying to avoid the dreams, aren't you? Why am I even seeing the elemental countries in my dreams? I left that all behind me. Not all of it, a new voice told him. Turning his head, he saw someone standing in front of the tank train. Sifu, he greeted before looking around. You've frozen us in a moment, didn't you? Everything had seemed to stop. Very observant, Sifu told him in a dry voice. Do you know what's causing my dreams? This was different from the other nightmares he had, and he knew it wasn't natural. Of course I do. I'm causing it. He froze. Out of all the possible answers he could have gotten, he hadn't expected that for an answer. Why? He asked, wanting a reason. I feel I must remind you of the consequences of your decision to leave the elemental countries. What are you saying? That the dream of the Yonbi being sealed was my fault. He couldn't see the sense or the reason of that. It sounded completely ridiculous. It wasn't a dream. When he heard that, he froze. You mean that actually happened? He asked, not wanting to believe it. Yes, the spirit answered simply. The Yonbi was sealed, and he blamed me. He felt your presence both when his Jinchuriki was being captured and when he was being sealed. He thought you were actually there and did nothing to help. Even if I had been there was nothing I could do to help. He wouldn't have made it past the entire Akatsuki group. And yet, there was the chance that you could have stopped those two from taking him. This isn't my fault, he protested vehemently. For the love of Kami, he had been asleep when it happened. In a way, yes it is. Which is why every time one of your remaining brethren is taken, you will see what happens, the spirit declared. Then the frozen moment ended, and he disappeared. Are you going to be okay, Kit? The Kyuubi asked. The fox was concerned, now knowing that there was a possibility that Naruto would get a different kind of nightmare whenever he slept. The blonde looked to the sky, watching the stars twinkle in the night. I just hope that Gaara is still alive, he said, mostly to himself. There were now 2 other Jinchuriki still left alive, 3 if Gaara was indeed still alive. And he hoped that his friend from Suna was one of those 3. Location: elemental countries. The Akatsuki once more gathered in meeting. This time, they gathered in the same place. The day the Yonbi was sealed and the Geto Mazo had spoken had put them on edge, so they decided for the time being to always meet in person. We have captured 6 of the 9 Biju, the leader announced. Which means there are only 3 more to find and capture, a hunchback member said. Well, let's go find them already. I'm getting bored here, announced a member with purple eyes. Hidan, shut up. You're annoying, an eerily green-eyed member told him. Make me, Kakuzu. Hidan challenged. There they go again, a long-haired member said. Enough, the leader spoke, his purple, rippled-like eyes stared at both Hidan and Kakuzu. We have new information about the Kyuubi. That made everyone pay attention. Where is he? Itachi asked calmly. A month ago, one of our spies in Konoha informed us that a shinobi team had encountered the Kyuubi in the Bending countries. After informing us, he was ordered to book passage to the country known as the Earth Kingdom. When was this? The hunchback member asked. A month ago. He left immediately for the Earth Kingdom. Quote. So why are we just learning about this now? Kakuzu asked. Our spy also learned of a seal in the mission records room that sends messages and people, if enough chakra is added, to far locations, like the Bending countries. Before he left, our spy carefully made a copy of the seal and stole copies of the receiving seal tag. He sent us these as he left. The reason we waited this long was for the spy to reach the Earth Kingdom. He looked at 2 members. Itachi, Kisame, you will be the ones to go through the seal and retrieve the Kyuubi. Why them? Yelled Hidan. I want to send that entire continent to Lord Jashin. The reason is because Itachi and Kisame have dealt with the Kyuubi before. They are the most experienced in dealing with him. Anything we should know about the Bending countries? Itachi asked. They are currently in a war that has lasted for the past century. Do not attract attention to yourselves. Do we have any information on the target? Kisame asked. None that is new. I expect that the Kyuubi will be different from what you remember, so I'd advise caution when dealing with him. Well, it'll still be interesting to see the kid again, he said with a grin. When do we leave? Itachi asked the leader. End. Author's note. Thank you for all the reviews you've sent me. If you're mad that Naruto didn't fight Team Guy, don't worry. That's next chapter. As to how Azula, Mai and Tai Li trying to figuring out Naruto's past, don't worry. Soon, he'll tell them a few things. I'm trying to make sure that I keep the timeline that I created correct, but it's a bit difficult when they don't tell you what month of what season Aang and his group is in. I'll see you all next chapter.